If anyone can hear us...
Now?
Yeah, if anyone can hear us, we're trying to figure it out. Malin...
I'm so sorry. Everyone told me to have to...
That's why I just tried to switch it over. Be like, let's just not touch anything, because that's when things go wrong. Okay, we got sound. We have sound.
Okay, give me 1 second to add this camera back, and the sound will probably go away, and that's okay, and then I will fix it.
Okay, so I'm going to keep talking so Malin can tell.
Really fast.
I can tell. I'm going to read the chat. Let's see. We got so many people in here. We have, I see Existential Milk, Ixie, Danny Phantom, Negative Slimes, Mometry, obviously.
I think we have all of our
regular
friends here.
I can hear. So we're just going to essentially podcast you guys up. You're going to hear about what we've been going on. So
I'm going to add the camera back on. Sorry, I'm going to add the camera back on. Our sound might go away for like 2 seconds.
So I'm going to I'm going to keep talking. Just keep letting me know you guys can like hear me or not hear you, so we can get an idea of what's going on here. But yeah, so we're going to give essentially just talk about what we've been talking about. Probably not going to have any. How are they going to know otherwise?
Okay, it's working. Okay, yes. Okay.
You good?
Yes.
You have to.
Okay, I'm gonna change the source.
Change the source.
Get ready. I'm changing the source.
Yeah. Can you still hear us?
Is it working?
Yeah. Is sound still coming through? Slime's copying code over here. Okay, Danny says he can hear us. That's good. All right, awesome. So we're gonna continue here. So to give a preface about this, so the topic today we're talking about stories and the nature of tragedies and comedies. So the thing that kind of came up about this. The thing that prompted this for me this morning is we watch videos a lot, so the thing that kind of prompted this today was I saw the casting for the How to Train Your Dragon live action movie, and a rabbit hole was formed. Me and Malin talked about it. We already went through that, so we won't go.
We've gone to Shakespeare, dog. It's been a crazy morning.
So we started with that, and then it got into the fact of so that came out, and the casting and how there's been like a lot of different like thoughts on that, and then it comes down to like the idea of why are there not any good stories in movies anymore? And it's, so then that naturally, as it always does, we jump over to video game stories and me getting on my soapbox about, video games as an art form and, their ability for storytelling and, everything has a story. And then, hop, skip, and leap over. I think we went to Harry Potter at some point. We're in Fire Emblem at the moment.
That we have, both of us
talked about Shakespeare for a little while.
We have different interests in games, but we also have the same, academic upbringing, where we both did a very rigorous English course, not by our own volition, when we were younger. No. So it's we both have a good understanding of, storytelling and what's a good story, what's a bad story, that kind of stuff. And I was that not necessarily a bad story, but what
Veilguard, is that a game?
Veilguard. Come brain rot.
Reads like a book. Come brain rot with me. I already got
started.
Danny.
She loves some brain rot. But yeah,
Dragon Age. Okay, yeah.
It was. I don't know. It was
I still have to feed the first one. I'm a very chronological person. I have to go at the very least. I have to start there. That's why I'm I started playing Valkyria Chronicles, because there's multiple of those, and I didn't. Mally's going to go put you over where she is.
See the cord is long enough. I don't know if this cord is long enough, but this is my setup.
Oh, that's actually a good one right there. That's great right there. So Mally's going to show you. She's going to be doing that. I might go get some yarn at some point and crochet. We're not sure yet. I also do tend to move
all day, so this is going to be a good in and out. This is definitely a while you're working kind of stream. So this is Evie's cam. This is my cam. So we're just hanging out.
I might get my computer at some point. I've been working on D&D sheets. I got a lot of stuff I've been thinking about. So, what we were talking about, let's see, we're talking about Patharians and Tellius.
So yeah, we were on Patharians and Tellius, and we were looking at, the topic, I guess, that it's fitting into is, we're looking at, games like The Last of Us, or Fire Emblem games, where it's how are they're handling these real-world conversations, and why do these games why do they stick in your brain, but why do they also make you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah.
They're not really a comfort game because they don't bring you
We need
comfort.
a Malline-specific mic, yeah, we know.
Yeah, I know, I'm way over here. You can move the mic this way.
Thing is, we have to put it on a stand then.
No, we can just do it like this.
Yeah, but Mike just does...
I also can talk really loud, so it's fine. Okay.
Now it's just gonna blow out me.
Well, just sit back a little bit. Just sit over here. I don't know. Just, hey, I'll talk louder.
We have another mic. We can go get another mic.
Yeah, we'll do it in a second. I'm not too worried about it for the moment.
Again, this is us kind of just playing around.
Just let me know if I can talk louder, too. Let me know thoughts.
Well, it's more that you're facing that direction, so...
Yeah, well...
Malline, we'll figure it out.
But looking at, why do these games...
This is great.
Why do these, games or this method of storytelling, why do these things stick in your brain more so than other things? And a lot of it we were looking at is because it's good writing, because it's realistic writing. It's something that makes you uncomfortable because you have to come to terms with things that you see in your real life.
The other thing that we're kind of talking about is that I think that I've talked about this a little bit at length. So the idea that like mid being a bad thing, or like this divisive being a bad thing, I'm like, no, I think if anything it shows that not necessarily good things have happened, but something interesting happened in your storytelling, in your media, because you made it so that people can't choose a side. I do like things that are like, because again, we were talking about How to Train Your Dragon, and you know how like a live action remake's not going to be able to do anything that the original didn't do.
No matter how good it is, just when you have a really good animated product, I feel like when you try to make it live action, you really have to change the formula, which in that case you're not making a remake, you're making a new property, which I think they should go more into.
That's the reason.
So a lot of times animation is animated for a reason.
Yeah, that's why the only one of the Disney remakes I actually enjoyed was Maleficent, because that's the only one that decided to do something different with the story. Whether you liked it or hated it is up to you, but it's like, that's the only one that justified its existence by not just telling us the story of Sleeping Beauty. It did, in a way, but it's telling us from a different perspective. This is why all those wicked novels Disney's been pumping out from the villain's perspective are so popular, because we like seeing a familiar story in a different way. This is why tropes work. This is why cliches work. This is sadly why stereotypes work. People, humans, like patterns. Especially if you're artistic like I am. You want to find...
I'm artistic.
Malin is artistic right now. You want to find ways that things slot into easy categories, even though that's the whole thing that we're talking about, is the idea that you humans are messy. You can't do that, but you can give us a short-change thing. Let's see. My reaction to live-action Zelda movie announcement. Oh, yeah.
It's a live-action Zelda movie?
It was announced, yeah. Nothing been shown yet, but here's the thing.
That one's interesting because it's a bigger property, so I'd be interested to see where they take it.
Zelda, I think it could work if they do it like Sonic. Namely, the video game movies that fail, and even Detective Pikachu, video game movies that fail try and put too much in too little of a space. If you just go and be like, okay, what tropes and easy-to-follow storylines can we follow? What is Sonic... the first movie at the end of the day. By the way, Danny and Meredith, you need to come to our house at some point. We need to watch both movies before the third one comes out.
Everyone can come to our house.
I put in the chat the second trailer for the Sonic 3 movie just came out. It's in the chat. Everyone go watch it. So excited. Link's is CG. Everything else is real. That's interesting choice.
Link is CG?
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe they... That is... I actually think
I hope they aren't going the way they're going with the Minecraft movie right now, because that one just looks like, what the heck?
But I think it'll be interesting in regards to... putting Link on a human's face, I think would be kind of uncanny. So I actually think that's an interesting choice.
Gerard Butler Stoic, yeah, because he's the one who did his voice originally. Mm-hmm. We can talk about How to Train Your Dragon a little bit, but this is also how me and Malines work normally, and normally I just talk about things and just kind of drift in and out of topics. That's why I don't know if he'd be very good for a podcast, because we have to stay on topic.
It's not very topical. Yeah,
we're not very topical, but we can jump between a bunch of different things. Gerald Butler, that's funny. But so, like, essentially to go back to let me finish my thing before I come back. To go to Sonic, the reason I think the Sonic movies work is because they take a very easy to follow formula, and then they just be like, and now we throw in Sonic stuff. So we make sure we got the character right, we have the personality right, and we do an easy to follow storyline. Because at the end of the day, Sonic, especially in the beginning, is a basic story. Once you have the audience invested, then that's when you can start, like, cooking with gas. So I think Zelda could do that if they keep it very basic, because at the end of the day, Zelda has a through line, from what I understand as someone who's never played a Zelda game before. I've watched a good amount of Twilight Princess, but I've not played a game. I played a little bit of Ocarina of Time, and it made me frustrated, so... Never played a Zelda game. I may play Twilight Princess one day. My brother's going to tie me to a chair to get me to play Breath of the Wild.
Our brother really likes Zelda, so we have it kind of through osmosis.
Yeah. So essentially, he literally bought me Breath of the Wild, so I would play it, and I still I've made my point on open world games clear, and maybe it'll happen one day for a challenge.
I would really like playing it once.
I think you would enjoy it. You really like wandering more than I do.
Exactly.
I like having a place to go.
I don't think I've played a video game since probably June, but I would really like to, because I like the medium open world, where they're open world stages with a hub world, or they can have loading scenes in between. That's totally fine with me. I like exploring them, so I think I would really like that game.
I love the things going back and they're throwing shade at Danny about his enjoyment of Zelda.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, but so the point is that Zelda, from what I understand, has a very basic structure that will be easy to. Ideally, you want to start low in a movie. So let me make sure we have Link, we make sure we have Zelda, we make sure we have Ganondorf, we make sure we have Hyrule. Everything else, you can essentially just make Lord of the Rings, make a Harry Potter story, make a like Star Wars. What are all these things? They're heroes' journeys. Make it easy. We know the structure. Now just put in Zelda iconography and a little bit of lore. Not a lot, a little bit. You want normalizes to get it in the first movie, if you want more than one at least. And that's all you really need. That's why I think Zelda could work. Zelda, at least in its most basic form, has a simple enough story. However, you can't have it be too simple, because then you have the problem the Mario movie ran into, where Mario movie was only a kid's film, unfortunately. It could have been a family movie, but it was really a kid's film, because Mario does not have any storyline. It doesn't have anything in characters.
The thing is, there's Mario games with storylines.
But that's not what they were trying to do.
Mario, in general, just as a game franchise, does not do...
Now they're talking about tattoos on Danny's butt, I think? Or no?
Butt tattoo.
No, never mind.
No,
negative slime. Okay, no, I'm trying to keep track. Danny's the one talking about the tattoos on someone else. Okay. I'm trying to keep up.
I was like, Danny's got some
Maybe I respectfully disagree. It was fun. No, here, let me finish my point. So, Mario...
She said, stop!
Mario,
wait.
I don't think was not a fun movie. That's the difference here. Fun movie. Different from, family movie. Mario is fun. I enjoyed it. It's a good, fun romp.
But it's definitely something I would watch with the intention
I feel Mario movies like if I wanted to go watch Monsters vs. Aliens again, which I do enjoy on occasion. Movie. Watching the Lorax on occasion is a fun movie to watch. However, it's not for the same reason I would watch How You Train Your Dragon, which is a thing that I think is both fun but also asks interesting things. It's doing something interesting with the subject media. Also, the biggest thing is I could not stop hearing who was it that did Mario's voice? Chris Pine?
Yeah.
I could not stop hearing him the whole time. It was Chris Pratt. I'm like, it's not Chris Pine. It's the other one. Chris Pratt.
Think Chris Pratt.
He did his best, but he just didn't sound very.
Voice actor. However, I think it's the same thing of once you are a really established actor, you're not.
I thought it was you, Mercy. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I thought it was you. I wasn't certain. I don't want to call people out. They don't want to be called. I thought it was you because you're the one who tells me about Vilgard. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure I knew who that is.
I think you mentioned Final Fantasy at some point too, or Kingdom Hearts.
It's the rock Yes, exactly. It's the rock situation. Eventually, you just gotta play yourself, which is not a bad thing.
John Cena, The Rock, Chris Pratt. Once you make so many characters, or Robert Downey Jr. When you play yourself as a character, you yourself become the character.
But you know you can use that as a strength though. Biggest one, back to the Sonic movie. They're doing that wonderfully with Eggman. He's just playing himself, but that's also fits the character.
Jim Carrey is just being Jim Carrey but bald.
But it works
helpful
because that's what the character is.
Yeah, it's like it adds a little bit of humor to the character.
John Cena as Peacemaker was phenomenal. Yeah. I genuinely cried.
Like, it's a thing where they play great characters.
It's also depending on what you're trying to do.
They're still playing themselves as a character. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
I'm here to distract your hurdle for cohesive. We don't need that. We don't need a distraction to have non-cohesive conversation. When we were just the two of us talking in a room, like I said, we've already gone through like 5 different topics.
Ace Attorney, Fire Emblem.
Oh, we did talk about Ace Attorney for a little while.
Harry Potter.
I forgot about that.
This is all within an hour and a half.
Alright, best superhero shoot I've ever seen. And to watch the Knuckles show, I've not yet. I do need to. I've not. Another interesting interpretation of the character. Like, that's not quite what Knuckles is in the game, but
what's interesting is
he made it himself.
The versions of Knuckles, because the original version of Knuckles is absolutely more. Like, he's
more serious.
He's more anxious, I would say.
Yeah.
He's more serious, he's more anxious,
he's like almost social anxiety.
Yeah, I was like, he's very much more.
But
not a cool guy, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say he's like a cool guy. I was like, he's very
like one of the early interpretations of social anxiety that isn't just anxiety. Because here's the difference that annoys me is when people do social anxiety, but they make it anxious. I'm like, no, social anxiety is fear of social situation. It doesn't mean you're an anxious person all the time. It just means that you don't like going and talking to people.
And then he became dumb, big, strong guy. Which is funny because there's other characters in Sonic that are meant to be strong, big, dumb guy, like Vector the alligator.
Yeah, I'll admit. Would you say
dumb, big, strong guy?
Would you say Knuckles in the movie is kind of himbo energy?
In the movie, I would say a little bit, but I think they do well in regards to making him kind of like you have him in more of like his warrior stance.
Yeah.
Where he's definitely like, he's a foreign character in regards to, he is from another time, he's from a more...
different planet.
Yeah,
he doesn't quite understand.
He's from like ruins, essentially. He's from the Mystic Ruins.
Vector, yep.
Vector's, I love that guy. But he's from like, when you look at it, especially in Sonic Adventure 1, Sonic is from a city. Like, he lives in a city. He's used to an urban environment versus Knuckles is in the Mystic Ruins, so he's used to a very rural environment. So see,
the Ninja Chameleon dude, yeah, Malin just got SBO and a keychain.
I
did actually feel it out for her. It was one of those blind bags, and I got it right.
Because we played them in Sonic Heroes, and I love
it's the only game they're really notably in.
SBO's so cool, and I'm sad they don't use him more often because he's like purple-pink, and he can turn invisible, and I think that's really cool.
The thing is about Team Chaotix is the fact that Team Chaotix is like, they are the meme characters.
Yeah.
So, you have to use them like that. They can't be the main characters. So, if the main characters aren't pushing their weight, then they really feel silly and ridiculous, which is what they were in Sonic Forces, because none of the main characters were being serious. They are good accent characters.
And that's the thing, it is funny to look at, because when you look at some of the older... Sonic, older from like 2000s era, like
I'll get my
Sonic
tea on.
X or the Sonic games, there's mostly the 3D Sonic games, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, even up to Sonic the Hedgehog. They do have, funnily enough, or even I would even say Sonic Unleashed, they have a deceptively serious, like through line they're trying to follow, and then they can add the humor because the base is a little bit more serious, versus the later games became, well, the base is so goofy, who cares? And then you're trying to be goofy on top of it, so then you're like, this is just ridiculous. This is like a kid's game, and I don't enjoy this.
To cycle back around to what we were saying about with comedy and tragedy before, is like, the reason, like, we, again, talked about Shakespeare for a little while, is the reason he's so well known is because he did a bunch of tragedies and comedies. Why can't he do that? Why do you remember those more than anything else? It's because tragedy and comedy are literally, like, a hair's breadth away from each other.
Yeah,
like, it's the same idea, you know, like...
That's why they're...
Like, love and hate are right next to each other.
Yeah, a mask that's split in half because it's two halves of the same face.
Yeah. Is that the idea, like, the reason the comedy exists is to remind us to laugh when we are sad. So, why is comedy most effective when you're is most often in a serious situation, when you need that moment of levity? That's why you tell too many jokes in a film. That's why you had, like, the Marvelization of things. Because you need to, in order to make someone laugh, they have to be in a lower point, or at least at a neutral point. If you just keep telling them jokes, then you're going to be like, okay, I don't have a reason to laugh anymore. I'm already happy.
Yeah, which is something I mentioned earlier. When you think about comedians, especially more tragic ones like Robin Williams, you think about them, they're like, they will always, when you listen to their stories, they always have, and I talked to Evie about this earlier, they always have trauma or tragic upbringing or something, significant hardships they went through in their lives that led them to becoming a comedian. To be comedians who don't have that kind of, like, you know, looking, like you said, looking into the abyss and crawling their way out, a lot of times they're not super successful because they don't know how to, how to successfully cope with humor. And I think that was interesting to look at, being like, you found your way to survive, and you survived through doing what you needed to cope, which was humor a lot of times. Why do people, you know, they laugh so they don't cry, is what they say all the time, or, you know, you're coping with your trauma through humor kind of thing. It's like, that's...
You're like interested in...
Your natural response.
If you're interested in Vector, check out the album Vector by soon-to-be famous band Kabukuza. You know, Vector actually is a musician. He's a crocodile, but they do have a band.
Yeah,
he does vocals.
Yeah.
It literally, like, explodes when you attack with him.
I think SBO plays the sitar.
Sitar, and then Charmy does drums.
I was gonna say tambourine.
They are a band, the Team Chaotix.
Love those guys.
Vector does vocals, because he's a crocodile, and that makes sense. Also, the fact that they don't have, like, Team Chaotix is always interesting, because they're the only ones that aren't mammals.
Yeah.
You got 2 lizards and an insect. And they don't really have any of those ever anywhere else.
I love that. That's why that's one of my favorite. And also, I just think, like, they have such fun colors.
Sonic Heroes we should replay just for Team Chaotix, this next storyline.
The bright green, the bright pink, the yellow. I also like that they're kind of like neon colors, too. I think that's really interesting, because the other colors, when you look at them, they seem bright, but you have, like, pink, like a muted pink, then you've got blue, black, red, like, more of an orangey yellow. Like, you're looking at colors, but they're more in, like, a primary state, versus... I think Team Chaotix is cool because they're like the neon versions of, like, a neon pink, a neon green. Because even if you look at other characters, like you have Cream and Cheese, which is like a peach color.
You probably could find fan groups, honestly. The Sonic fandom was the first fandom to ever exist. Like, I think it's only, like, if you count fan magazine,
But
Star Trek
because it's
actually was
big-
before that. But the first
big,
fandom
so
was
that's-
Star Trek, but that was in fan magazines. The
Okay.
first
Online fandom?
online fandom was, at least, like, in the way we understand fandoms now, was the Sonic fandom.
And just be aware that because it's old and because it's big, there's a lot of weird stuff out there.
But at the same
Lots of
time, because the Sonic fandom kind of became like the punching bag of the internet for a while, they're incredibly resilient because of that. In fact, that's like the reason like the fandom is so large, is because like unlike other fandoms that like I've explained this before at length, niche games that go into mainstream usually self-destruct because you have the old fans and the new fans fighting with each other. This happens in Fire Emblem. This happened with FNAF. This is happened with Pokemon.
Anything that's long-standing, typically
But the reason,
around
like,
a decade or so.
the Sonic one does so well is because they've always been the punching bag of the internet. Because they are weird. They are definitely weird. We went to a Sonic concert and we realized, this is for those fans.
Oh my god.
We just had a t-shirt. People in full cosplay.
I was like, oh.
Oh, man.
Some people were in, like, we dressed kind of nice. Like, I had, like, a sweater and a skirt on, and Evie had, like, a nice shirt on. Some people were in, like, full ball gowns, and some people were, like, I don't think you showered in 4 days. Like,
Yeah.
there was a mix of people.
Yeah.
Well, because it also was called a symphony, but it was definitely a concert. And I think that clarification
I used to read a webcomic, then this guy self-insert, and it was all pixels. Turned out to be some Christian message mixed with Sonic. Crazy times of the internet. Yeah, most of the crazy most of the crazy stories of the internet came from the Sonic fandom.
I was like, it's a lot of weird stuff, but that's happens when you live long enough.
That's also why they're such a good community, though. In another way, though, is because since they are the punching bag of the internet, is the fact that like they can't really argue with each other because they are their best advocates.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing, because Sonic tries so many things, it doesn't have a. It's not like Sonic is always fascinating me as a franchise over Mario because Mario and Nintendo are the Disney of the video game world. I wrote about this in an article I posted on my blog about Pal World, but Nintendo is the Disney of the video game world, and they are the family-friendly, safe brand. And they're afraid to go outside. They weren't in the beginning. But lately, in more modern times, they are definitely very strongly in that vibe. So Mario is a safe, easy, approachable thing. It's a platformer. It doesn't really have much story. It's a fun, colorful world. They have a formula and they stick to it. Now, occasionally they will let other studios take them, and that's where we get really interesting things like the Paper Mario series or Mario Sunshine or the what would you call it? The brother Mario and Luigi RPGs, the Brothers in Time. That series. I don't remember what that series is called. They just got a new game.
But they have the turn-based combat. Is what it is.
Yeah.
It's more like an RPG because it's like the Inside Story, the time one, the baby one.
I have to keep up with the chat here. We're reading clips of the Symphony of the Night. Let's see. Afraid to read fan fiction. Mercy's writing Veil Color fan fiction, right? Go into fan fiction with the expectation of shifting out stuff. That's for private circles.
That's just it. When you go to fanfiction, don't include tags, dog. Only exclude tags. It's gonna be way easier. You're just gonna get the weird stuff out faster.
Oh man, we could have a discussion about fanfiction, but I need to finish this point, or I'm never gonna come back to it. We will come back to fanfiction, Mercy. I have so much to say about fanfiction.
Dog, I have 30 paintings to do. Like we'll be here.
We're gonna be here for a while.
We have time. This is like you come in and then go get some lunch, come back.
Oh yeah, we will have a point where I'll go get lunch, and I will keep painting her things. I'll come back with some chicken tenders. But we will come back to fanfiction. I have some stuff to say about fanfiction, but
because tomorrow we have to work. So today.
So here's my thing I'm going to finish about with Mario and stuff like that. So Mario has a very predictable thing, but that's the thing. They are not they give it under companies. You get these spin-offs which are widely beloved, and honestly, Pokemon does the same thing. But Sonic is unique in that regards. As far as once they got into the 3D generation, they experimented. They tried different things, and not all of them worked. Some of them were terrible ideas, but that's the thing. They appealed to a little bit of everything, and every time you didn't know what you were getting. The next Sonic game could be wildly different than the one that came before. Generally, you knew it was going to have a blue hedgehog in it, it was going to run fast, but even that wasn't always an obvious thing.
Run fast.
Mom's Reed brought it up. Food. Yeah, it's Meredith's fault. Okay, then yeah, we can blame Meredith, but she's chaotic. No. So, but that's the thing is that you didn't know what you were going to get, so by throwing everything at the wall and going at each thing with equal passion, you get a little diluted sometimes, but also it's what makes what we call the dark age of Sonic games so interesting to look back on now, 10, 15 years later, is because we go back and be like, this was weird, but they went at it with a lot of passion, and they really developed the idea, as opposed to a lot of things nowadays, like Mally and I were saying, are remakes. Are going back on what we already know works, and then trying to do it again, capture lightning in the bottle, instead of being like, in order to make a good idea, you have to throw it out there, and it might fail, but that's okay. Also, social media kind of ruined that as well. People aren't allowed to let things fail, aren't allowed to let things be mid, and still be okay. Like, the only way we know greatness is because we know what badness is.
Yeah, it's like there's so many things that were critically panned when they come out, but now are super cult classics. Like, there's a ton of that stuff. That people like The Nightmare Before Christmas, even looking at our stuffed animals.
It was kind of a bust when it came out. Yeah, it wasn't until released second time that people actually came back for it.
Yeah, it was canceled. Tim Burton was fired.
Star Wars prequels is a good one. Yeah, brought up. That one very much hated at the time, but now we kind of be like, this is
because I prefer the prequels better because they have better fight scene choreography. Because when you watch it, you watch like episode 6, and you're like, oh my god, he's like zonk, zonk. Like the fight scenes are so bad because when you go to the
they're old. That's the problem.
They're from the prequels. They're doing like backflips. The other one, they're like zing, zing. I'm like, that's really funny. Actually,
CGI was just starting to happen, so they were doing
pod racing.
They were just starting.
Hey, are all of them good? No,
but
parts of them are good.
But that's what makes the cult classic things, is going back and being like, this wasn't so bad. But anyway, back to Sonic. So the thing is that. Like we have here, like, one that we want to play, like, we have our, like, a Sonic 06 here, well known, broken, janky game. The reason that everyone likes it so much is because the reason the game doesn't work is because it's broken, fundamentally. It's like, its physics doesn't work, it wasn't bug tested. But they go in and all roads lead to Sonic. You better believe it. I can jump probably to any topic back to Sonic that I really want to. I'm reading prequels and then trying to defend Rogue One. Rogue One was an amazing movie. Gotta go fast in the conversation.
What was Rogue One? Which one was Rogue One?
Rogue One's the one where they go and steal Death Star plans.
With Han Solo? No, Solo.
No, that's Solo.
I don't think I watched Rogue One.
I didn't either. I know how it works. I
watched Solo,
I wasn't interested.
And a lot of people didn't like Solo. I thought that movie was good.
I thought Solo was fine, honestly. I thought it was,
I didn't like when the most recent 3 Star Wars, there was the first one, and then I watched the first one and then the third one without knowing that it was the third one. So I watched The Force Awakens and then The Last Jedi, and I didn't watch the middle one because I didn't know it existed.
No, Rise of Skywalker is the last one.
I watched
Last Jedi is the one you don't remember.
Okay, I watched the first one, The Force Awakens, and I watched The Last Skywalker. And I was like, oh, this movie's pretty good.
There's so much fan fiction over doing with the monks.
And then I didn't watch the second one because and then I went back and watched it, and I was like, actually, it was a better experience not watching it. I was a little bit confused, but the experience overall was better because the second one's really bad.
It is.
It's really bad. The second one's super bad.
Because they switched writers, and the second writer clearly wanted to tear down what the first writer was doing. And I'm like, you're a part of a series, you need to work together.
It was really interesting. Like, they could have had a stormtrooper be a Jedi. Ooh, that's cool. And they're like, actually, Finn's going to be in love with this pilot, and then they're both going to be useless.
Not to mention, he's now a coward and doesn't do anything. And
so I thought Finn was going to be the main character.
They kneecap every male in the second film, and I hate saying that as a female, because I'm just kind of like, we can have good female characters. You don't need to beat down the men in order to do that. Just make a better female character.
What's her name? What's the main character's name? I just know it's Daisy Ridley. What's her character's name?
Ray.
I think Ray's interesting, but I also liked having like the split 3 perspectives of like Ray has a story, Poe has a story, and Finn has a story. I thought it was interesting that all 3 of them had separate stories that intertwined. I thought that was cool writing. And when it just became Ray's story, Ray and Kylo Ren love story.
I love jumping into the chat and like trying to keep up with what Mercy and like Dana are talking about. Like they're talking about fan fiction, I think, at some point. And now they're like, the last one I read was "Go romance my husband, Danny," and he said okay. I'm like, I'm assuming we're talking about a video game in the background.
There are a ton of those that are like, whatever. Or it's like my boyfriend's a Lucifer, and I'm like, oh, okay. Interesting.
He doesn't need any encouragement to do that.
I was like, I love looking at those, but I just want.
Hey, this is a Yap session, so by all means chat in the background of our chat that's currently going into 4 different chats.
Essentially, imagine this as a group lunch. We're all at book club right now, and but the thing is, we accidentally all read different books. So we all have a lot to talk about, and a lot of it doesn't make sense.
I was talking about with Mally that, again, to diverge again, anyone who's playing the bingo board at home... I'd love someone to keep track of how many times I change topic within the course of an hour, because you probably will get into the teens or the 20s. Anyway, so. Anyways, now they're talking about Danny and John flirting, I guess. Alright, cool.
That's funny.
That is funny.
Good for
I
them.
could picture that. I could definitely picture that. Anyway, but I was talking about, like, wouldn't it be cool to have, like, a video game book club? Like, where, like, you all just, like, complete the first chapter, and then you come in and either talk, and then you just talk about, like, how it was easy, hard, your thoughts on the story. Like, obviously this wouldn't work for every kind of game, but, like, that'd be fun.
It would be interesting for something like Three Houses, where you could have, 6 people and everyone chooses a different path.
It would have to probably be for like an RPG.
But you'd have to have multiple people doing multiple paths. It wouldn't be interesting if it was just...
And then Will is intensely watching Mallory paint and counting plushies. We're seeing her talking almost every day about Veilguard. That's fine. Me and Mallory talk about everything under the sun.
Recently, Evie's been talking about... because what's interesting is we have similar interests. Evie and I have parallel interests, but a lot of times we don't overlap on stuff, which is, I think, what makes it interesting. Like, she's playing Star Rail right now. I'm playing Neopets
This is probably why we love, like, the Subway Twins so much, because we're, like, two rails just going next to each other.
We have similar interests in regards to we both like Sonic. We both like Pokemon. We both like a lot of similar things. But, like, I'm way more into FNAF, and Evie's way more into... I'm just looking at her plushies of it. Evie's way more into Stitch. I'm way more into Five Nights at Freddy's. I was really into Nightmare Before Christmas, and now Evie's a little bit into Nightmare Before Christmas, so there's a little bit of bleed over here, but, like...
I did get a new Stitch. Let me go get my new Stitch.
Well, like, she likes different Pokemon than I like, so I'm just looking at the plushies right now. I was like, she likes Slowpokes, and Psychic types, and things that I was like, typically I wouldn't go for those, and I like things that she wouldn't go for. Like, I like the Target Dog. I like Sun and Moon. And I was like, I think what helps is because we have similar but different interests, I think that's what keeps it fresh, because we don't like everything the same, but we have enough jumping off points. Like, she's been talking about Star Rail recently, which is like a gacha game that she played the other day on stream, and I was like, I don't personally know if I'll ever play that game.
We are gonna. You don't have to play,
like,
but you have to be in the room while I'm playing it.
I want to, but
now I got this little Zero
at this point,
Target.
I just don't know.
And I got this little Christmas Stitch. It's clearly a baby toy, but I wanted it.
But it's like, you can see it, they're on sale for Black Friday, but you can just see in the toys. You're sitting on my bra. Do you mind picking that up? It's the one I was wearing like 4 days ago.
Why is your bra still in here?
Can you just throw it over there? Because I took it off.
We do have random bras laying around the house. Love that.
Girl house.
Smelling guy, our little Zero.
But it's like, you can just even see our difference. We went to the same store and we just picked up different things that were on sale. They're the same price, but it's like the parallel line of we both got...
Okay, I'm trying the game name. I missed the FNAF hack. I can't stop what I want. I never said that. Okay. I've been trying Zenless, Scandalous, same one I think is hidden in my couch.
I saw Zenless
I'm trying to keep up with the chat because they're going pretty fast right now.
That's okay.
I feel like a real streamer.
Well, I think it's nice that it's nice to... I think that we don't have a game on. It's easier.
We're here
for us
to facilitate
kind of
Mercy and Danny going at each other for an hour. So
and
yeah,
that is okay. That's good, because this is literally, it's just like all of us getting together for lunch, except we don't have to worry about being in the same place.
It's all, I know it's all you, but I want to not say it's all you, even though it's entirely your messages on the screen. But I was trying to like spread it a little bit.
No, I think it's good, but I think having that, and I think that's what works that's how you can have really good friend groups, is when everyone has one unifying, like, interest, and then a lot of parallel interests. Mm-hmm. And then you can have it's really like train tracks, like you say. It's like a lot of them go parallel.
Bringing it all back to trains.
Sometimes they cross over, sometimes they change tracks. It's like, I think it's interesting that we have that. Like, Evie's got that Kirby up there in the back, and even though she's never played Kirby games, I play Kirby games, she likes that he's a big fat guy. So I was like,
I do, he's a big fat guy.
So it's a cool crossover of like, well, I like Kirby.
I'd bring him over here if I wasn't afraid like 3 things were going to fall.
Evie has the Kirby, like, stuffed animal because she just likes the character. And I have a lot of stuff where, like, when it came to Hatsune Miku, I just liked this one because it had flowers on it, so I got it. And then now, Evie has like 15 games of Hatsune Miku.
We always talk about the conductor. You better believe it.
Yeah, dog. We're always talking about trains.
I can bring him. I can bring a lot of topics back to things. Just give me a challenge, and I can connect things really well. It's the beauty of having a very divergent mind.
Yeah.
And it only is bad when you're trying to stay on topic, because then you're just like, I have so many thoughts. That screwed me when I was trying to write an article about 3 houses. I had so many thoughts, and Mallory's just like, okay, you need to take literally all of this out and keep one of them. And I'm like, I love all of them. Evie's favorite Gen 5 trainer. Well, Gen 5 is Unova, so I have to go with the Subway bosses, but like N's definitely up there too.
Yeah, my favorite would be N. I'm trying to think of who else is in there that I...
We're talking about as trainers, and I see N more as like a character.
Oh. just trainers, I don't know. I'd have to look at pictures to remind myself of who's even in there. Thinking just off of Pokemon Masters of just the characters. Like I like the subway bosses. I like N. I like Elisa. I love Grimsley.
Grimsley's nice
my favorite Elite Four member from Unova. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of different. I think Unova's fun because it's got a lot of just new designs. Like this is the first game. Weird stuff. Dude.
This is the first game they actually let the trainers be not 10-year-olds.
They're 16.
Yeah.
So nice. At the time when we were playing Gen 5, I think we were around the age of 6. At least I think I was around the age of...
Yeah, because Gen 5 would have been high school.
Yeah, 16, 17. So I was like, that was really cool because it was like, for once, I am the age. And I thought that was
You feel connected to the character. And it was also the only Pokemon game that actually tried to do something interesting with this story.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to Gen 6, and then they were like, well, we had to give all the budget to making 3D Pokemon models, so we'll give you the hint that there's a story here, but that's all we're giving you.
Which is funny, because
we ran out of budget otherwise.
I still like Kalos. I thought it was a pretty good game.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of really interesting... And when I was playing it, you're in high school, so you only can pay half attention to it because you're doing 1,000 things.
Relay back to Sonic? That's not very hard.
I can relate back to Sonic.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to think, it was like, when we have Kalos, it's a 3D, and I like... When you're looking at it,
I was going to relay it back to the Colors era.
I was going to say, jumping from 2D to 3D, you can also see a significant change in Pokemon in terms of storytelling. Their storytelling in the 3D games got significantly lower because the effort was on the 3D modeling, versus in Sonic, when they jumped to 3D, the story got significantly better because they had more availability within a 3D space to tell a story, versus in a 2D game, they were really locked into a space. But for Pokemon in 2D, they were able to tell much better stories in that. I think having that small space allowed them to tell a better story, versus in 3D, they got lost.
That's the reason I would relate, if I had to relate Colors back to something, it would be to Sonic Colors, because Sonic Colors, remember, comes right after Sonic 06. So that was, like, their whole, like, definition point. So, like, Sonic 06 is essentially like their Unova. They're trying to reboot the franchise, they're trying to add a different tone to it, they're trying to do bigger storytelling. However, Unova was just hated because Pokemon fans were spoiled. But they didn't like a change. They didn't like the new art style and stuff like that, so they complained. Now Gen 5 is considered one of the best Pokemon generations in general.
I loved Unova when it came out.
I loved Unova when it came out because that's the first one we played.
Well, no, I actually played Platinum first, but I loved being Hilda. I loved being...
That's the first one we played legitimately,
cool.
Let me put it that way.
It
was the first one we didn't play on an emulator.
Well, I love that she... Well, it's because I felt like her, because I had brown hair. I had long brown hair. And I was around that age. So it was like the first time that I felt like the character, So it was like that helped me.
Mercy admits, we'll forgive you. She says, like, I got stuck in that Gen 1 mindset for Unova and I've recovered. And, like, we'll forgive you for that. We never had Gen 1, so, like, that's why, like, we literally came into playing the games at, like, Diamond and Pearl.
It is interesting because
so Unova was just, like, the new thing. We were very excited about it.
It's interesting to see, like, where you started playing Pokemon, I think also gives you a big... You can tell somebody's opinion what is going to be based on what game they start on. So if you started on the earlier games, you're going to have a lot more of a traditional mindset, which is not a bad thing.
Well, you don't have to play Gen 1 necessarily be a Gen 1-er.
Yeah, people who are like, red and blue are my favorite, or, leaf green is my favorite. Well, then they're going to have a different opinion than someone who says Unova is their favorite.
Yeah, I'm going between you and Mercy's comments. But no, so what I would say is a Gen 1-er mindset is the idea that it can be not necessarily just for Gen 1. It's for any generation. It's this one saying that this was the definitive Pokemon, and it's never going to get better than this. That's dangerous in any franchise. A franchise should always be growing itself. So I think it's fine to favor, like, for instance, my favorite region, and I still think it is, to play through, is Johto. I love playing through Johto. I love the region. I love its themings. I love all the Pokemon in it. I love all the gym leaders. I don't necessarily would say nowadays that's the strongest region, but it's still, like, my favorite game. Heart Gold, Soul Silver are still my favorite games. But, like,
I never got through that game because my files was corrupted.
Because her file's corrupted.
So I personally don't
Even
have
though
that.
Ho is her favorite. She never got through that game.
Ho is my favorite legendary, but I don't have that personal, like, love towards it. Mine would be actually Hoenn was one I played.
Well, it's because I started with Crystal.
Yes, like, I played Omega Ruby, so that playthrough I had much more fondness for because I was like, oh, this is great. I love these and I love these characters. But, so it's like just the interesting of both of us played that game, but because my file was corrupted, I actually really hate that region because it was like my freaking file was corrupted. So every time I went through a door, my thing would crash. So I was like, well, then I freaking hate this game. So it's funny to see just like even the difference between I like the Pokemon and I like some of the trends, but I just innately don't like that region because my game was corrupted.
Yeah,
so
to go back to the whole thing about human experience like that, it's like that's the thing. That's the reason we like talking to each other. This is the reason we go things, because like it can be down to the same at baseline. You can say something is good or bad, but I'm like how you perceive something really has to do with what mindset you were in at the time, and that's all the thing that's most fascinating. That's why whenever I do a Nuzlocke, I always write notes on what's happening, not just to keep track of my like losses and my Pokemon and stuff like that, but also because it tells me a little bit about what mindset I was in when I was playing it. Like what story I was coming into when I was doing that.
Yeah, you should, when you're done with this, you should loop this back around to Von Karma whenever you're done with this topic, because I feel like we had interesting perspectives on that. But finish your Nuzlocke comment.
Finish my Nuzlocke comment. That was originally my Sonic comic. That was originally my Conductor comment.
Yeah, we'll finish that, and then I'll keep the Von Karma prompt whenever you're ready to something else.
Yeah. Oh man, I would love someone to tally up just how many different topics we can do in a certain amount of time, because I'm sure it must be fascinating.
Well, especially with where I work right now, I don't get to talk about this stuff because everyone I talk about wants to talk about their kids, the kids in their classroom, blah blah blah. They're all of them are over 40. Like there's not a single one under 40. Mm-hmm. So we're just talking about different things, and most of them, even if they were young, wouldn't play video games or be interested in things I'm interested in. So this is like I'm like blah 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 beep 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 beep. You know that little TikTok guy said?
Yeah. That's like, my new favorite.
This is my only space to
that's
have
my new favorite topic, because that's my new favorite TikTok, because Malin showed me like that's
I'll
us.
show the camera.
You gotta show the camera.
Yeah, now I have my own specialized TikTok camera. This camera is just for me to show TikToks off my phone.
Exactly. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah. So I did connect it back to Sonic. There you go. Gen 5 is much in Kalos are much like Sonic Colors era, where after having the major failure of 06, they went back to basics, but they honestly went too shallow in the attempt to try and bring in a bigger audience, which did work, but it didn't hold up. And much like Kalos did, and like Kalos did it a little better, because then they went to a low level, which was better. But like Sonic had.
Okay, can you see it? Can you see it? Okay. Or is
yeah,
it
you can
bright?
see it. You can see it. Hold up a little more.
I was like, that's so.
That makes you laugh every time.
That's so us right now. That's how I feel. I'm like
one person listening, the other person just yapping.
Yeah, normally I actually don't talk this much when I'm doing this stuff. Normally I'm like 100% listening, but I just feel so invigorated by this topic.
I know, it's nice when we have a good topic. Anyway, so like it's just a little TikTok man I found. I think it's funny because like that's us. That was also because like the other day when I've just been finishing, like I said, I've been playing Star Roll for the better part of several, like it's been my hyperfixation for a little bit. And it was when I first started playing it, because I first started playing it whenever it came out, like a year or so ago. Very nice. And I fixated on that, but that was like, okay, I need to take a break because otherwise I'm going to just focus on it. So I took a break. I came back, really got into it again. And the only reason that I started and stopped playing that game is because I play it not like a gacha game where it's like a mobile daily login. I play it like a regular game I bought with my money, which is a high compliment for a gacha game, mind you, for essentially what's free gambling.
I love gambling.
The fact that I'm playing this like a normal game, being like, I don't want to play it on my phone. I want to play it on my PS5 with a large screen and full audio, so I can hear the voices and watch the cutscenes, and it doesn't stutter on my old devices. Like, I thought it's a high compliment to a gacha game to be able to do that and be the fact like, oh, this isn't just something I mindlessly play at the dentist. No, I want to sit down and enjoy and immerse myself in this world. So, like, a couple of weeks ago, I got back into, like, the game again because there were new characters coming up and I really wanted them. So I'm like, I have to start grinding resources again. More importantly, the reason I was actually playing my PS5 so much was I had to start logging in more regularly for Genshin Impact, because the one character that I love in Genshin Impact, who I have much merch of, even though I've never played the game, is coming into focus soon, so I have to have enough resources to pull for him. That will be something we do on stream. That'll be me that'll be me attempting to Genshin Impact again, and trying to swallow just how much I am annoyed with the game's shortcomings in the first region, long enough to get out of the first region and get into the second region. And also, it's going to be so I can be, hey, watch me gamble for 20 minutes and see if I can get this character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But they have enough left over. Maybe I'll try and pull a Nucleate too. Get him in +1.
I love Nucleate.
You can pull Newflet if I have enough resources, but I'm assuming Zhongli's going to take a while to get, so. I'm either going to get lucky, or I most likely am not. Newflet was like, when I got him the first time, was like, I used up all my resources, then had to pay another $40 for more. Because when you get to the pity bonuses, after 90, you automatically get 5-star, but if you don't have enough to get to that 90, then you're like, well, I'm not going to just leave that thing. That's how they get you. That's how it's gambling. You're like, well, I've already come this far. I might as well spend more in order to get to that prize at the end of the tunnel, you know? That's also how they get you with carnival games. You're like, well, when does, does the cost outweigh the reward, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We'll separate stream for Mallory showing TikToks. We could do that. Mallory, I'm sure, has many TikToks that she could show over a course of like an hour or so.
Yeah, I'll do that during lunch break.
Yeah,
I have a bunch
making
of Pikachus I want to get through, so I have one.
while I'm making food, Mal will go and show you the TikToks.
So I'm trying to get through. I have a round of like 10 paintings I want to do first. Just because this is like my only day to like sit and paint.
Yeah, by all means.
So I have these. I'm going through the easy ones first, and a couple of these are going to take me like probably at least an hour each. Versus these are not going to take that long. I don't think.
Anyway, to get back around to it, so that's the reason I started playing Star Rail again, just because I had to log in for Genshin anyway. Because I do the monthly pass. That's the best way to get resources. Just log in once a day. You get 90 a day. You get 300 to start by buying the pass. That over the course of 30 days gets you a good amount of resources. Definitely the best bang for your buck. But you had to log in every day. So I just had to log in every day. Not to mention they were doing a thing where you log back in after you've not played the game for 2 weeks or something like that. They gave you a huge bonus. So I started logging in for that reason. And then well, as long as I'm logging in to get resources in Genshin, I'll go back and do it in the Star Rail. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go and complete some of these quests. And again, the reason I had so much stacked up was not because I didn't want to play the game. It's because I wanted to sit down and enjoy it. And there's so many RPGs that I have on a shelf that are literally we right now have still in the packaging Metaphor Refantasio in its limited edition. I should go and take pictures of my limited edition, put them in our Twitch chat, and be like, here's all the things that I spend my money on. But I also don't drink or have a car, so or kids, so
Or house.
Well, we're going to get an apartment at some point, but honestly,
I'm trying to move abroad first before we settle down here. We are going to settle down in this area, but
see, one more person I watch, I love her, and she has to stop Genshin because she spent $300 in one day. That's the thing. Gacha games are gambling.
I love gambling.
Mallie does love gambling.
Mine is gacha machines, like the actual kachunk machines in Japan. I probably easily spent $200 on minimum.
But when they're tiny little Pokemon shaped like desserts, how could you not?
I just love the feel. Hey, that's so satisfying. They have one in Crabtree Mall. They have a gacha machine there, and it was $14, and I was like, here you go. I don't even really want it. I just want to use the machine. Here's my $14. And you know what? I got a little toy, and it was super cute. It's a little clear guy who's got it's raining. It's got the Animal Crossing daisy leaf.
It's the little guy with the little hat.
Yes. So it's in the rain, but it's got the daisy flower umbrella.
That guy was cute.
Animal Crossing. So in the end, it was a good price.
I mean, when you think about it, the blind boxes we get for $20 a pop is
Gambling, baby.
Pretty much the same thing.
Gambling.
Although if I want everything in a set, I'll do what I did when I went to Animes the other day and be like, do you have the full set? I just want all the pieces. I'll pay you the money for that. And they're like, cool, here, take 10% off. I'm like, cool.
Thank you.
This is me not wanting extras, so I'm just going to buy the whole thing. Why not?
Yeah.
Anyway, but gacha games are definitely gambling.
Once a month, if that, if not once every couple months, just because it is expensive.
Man, I also thought about writing an article about gacha games and how, just doing a little research into them, because they're fascinating in their own right. Because, again, they're gambling, but it's a matter of what carrot do they have on the end of the stick for you. Because for a lot of gacha games, especially the Japanese variety, it's the big booby ladies.
Shout out to the big boobs. And as someone with big boobs, I'm just not interested in that,
I think it's fine as long as it makes sense for their anatomy, but half the time it doesn't.
I don't mind big boobs as long as they're on the domitresque where the rest of the body can support the big boobs.
Or you have someone like Camilla who, they clearly...
Camilla also love her.
Yeah, well, they clearly make it where that's a sensual thing of her character. I don't like it on a character where it doesn't make sense.
Camilla, when I was in Japan, they have a very nice 18-inch figurine of her that I would love to get, but I knew I couldn't fit the box in my suitcase, so I didn't get it. I was very sad. I've not been able to find it in America, but they do have it at Lost Ark, but it's in the display case. It's not for sale. I was like,
well, probably because they got it from Japan and brought it back with them.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing. But, it's where it makes sense for the character is fine. I only think is when it's there needlessly so. Biggest pet peeve for both of us is, swordswomen.
You should not have any boobs if you're really muscular.
Now, if you're an archer, you can have big boobs.
That's
because
different.
you don't have to run.
That's why I said swordswomen's. Swords, sword masters.
Well, that's why I want to make it clear. It's not every lightweight class. It's just generally things that have to have high mobility. Like, even cavaliers, I would say, probably don't. Because they're not as mobile, but it's something where, if you're a girl and you got boobs, is jumping without a bra or with a sports bra on easier, It's like, a lot of it is basic physics and momentum. If you're a fat guy, is it easier to jump with a bra or without a bra? You got boobs, you got big man boobs, big saggy man boobs. Hey man, it might be easier if you're holding those puppies down to jump. It's just like that just aggravates me on like a physics level.
Yeah.
If they're doing something like Camilla, like she's an axe user and who is
she's
a mounted
also on a
unit.
dragon.
Yeah, she's a mounted unit who wields an axe. She doesn't need to run, so she can have her boobs hanging out all day long. That makes sense. But Lynn is a swordsmaster who's an infantry unit. That bothers me.
Even then, I still think that,
if you're a sword user on a horse, okay, boobies out.
Yeah.
Good for you. If you're pretty much any type of infantry unit where you're running, I feel like either have small boobies or have them taped down. Because you are just going to be like, your momentum's going to be thrown off, your gait. As someone who used to run with a large chest piece, it just bothers me. I'm like, come on, guys.
A large chest piece?
Yeah, I was like, can we pretend that there's at least one woman in this office? I know most of the developers have never seen, a woman in the light of day before, but can you at least pretend?
Please pretend you've seen a woman before.
Please pretend you've seen a girl.
And that's the thing. It's like and also I'm okay with it if it is my slowpoke. I also think it's okay if it makes sense for the character. Like, again, the other reason I bring up Camilla from Fire Emblem is because she's a very, again, sensual character. So, has this very strong motherly vibe. She has this kind of seductive vibe to her. It's fine, in that case, to have, the kind of revealing armor. And even then, though, I think that she's actually pretty covered up for the most part.
Yeah, her whole torso,
because the thing is that
she's
not sexual. That's why I'm saying sensual. She's not sexual. She's not going and trying to flirt with everyone. She's more she's proud of her body, so she's gonna wear something that looks nice on her, and she really likes looking nice. Mm-hmm. But it's never the fact that she's going flirting with everyone. She's got more mom vibes, but which because of her trauma. Anyway, but talk for another day. But characters that are again, when we're talking about Lynn and Fire Emblem, who's again this very the very blunt nomadic woman. Why would she wear a revealing outfit?
Well, what bothers me more is when she first was created, she had a very reasonable, slim torso, light build, because she was, you said, a nomadic woman from the plains. So she was either on a horseback, riding bareback, because she's a tribal woman. So it's they, live in the nomadic people. So it's she had a very realistic nomadic build. And then as the games went on, and now the current iteration, it's how does she go from a very reasonable, B cup to now she's a triple G cup? I was girl, that just doesn't. That's what if they started her out big boobazongas. Okay, that's different. It's as time has gone on and she's gotten more popular, she's gotten augmentations.
The only one that's worse than that, you know which one that is?
Rinka.
Yep. Rinka and Fire Emblem. Maybe you'll look up for a picture for her later, but Rinka and Fire Emblem Fates is essentially an Oni chieftain sort of vibes. And in the actual game, she has a very flat chest because she's all muscle. You can see her arms. She's just thick with muscle.
Roided out, dude.
She is again, very, very, very muscular, and just
bodybuilders.
Yeah. So, the fact that then when they bring her to Fire Emblem Heroes, a gacha game, mind you.
Because, she also doesn't wear a shirt.
She has just bandage wraps.
She's just got, it's very functional. She only wears, the fur wrap on the pants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
and then she's got the wrap. So it's she's a very functional fighting class. She uses a club. She's not even an axe wielder. I was she's just a fighting class.
Stick.
Someone who's very functionally, is only dressing the bare minimum, so it doesn't get in the way of what she needs to do, which is fight.
And she
versus when they bring in Fire Emblem Heroes, she's got gigantic boobs popping out. I was what's the point of the wrap then? Because the wrap was to keep everything compressed. It's like a decorative ribbon. What I was girl, that doesn't make sense based on her personality, which is very rough and tumble.
She's a woman that is ready to beat up anyone in her path.
I might have even gotten her married to the main like king character.
Yeah.
Because like she's a very strong woman. I think she'd be able to take, control of this kingdom well. I think I might have even
Like-
gotten her
like
married
Ryoma?
to Ryoma. I think
Yeah,
so.
I think I got her married to Ryoma too, because I do think like they
it's
work.
something where it's like she is a very like she's good because she's strong, she's independent, she knows how to take charge. She would like be good for leading a kingdom because she understands how to
I think
fight
that
but
worked
also
well
how to
with him.
lead.
Yeah.
So I was
I
like,
think that worked well with him.
I liked her. That's why only because I liked her in the base game. That's why it made me so mad in the gacha game. I was like, well. If I didn't like her in the main game, I wouldn't care. But I was like, I actually like this character because I thought they wrote her well as like a warrior, where she had to go through some character growth because at the time she only cared about being a warrior. She didn't care about what people thought of her. So it's like interesting to see how you can deal with.
So she's not good in the diplomacy area.
Yeah, it's like how you can deal with relations while also being a warrior. Like you don't have to give up your agency.
You don't have to
But
stop
you
being
also
like
need to know how to be, diplomatic.
tolerant of other mindsets and realize that this isn't wrong versus right. This is my way of seeing the world and your way of seeing the world, and they can coexist.
Exactly.
Fire Emblem does do that sort of trope generally pretty well. It just depends on how much of a focus it is in the storyline. Like Path of Radiance, obviously, the big racist prejudicial thing that they have and that going on, they do that a lot. But like Fates, it was kind of poked at sometimes. But they're more worried about the fight between the two kingdoms, not between the nomadic tribes and the city tribes, so
they
to
have
speak.
a lot of nomadic tribes in that one. They have 3 or 4.
That's the thing, is like, the bigger fight is between like Nor and Hoshido, so it's kind of like you're not thinking as much
Which is
about.
essentially the standards for Europe versus Japan. Is really what it is. It's Western versus Eastern
You got-
philosophy.
I thought it was a very
It's supposed to
fascinating
be
thing.
like Nor is supposed to be France, and then Hoshido is supposed to be Japan.
France?
They're supposed to be French.
I don't know why I was thinking German.
Yeah, no, it's French because they always have Leo speaking French. So I'm like, oh, they're supposed to be French. Is what it's supposed to be. I'm like, interesting. But it's in general, it's just overall, because you can also be like Finnish. It's overall European. It's like that's what it's supposed to be, like the armor base, the ethnicity of the characters, and then Hoshido is very obviously and clearly defined Japanese.
Yeah. But like it was frustrating, and that's the thing with gacha games, is that like, to bring it back to what we were originally talking about with gacha games, is that like they're gambling. How do they entice you? Sex sells, so it means that you put like giant boobs on every one of the ladies, regardless of whether it makes sense. This is not a problem with your game that makes original things, which is why we're not talking about in this particular conversation Genshin Impact, Star Rail, any of the Hoyoverse apps, because those are different. We're talking about right now gacha games that are pulling from another property, and in that adaptation, not being quite faithful. That's the thing that like kind of turned us off from playing Fire Emblem Heroes, both of us. I lasted a lot longer than Mallory did, but I eventually did get a point where, like, again, this is something I would love to discuss in an article, but gacha games is like, the problem with gacha games is how they entice you to keep gambling. Can be, it's usually because you're usually trying to get new units, so to speak. We'll just say that as the general term, regardless of what it is, because you have everything from, what is the gameplay loop? We got rhythm games, we have like Sims games, we have just collector games, puzzle games, shooter games, tactical games of every variety. Like, I think about like Azure Lane is one like that I think is like a shooter game where essentially it's booby girls that are ships.
That's stupid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it isn't. I just like the one music video they did with Lindsay Sterling.
Yeah.
Apparently they had an anime.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you were right about, but they had like 8 episodes of an anime, so, gacha games got money. But, they have that. They have, like, AFK Arena was one that I played for just a little bit because it had Persona in it. And then there was, what else was there? There was, we have Pokemon Masters we were playing right now, Masters EX, Pokemon Cafe, anything that has that sort of, we consider gachas anything that has that, like, pooling element, building up resources. They want you to buy money so you can pool more times. A good gacha game is one that has a very strong free-to-play model, meaning that, like, the way you really keep people to stay is you have to appeal to the people who don't want to pay any money.
Which I think Pokemon Masters EX has been doing a really good job of that. As like, they have a lot of
They
events.
used to be horrible about it.
I know, it was not funny, but now they've gotten a lot better about, like, you can get your resources. You do have to, they give you some free stuff, but you do have to work if you want enough to draw for the characters. Like, you do have to do some battles. You do need to log in every day. But they will give you enough to draw. It's not like on Genshin Impact, Eevee's like, oh, well, I can log in for 800 days and I can maybe draw on a 4-star character. It's like they give you like 100 something resources. Like, oh,
don't even get me started about how much that annoys me. So to back to what we were saying, so Fire Emblem, interestingly enough, did well enough in its first year. It was its second year that it really got going, because then they started giving out their resource. Everyone has a different resource. Mm-hmm. So, like, their resource is orbs. You need, like, 5 orbs to pull once, 25 to pull 5 times, sort of vibes. And so, like, once you start getting out a lot of resources, then people are more encouraged to keep playing, because then they want to keep pulling. And you never know what, and again, with a thing like Fire Emblem, they're enticing Fire Emblem fans, which Fire Emblem is, again, gosh, I could have a whole thing about Fire Emblem and my relationship with that series. I would love to at some point. There are, like, I have, like, 16 different, like, YouTube video titles where, in my mind, where I'm just like, my relationship with Fire Emblem, my relationship with Pokemon, my relationship with the Sonic series. I don't know who will watch them, but I think about them a lot.
Well, you finish your topic, then I'll come back, because I have another thing to say about Fire Emblem.
But, so, Fire Emblem is... It was pulling in, being like, hey, you want to see, like, these old characters from the older games? For me, it was, like, Sacred Stones, which is a Game Boy game. That's when the artwork only was, like, up to, like, mid, like, boob level for, like, the artwork, so you didn't see full, like, artwork for the characters yet. There was, like, no voice acting, the sprites are tiny and pixelated, but it was still really good pixelated. It's a Game Boy game. So seeing them in fully done artwork, it was my biggest draw originally to Fire Emblem Heroes, is seeing that these characters reimagined in a new, updated art style was really cool, and then getting to play with them as characters. And then, in the beginning at least, for the first 3 books, Fire Emblem Heroes had a pretty good storyline. It wasn't anything amazing. It's a gacha game, which usually means that the bar is on the ground for storyline. But, well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing. They had, like, a death area where they went to, like, all these zombies and stuff. I like that personally because I like ghosts, so I thought that was cool.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that the bar is on the ground, so really anything above it is
their
good.
Book 3 was all about them going to the undead world, where they had, like, dead characters. They made, like, new versions of characters that were, like, them if they were dead and, like, reanimated. So, obviously, I love that place. I was like, oh, that's super cool.
Yeah, I love some good thematic styling. But essentially, the thing that keeps you going with the gacha game is that you're always waiting to be like, hey, my favorite character from Fire Emblem might originally come in. Like, I remember when I first started the game, my biggest hopes there was, obviously I was looking for any characters, but my biggest hopes were like, I wanted Seth in the game, I wanted Joshua in the game, and I wanted Soren in the game. Which are, the first 2 are from Sacred Stones, my 2 favorite characters.
Seth still does not have good ult to this day.
They did him so dirty. And then, like, the other one's is from Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, and my favorite character in this Fire Emblem series in general. So I was waiting for, like, those ones to come in, so I kept playing so that I could see them, and I wanted to see their new artwork. So, like, I remember the first time that, like, Joshua came as, like, an event hero, and I was losing my mind. I have showed Malian's favorite from, like, Sacred Stones is Noel, who's a dark mage, and seeing him for the first time...
Actually, it's funny, because now my new favorite character is actually Lion. Noel's no longer my favorite character, because Lion has a lot of really cool ult. It's, like, something cool where it's, like, in that game, they took my favorite character originally, and they gave me a new favorite character, because they made his art so good in the in his remade art, they made him so good that I was like, oh, well, I love, like, Fallen Lion is my favorite one, because I like the Fallen art. I think it was cool. He's got, like, this purple, he's, like, possessed still. I think that's really cool. The art for Noel is just okay. It's not my favorite art ever.
It also took him a long time to get in the game.
His Cypher card, I love way more. His art in the game, it's just like Lion's original art is also not my favorite, but I like his possessed art. He looks cool in that one.
And, like, the biggest thing was that, like, you're waiting for, like, certain characters to come in, and you also had to hope that they were good. Like, for instance, I brought up Seth, who's the paladin in, essentially your main, like, retainer knight guy, and, Sacred Stone's famously, very powerful. Definitely one of the strongest of his... Fire Emblem uses archetypes for its characters. So, famously the strongest of the paladin characters. You can, like, there's, like, literally challenge modes where you can try and beat the game with just him. And they're fun. He's very strong. I find him, he's a very... Sacred Stones is a good one for me to start with. Is why I always recommend people, if you're going to start with a game, start with Awakening or Sacred Stones. Because Sacred Stones is the best, in my opinion, of the starter games for a newcomer. It gives you a very strong, quick, easy, very tight, digestible story. It gives you a guide on how, like, Fire Emblem games work in general. It's very good at explaining the mechanics. That's why most people like Blazing Blade, Blazing Sword, whatever you want to call it, is the first Fire Emblem that was released in the West, but I would not recommend it to a newcomer because it's very confusing. It's honestly a bit too long.
The prequel was released first, and then they made the sequel, because the prequel was just, like, the game, and then they made...
No, the first one's the original, and the second one's the prequel. Roy comes first.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the prequel, technically, because it's the kids.
Yes.
And then the next game they made was technically the sequel chronologically, because...
It's a prequel sequel.
Yeah, I was like, technically it comes next in the game. However, it's showing their parents' story, so it's FNAF 2. It's the game in time is before the first game. However, release date in real life, it was released afterwards.
Yeah.
So it's essentially Sword 1 in Sword 2. However, Sword 2 is the parent of Sword 1.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's a prequel sequel. It's very confusing.
Yeah, yes. Fire Emblem also just, the way it got into the West was literally kicking and screaming because, like, they were so insistent that us dumb Americans were not going to be able to handle their Japanese strategy.
And they brought it over, and then it exploded, and it was huge, and everyone loved it, so...
Well, the funny thing is that it wouldn't have gone there without Melee. People came to love Marth and Roy in Super Smash Bros. Melee, and that's why they were interested in playing the game. But the whole reason Lyn exists as a character is because they thought us Americans were going to be us Westerners were going to be too stupid to handle their tactical RPGs, so they made Lyn's story at the beginning of the game as an easy mode, which is why it's so jarringly weird when you finish her mode and then you start with the game is actually supposed to start with Elliewood. And I'm just like, that's the problem with Blazing Sword, is that it's disjointed, it's a little confusing, because they had to essentially kind of butcher it in some ways to get it to the West, and its characters don't hit it for me because they give them to you for 10 levels and then they yank them away and give you a new set of characters, and then you get those characters later. Which is weird because it has this weird false start. So, a lot of people started it, a lot of people swear with it like they do swear by, like, the Red and Blue, but we all know Pokemon Red and Blue were not the best games, even if you swear by them. They were not good. You can be glad that they were, like, the first ones, and they did a lot of things, but they are not good games by, like, on their own merits. There's more that they were first. Blazing Sword falls into that category for me. Which is why I hate when everyone's like, I feel bad, honestly, for people who go and try and play Fire Emblem and they start with Blazing Sword. Like, I've seen a lot of online YouTubers, reviewers, who start with Blazing Sword and then don't do any other Fire Emblem games. Like, that's not the great place to start. You really should start with Sacred Stones and then go backwards. Because Sacred Stones is a much shorter game. Not by much, mind you. We're comparing, like, 30 to 40 hours. You know, like, this game's 30 hours instead of 40 hours. Like, well, she still got a 30-hour game. So it's not like it's short. But it's, the story's, like, it's not doing any necessarily huge heavy lifting. It's a very romanticized, easy fantasy, kingdom romp. But it doesn't have any real holes in it. Every chapter matters. There's not really any filler. Every character is unique. Whether they're deep is another matter, but every character is unique. The scaling is very good. The growths are really great. So you honestly have to be pretty bad at the game in order to not be able to beat it on easy difficulty.
But it's also got a pretty good story in regards to it.
It does have a good story.
It does have some pretty, heavy-hitting moments, which is nice.
Well,
It explores,
that's what I mean by it has like
family and that
it has a tight story. Is that it's like it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not putting filler. That's the thing that bothered me about Blazing Sword.
When you're looking at stuff like the original Fire Emblem with like Marth and stuff, that's a much more typical fantasy story of king fights dragon, win. It's like you don't go versus Sacred Stones goes a little bit more into what does family look like, what does loss look like, how do you deal with, maybe you lost a parent but your friend didn't, or your friend lost a parent and you didn't, how do you deal with coming to terms with that, like how do you support them?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting in that regard because you have a lot more... It's a lot more character interactions than I think you get in the earlier games. That's why I agree with you. Sacred Stones is good because it has that, but the other games have some of that, but there's too much extra. There's so much going on. You've got 1,000 characters versus this one. It's like you mentioned, you've got a much smaller cast. You've got a much shorter story, and I think that means a much tighter product overall.
And that's the thing I have to say at the end of the day. What I love Fire Emblem chats. We will happily talk. You know me. I could talk about Fire Emblem for hours. But, no, the reason I like Sacred Stones, it still is probably one of my favorite, if not, definitely top 3 favorite Fire Emblem games, is because it is a complete, tight package. The problem with JRPGs that they run into a lot is that they have massive scripts, massive casts, massive... Inevitably, something has to get left behind.
And I feel like a big example of that in Fire Emblem
might get lost.
Is Three Houses, or that's my favorite Fire Emblem game. However, I can see there's a ton of flaws in it because it is, like you said, it's so massive. Each house has 30 characters, and then there's 3 different houses, and then there's extra characters on top of that. So you're looking at a cast of nearly 100 characters, and you're like, okay, there's so much story here, which is great. It is, you know, a 100+ hour game. And you're looking at, like, that's amazing, but you have to be really devoted for those 100 hours, otherwise you're going to lose so much.
Especially if you want the full story, you have to play the game 3
Like,
times, and
girl,
there's no way to fast-track that first half of the
I don't even
game.
think I have half the story, and I played it for 150 hours. And so that's just saying, like, I did everything, I was very, you know, and I just, you simply cannot get the full story because it's a 3-portion game. It's so massive. But if you were to remove any of the pieces, the story isn't tight enough. You know, it needs those 3 things, which is when you're like, it's a little bit too expansive, so it's hard for a lot of people to get into because there's so much. Versus when you have something a little bit, and I think that's the fault of a lot of games, is like trying to do too much. Like we can look at FNAF, for example. I just see my guys back there. Security Breach was too much. The game was too big. The scope was too grand.
Mercy's like you. She said, "Oh my gosh, I stopped on my second playthrough because I couldn't decide how I wanted to play it. Having to pair off the Golden Deers."
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just so, there's so many options.
Madeline made
so many
spreadsheets when she was trying to pair off
You should
characters.
have seen. Luckily, in Golden Gears, I didn't because they did the, you know, the post game pairing. Luckily, but with Awakening, the only reason I have so many hours in that game is because I did every single support of every single character, like 5 levels before the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got every single child and did every single.
She
support
never
with
did
every
again
single
because I
child.
warned her not to do that, and she did do it anyway.
So I have like over 100 hours in Awakening, which realistically is like a 40-hour game. It's not that long. It's a very like, it's baby's first Fire Emblem in regards to the combat is very. It explains itself well. Once you really get used to it, it's pretty broken. You can like kind of because they don't have a level cap.
Yeah.
You can really break the game if you are an experienced Fire Emblem player and you know how to do like pair up.
That's why I say Sacred Stones and Awakening are good first entries.
Yeah, that's what I said. Baby's first Fire Emblem. And the characters are great, and I got every single support because I didn't know who to marry with who, and I knew the kids were important in this game, so I wanted to make sure their hair color was cool and it made sense that their parents were together. So I made like extensive lists. Like I played that game for so long.
Pages,
it took me like
a full journal.
It took me months to complete that game just because I got to 5 levels. I burned through. I was like 5 levels before the end. I had to get everyone married.
Well, that was the problem is then because then I was telling her like, what do you think of the ending? Like she was so burnt on the game by that point. I don't think the ending had any impact on you because you were so burnt out at the end.
I played Birthright first, and I got everyone married, and then when I went back after playing Awakening, I was like, none of these make sense, like character-wise. I'm a big character guy. I don't care about stat blocks. So it's like some of them make sense stat block wise, but like character wise, I was like, this is a stupid choice.
I told you, first Fire Emblem is the one where you make all the mistakes.
Yeah, so I was like, I had to go back and do it, and that's why I realistically like games. It's like it's a plus and a minus because you have games like Teleus, which is Radiant Dawn, and Path of Radiance, where, and kind of like Three Houses, where in Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, they choose your ending. Mm-hmm. So you don't get to choose, they choose your ending, which can be good and can be bad.
I mean, they're just like regular JRPGs in that regards. They have a story to tell, and you can't change that story because, like, saying, I can't change the ending of a book. The book was always predestined to be this way.
Yeah, versus places like Three Houses, you can impact, they're going to have an ending that you can't choose, but you can impact it based on supports.
Yeah.
But, you know, like Sylvain in Felix's ending, it's like, you can get them, you know, as close as possible, but you can't choose how their story
Mercy says,
ends.
first time I played Awakening, I didn't realize I could recruit guys and killed him, and I married him next time.
LOL. That's so Eevee in me in Awakening, or in Fire Emblem Birthright, because I married Kaze my first time, and Eevee didn't know if you didn't have an A support by a certain time, he just dies.
I do bring this up every time. Mercy did warn me about that. The problem was that she warned me before I started playing the game, so I didn't know who she was talking about.
So I married Kaze because I love him, and Eevee was
we were sitting there doing cosplay, and
like,
she told me that, and I didn't know who she was talking about because I hadn't started the game yet.
It's so funny because she was like, I love Saizo and Kaze. I love using the ninjas. They're always on my team every time. I've played through Revelations, I think 2 times, and I played through Birthright once. And I was like,
he's the ninja guy, the green hair.
I love the ninja twin brothers with the red hair and the green hair. He's like the soft-spoken one. He's essentially like your A. Like you have your maid and then you have your ninja. So he's like, you have, you know, either Felicia or Jacob.
We can all agree Jacob's 10 times better than Felicia.
Yeah, I freaking love Jacob.
If you had gotten...
him, so I didn't marry him.
If you had Jacob versus Flora, maybe it would have been fine. But like the fact is they're so different. Why didn't you just give us both?
Well, Felicia's class as a maid, she's just not as strong as a butler. A butler's a stronger class.
She's not useful in the early game because she can't hit anything.
She's a healer. Who
Once
does,
you
like,
get her a
one
magic
damage.
weapon, she's fine, but that's not good in the early game. In the early game, when it's just you and your servant, you really need them to help hold you up.
And I've played as both male and female Corrin, so I can say Jacob just as a unit is much more helpful. He's got much higher stats. He's got a better healing, like he's got better magic for healing.
He can also take hits better, but the class can take it better than the maid class.
Yeah, it's like just his class in general.
The enemy
is
maids are
stronger.
the worst.
But yeah, I marry Kaza. I freaking love them. And Evie's like, I actually hate both ninjas, and I
Mercy's saying like, I locked all this knowledge away and now it's flooding back. I'm like,
perfect.
welcome to our TED Talk.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome to our game rod.
One of my D&D characters I'm trying to make is a butler kind of character, because I read the first volume of Black Butler because I was curious about it, and I've seen it before. I love the gothic aesthetic, so I read the first one. I'm like, actually, I like that, so I decided to make a D&D character off of it because I'm trying to come between like 4 different ideas for Eric's like thing that we're gonna be doing after our arc actually finishes. But so I'm trying to do a butler character essentially. It's a long story, sort of it like a demon butler sort of thing. But it makes me think back on like I remember looking at a lot of artwork of Jacob and being like trying to capture that vibe.
I just love his artwork, dude.
I love his artwork. I'm like,
I will say
that
Noor as a character design, like from a character design standpoint, I just love it. I love the theming.
And you know why I like Jacob so much is because after
Is
like
that a ponytail.
Okay. Excluding appearances and the fact that that's doing everything for me in that character, do you know why character-wise I realize I like him so much?
No. Why?
Because he's literally the, like, more refined version of Soren.
That's actually really funny.
It's literally the same exact story beat. And it's funny because it comes after Path of Radiance, but we're like, okay, so we have someone who was in a horrible situation, like where they're meant to die. They were saved by someone's act of kindness, and then they try and serve them for the rest of their lives. And they literally are rude to everyone else, could not care less about anyone else's opinion, but they excel at literally everything they put their mind to, but they're only going to use that ability for the one person that saved them.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally the same thing. Jacob for Corrin is literally the same thing as with Soren and Egg.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, I was so funny doing that afterwards. I'm like, this is the reason why I like this character, because he talks a lot like him too. The difference is that Jacob tries to have manners. Soren's just straight up blunt all the time. Jacob's just the kind of person to be like, you know, like, I'm going to smile at you and then I'll drive a knife into your back, literally. So that's the difference, is that he is, because he's a butler, he is trying to be, you know, polite and stuff like that. But if he's talking to anyone that isn't Corrin, he's just like, I'm not interested in you. I'm only minorly interested into how you might affect my liege, but, like, I'm not interested in you. You could drop dead for all I care. I'm just like, nice. But I do like the fact that he does have different levels of, like, complexity about that, is that, like, it's, you know, you have to get past the, like, the harsher out exterior, but I'm like, it's that, like, he's not a bad person. It's just more like the fact that, again, he was dropped, he's part of a noble family. He should have, like, had not wanted for anything in life, but the fact is his parents were just like, yeah, you suck, and they just drop him at Nor Castle with the idea of him dying. Like, they didn't do that to get rid of him. They were hoping that they were going to kill him. They were hoping that putting him in the service of the king and the royal family was going to kill him. Like, that's great. And then he's so bad at being a servant, he's so bad at, like, chores and stuff like that, he gets shipped off to the Northern Fortress, which is, like, the furthest place you can get in terms of, like, still serving the royal family. And even then, he's still sucked at it. So, you know, Gunter is going to kick him out on the streets. He's like, and then he's essentially out there for the dogs to eat him. But then Corrin is the one who goes and it's like, no, wait, he was bringing tea to my room. Don't take him out. And Gunter can't say no to the princess. I think that my headcanon is that female Corrin is from Nor, male Corrin is from Birthright. So, like, she goes like, no, wait, he was bringing me tea, and so he can't go and disobey a direct order from the princess, so Jacob gets to survive, and because of that, he really puts in the effort after there, becomes, like, the best butler they've ever seen, and excels in everything, because he's like, she saved his life. And they were both, like, kids at the time, too. It's like, you know, that's how, also how she, like, has her connection with Silas, too, is, like, you know, they were kids at the time. But, like, and so he goes and, like, serves her, like, completely because of that, and I love those sort of stories, but I'm a sucker for them. But I like the fact that, like, that's the whole like vibe with him. So, you know, that's the reason he tries to do everything to the nines for her, but like could not care about the rest of the world because the rest of the world certainly didn't care about him at the time. So he's like, everyone out here, and that's also this kind of vibe of Noor, especially in terms of like the being in the royal family, is like everyone's out there for themselves a lot of the time. They're all struggling their best to get by. So like, Gundren was like straight up abusive towards him, but he's also kind of like he resented being there too. Everyone who served Corrin wasn't aware of it. Granted, they were a child, but everyone who was forced to go there was like not. It was a punishment to serve that fortress. Wasn't he a jerk to everyone but Corrin? Yeah, Silas, my support. Which are our headbands. Best viewer, yeah. Yeah, I did marry Silas as well, but I ultimately I more regularly marry Jacob because I just like that there's a very nice bond there. Silas I married in my Birthright playthrough because I just didn't really care for any of the other characters, so I was like, whoever I wanted to like marry in that game.
I will say the cast is weak. As someone who likes a lot of.
I also got Kaze killed, so that was my other option, and he died.
Takumi is like my favorite character from Fates, and I can even say the Birthright cast is weak. Outside of the siblings, it's a very weak cast.
The siblings and like the ninjas, in just the male ones.
Yeah, Kaguro doesn't really. I wish she did more. She's just really girl Saizo, but with like none of the issues.
Bold. She said she married Azuma one time.
That's okay.
It's because she said because Matt Mercer
I know, but Matt Mercer also voices Ryoma.
Yeah, marry Ryoma instead.
So just marry Ryoma.
I think that's a way better option. I wouldn't marry my sibling, but I was like...
You can marry him because you're technically not blood related to
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. I will get into such a rant about that. We're not going to discuss that here.
I married Leo.
There's another time...
Because I didn't feel right marrying Takumi or Ryoma because I would marry Takumi, but then I was like, in my opinion, I'm blood related to them. So I married Leo because I was like, this is kind of like Clueless.
Yeah, that's the one thing is that Revelation in a lot of ways adds things to the game, but also there's certain things that add stupid.
The thing is, I didn't want to marry them, but I didn't want to marry them off to other people. Because I think Takumi and Leo should be lovers.
Oh, I definitely ship Hinoka and Camilla.
In my opinion. And I also think Hinoka and Camilla should be lovers. I think Elise and Sakura are children, and they should have no lovers because they're kids. And I think Ryoma and Xander can go marry their queens.
Okay, switching topic because I can finally get into the chat. Why don't you play Alistair for Eric's campaign? I've considered it. The problem, again, like I've discussed a little bit before, is that it's not a matter of it's more a matter of I have too many options.
Yeah, she's like, I have this and I have this and blah, blah, blah.
I've been telling Mallory about them, and every time I've been she's like, that sounds really cool. I'm like, that's the problem. They all sound really cool.
She had, like, Lady Domitress, and then she had this, like, cool construction idea. A construct idea, and then, Alistair is obviously on the table, or it's like,
I do like playing Alistair.
Really cool ideas, and I agree. I think it's the thing of, like, you're asking the Gothic master herself for a Gothic character. It's like asking me, like, hey, can you make one Neopets character?
That's gonna be you when
I have like 15.
That's gonna be you when we get the Neopets RPG. You're gonna be like one character mind, only one.
One of your Neopets to play as, and I was like, I literally have 5 accounts with 16 pets each, buddy. It's the same idea.
Funny thing, I'll have to tell you, I almost feel bad for Eric in a way. I have been literally making a full guide document with backstories and notes and art references for my characters because I'm like, I am going to organize this information. But yeah, drawing them from the hat would just make me anxious. Because then
that's the difference is that for me it'll be the easiest, and that's why we're so opposite in that.
Well, regard. here's the reason I stop. It's actually not because of the characters, because I am excited to play any of them, and I'll go through them in a minute here, just briefly, because maybe it'll help me decide things. I would love to get some chat feedback on this. The thing about it is a matter of what character is going to work best, because I would love to just go in and be like, I love this character, I'm going to use this character, but then I also have to consider, that's why I was talking to Eric about the other day, is I have to consider the players, what are the players playing, not necessarily class, because class does matter, but what vibe of character are they playing, what is the story we're going to be going through, and, what sort of vibe is needed here. Because, again, my only thing, it's horrible, but, the thing that, I enjoyed doing the little one-shots we did where I played Lavenza. I enjoyed playing her a lot. I like playing monks. I think they're really cool because they're, ninjas. But, I like playing Lavenza. She was fun to play. That was a short campaign, but it was fun to do that. I got her little, spin in there with a, being a Dampier and everything like that. And I liked playing Alistair for the casino one shot. Lots of fun with it. I like playing him. It's funny. Like I like don't know anything about flirting, but like I like playing like characters that will like I like
Riz master,
like
dude.
that will flirt with other characters in a meaningless way. Like not in a like I'm trying to get like something out of this. It's more like the fact like I like just very complimentary
Autistic
everything
Riz.
like that. Yeah, Mally says autistic Riz. I'm like that's fair. That's fair. And so like and like the only character I've played for a long period of time recently is was Jasper, my Yuntai ranger, Gloomstalker. I also really like playing rangers, honestly, because again they have that hunter vibe. They're not like mechanically a great character necessarily, and that's the problem I run into. I like creating concepts. I like making characters first and then finding a build that works with them. However, when I do that, that means I'm usually like if I'm playing with other characters who like to not necessarily power game, but who are going to make optimized characters, then it means that I'm like, I love this idea and this fantasy, but I have to consider I'm one player in a larger group. So I might like this fantasy, I might like this idea, but if I'm with a bunch of characters who don't want to sit and talk, if I'm with a bunch of characters who just want to fight, if I'm with a bunch of characters who are going to be silly, then me playing a gothic, like in the purest form of the thing, is not going to work. It's kind of like the why Madeline turned down going in this campaign, because she likes doing like the goofing, which is fine actually. I love that she does that in our campaign, but she's like, I feel like I would just not work with the tone. I'm like, that's fair. That's entirely fair.
But I think I'd play a great NPC.
You would.
Mostly
You'd be like the
because
one
I would
crazy
throw
guy we find in a
I
cage.
was like, because I would throw chaos in, and I think that's good for serious characters because it's going to test them. And be like, so, you have this unreasonable issue. How are you going to logistically work your way out of it?
Yeah, we
I
have
think
like
that's good, 'cause it's
canonically
something
Bing
you
Bong
can't-
exists in every universe.
Yeah, it's something you just can't plan for.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is interesting just to see how your characters, because you can always plan for stuff. You're like, okay, well, if a dragon, you do this, if we can find a giant, we can do this. Like, things you can plan for. So it's interesting to see when you can't plan for it, how the characters react, because I think you get a real sense for the character itself, outside of the class and outside of their character sheet. You get a good... and I think it's interesting to see also how the players will respond within their character. I just think it's kind of like almost like a social experiment. I think it's just interesting to see, because it really brings out the true... When they're faced with hardship,
And that also brings up another interesting thing that we've talked about before at length, kind of on and off here, is difference between like a one-shot character versus a character that's meant to last like, half a year maybe. Like doing a funny thing in a one thing, that's the thing that like, granted, I did make Alistair so he can be played in a large campaign, but we were thinking like, a lot of time when you make a one-shot character, you make them to be like one iteration. They're only meant to last as long. You're not questioning.
Bing Bong.
You're not questioning how they got here or what they can do. You're just here to do a thing. And let me see if we got more chat. First time in my D&D career, I'll be playing a man and I'm feeling party dad vibes. So my boy will not shout others out. Well, that's yeah, that sounds like fun. But that's the thing is that like I don't want to step on anyone's toes either. So you kind of like one thing that I've run into, not a lot, but I remember doing it is that when again. The reason I bring up my Ned campaign so much is not just because I have a lot of feelings. It's the last time I played a long-term character. Every other character I played has been like for 3 sessions. You can't really get a vibe for that. The one I played for that one was like 10 levels, so it was like a year, half a year campaign. Like you can really more get into feeling a character that way. I don't know why I'm gesturing like that. I don't know. I'm trying to be Shakespeare or something like that. But yeah, just my hands. But so I compared to like Jasper's last character I played, and I remember feeling at times I'm like I liked thematically what I was doing. I liked her journey. I liked what I was doing with her. I'm not going to say I played her perfectly or even played her very well, because I'm also still someone who struggles in social situations. So it's a very scary thing sometimes to go in and do that, which is the kind of the difference between me and Mallory. Mallory just kind of goes in with wild abandon, just like and doesn't care, and I'm like, man. Sometimes I wish I could do that. Maybe I need to get medicated, but... So, the thing is that, when I did with Jasper, is that I liked her...
I think that's also a base personality. I don't think medication would make you do that, because I think that's just a base personality thing.
Yeah, unfortunately,
it's very first child, second child, I think, really.
Yeah, first child is the one
just
you throw into...
second child, Evie!
Yeah, first child thing is you throw them out into the fire and see what happens, and then they come back burnt being like, that wasn't great, and so the second child's like, okay, you go in with like
I'm gonna eat the fire.
And the second child goes in and is like, I want to try too, and so by the time you get the fourth child, you're like, okay, we got like 15 coats on you now, so hopefully you'll be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love those first child versus second child TikToks where the first child's doing something sophisticated, the second child's like eating their foot.
Yeah, my favorite one is where the first child's playing the violin, and obviously still, and the second child is trying to get their foot into a headband that's already attached to their face, and honestly it snaps back and hits them in the face. That's so funny because that's so true.
Yeah,
it's so accurate.
And granted, I was not like a sophisticated child. I don't think so. I was weird, and I kind of like did things on my own, right? But it was definitely that sort of vibe where like,
I was like, she learned to play clarinet. I buried my Barbie in the sand and broke her arm off. You know, different kids.
Well, we also were like definitely kind of like that way with each other. Like we would do stuff like together where I'd be like, I bet you can't fit this whole thing of gum in your mouth, and she's like, watch me.
Yeah. So get excited for when your kids get older.
It's not going to stop doing that.
Yeah,
They're going to keep doing it. Just the schemes will get bigger.
Hide your scissors.
Yeah, yes, hide your scissors.
And anything non-washable, like markers.
Oh, yeah.
Only get washable yet. Sharpies, don't...
Lock up the nail polish.
Don't even keep them. Oh, nail polish.
Well, Meredith already knows that because she's already had Willow paint herself with all her dice kits, so...
Yeah, I was like, surprisingly, dishwashing detergent will stain some things. You wouldn't think it would. You think it would wash out. But somehow, Olivia got it to stain. Our white stuffed animals had blue streaks all over them. Because she got, like, blue soap on them.
Yeah, we won't go into Olivia. So anyway,
Age gaps are hard, I will say.
Yeah, it is. So to go back to the thing I was talking about, so the thing I felt with Jasper's a Ranger. I like Gloomstalker Ranger. It's arguably one of the better like optimized classes for Rangers. And I remember Malta classing because she went through a major moment in her character arc. So I was like, I want to take her from a hunter to a healer sort of vibe because she wants to try and protect people. This was a misstep in hindsight for me because I was playing with a bunch of characters who wanted to optimize their characters damage-wise. Namely, like, we were working with some homebrew content, which may or may not have been vetted properly. Some players, their best way of getting like enjoyment is doing the most damage without realizing that, hey, maybe that makes the rest of the characters who are doing a melee class feel obsolete.
Yeah, I don't know what that feels like at all.
Well, because you're the one melee class. But I meant that
I'm doing a ton of damage to everyone else.
If we brought someone in who was like an optimized barbarian and could do like 10 times what you could do, then you wouldn't feel very special.
Yeah. I feel like I'm pretty optimized.
No, but I mean like someone who brought like, a homebrew thing that made them like, immune to all damage or something like that, like.
Here's the thing, if I had the attention span for that, I would absolutely do that. I would absolutely make Bing Bong invincible.
You're the problem here, Melanie.
If I could. But the thing is, I'm too lazy.
Okay, from what I've gauged...
That's a lot of words.
In talking with Eric is that it'll be mid-series, but not prepare backup characters immediately level. Yeah, thank you. I really like Jasper a lot. I wrote a lot of stories with her, so at the very least, I got some good literature written out of it that I can now use for college entry exams. So, I got something out of it.
Well, I told Evie she should make a character that she only cares a little bit about. Because then there's so much freedom to kill them off.
I know, but that's the thing.
Kill your characters.
I don't want to kill it off, though.
Kill your characters!
Lark was OP, and now we have a life lesson. Yeah, I was going to say the name, but you knew who I was referring to. And so it makes you feel like kind of lesser is the thing. So, like, and the thing is, so I always relied on story things, because I knew I was not the strongest character. I was with a rogue and a paladin that had some very broken things. And so I knew I wasn't going to be doing huge for damage dealing. The most I can do is kind of be sneaky and like Hunter's Mark things and stuff like that. But I didn't mind because I wanted to play kind of the skulker, like, Monster Hunter Ranger. Thematically, that was fulfilling for me. However, the problem was then, like, if I wanted to go and like talk her backstory and stuff like that, or, go and like have these moments of like questioning, like her whole thing was like she had lost her soul, had this kind of like inner darkness sort of thing that she's like, do I like submit to that and become a monster myself, or do I become more than that? So the idea I did multi-classing because I wanted to show her essentially becoming more of a healing point. However, then I ran into the problem of doing that, further put back my character by levels, so now I'm significantly weaker than most of the people in the party. And I'm also dealing with a party who doesn't really get hurt or care about getting hurt, so it's kind of like, she wants to protect people, but these people don't really need that, so it's like, doing something for story-based reasons if you're in a party who doesn't care about that, you gotta be careful, is something I learned in that one. Because then, like, I was doing that, but that wasn't where the rest of the party was at. So, like, it also means, make sure you're with a group that are on the same page. So, it's just something I go through every time I play with new players, is I'm going through and being like, okay, what are you looking for? Namely, what do I need to look out for? This is the beautiful thing about having all the tisms in your brain, is that, like, because you in the moment you will not be able to read the room correctly, you kind of are, like, hyper preparing so you can have the information in your back pocket so that when you're confused, hopefully you can go in with knowledge. That's the reason I read everything and analyze things, is because I go in knowing that I probably am going to misinterpret things. I'm probably going to take things too serious or too literally. So I go in with the idea of, like, okay, well, if I at least know the details on my end really, really well, and I research everyone else a little bit, then I'll have a little bit of idea of what I'm going into. I won't feel so absolutely stranded. So that's the reason I overanalyze things, at least in a social situation. But so when I did that for Jasper was like, and that's the reason why ultimately I switched characters, and I honestly should have done it earlier, because then after I switched characters I was having more fun. But I originally was playing it because I wanted to do a story, and I wanted to have a redemption story for her, but with that cast of characters, that was not what was happening. That was not where the story was, well, that's where the story may have gone, but we were dealing with a bunch of players that were ultimately, not players, a bunch of characters. The players were fine. I think they're all great people. But a lot of characters who are ultimately, at the end of the day, evil or apathetic.
The people are evil.
No. Well, like, there's, like, some that are evil, and then some that are like, no, I just don't care because I don't. I'm like, that's arguably worse. At least if you're evil, you have something you're going for. But, like, and they were just, selfish characters, which is fine, but, like, the story I was going for with Redemption was something, like, at the time I was watching, like, Vox Machina and stuff like that, so I was thinking something more aligned of, like, Percy's arc, where it's, like, you're trying to fight your inner darkness sort of thing. That only works if you have people who are supporting you. And the only person I had supporting my character at the time was, like, some NPCs and essentially Meredith's character, who was, like, alignment-wise evil. So I appreciated the support, because that was the only place it could come from. The rest of the characters were not in that vibe, and so that was kind of one of those things where, like, a session 0 would have helped, maybe, of saying, what do you want out of this character? What do you want out of this experience? What do you want out of this, like, what's your fantasy with this character? For instance, when I play Alistair Calico, my whole vibe is I'm thinking, like, Joker from Persona 5 with a heavy dose of, like, Husk from, like, Powers from Hazmo Motel. Like, he's very... Also, now I realize when I'm playing Star Rail, I don't know if anyone plays Star Rail, but he's very much like Aventurine in Star Rail, where his whole vibe is on gambling and cards and games of chance.
Evie loves a good game.
And the fact that, like, his whole world was turned around by essentially pulling the right card in a deck of many things, and ever since then he's had, like, this, like, godlike obsession with playing card games, games of chance, pushing his luck as far as it can go because he has, like, infinitely good luck. And so, again, I made this before, this is literally Aventurine, but I made it before I played the game, so I can't even say that was an inspiration, because I'm like, it was just one of those things where, like, oh, I literally made that character. I didn't even intend to. But, like, if I play Alistair, like, my fantasy in that one is, like, I want to make card puns, I want to talk about gambling things. He's very smooth, he's very, flirting with other people. He's a changeling, so, like, he changes his mask as need to. He's a little bit of a con, but, like, he has the Joker vibe of it's always a righteous thing. He's a Robin Hood kind. He's taking back from those who can stand to lose. He's scamming those who can stand to be scammed. He's not going to hurt people unnecessarily, but he is going to try and survive as best he can. So my, like, fantasy in that would be, like, I want to be able to do card tricks. I want to be able to use spells.
Fits with vampire.
No, that's the other one. That's Lavenza.
Oh.
No, but I'm just saying that, like, if she brought up Alistair, that's my vibe for him. So that's why, like, if I were to use him in something like the Straw campaign, I had to think, like, okay, how would he fit in this? Because this is a very charismatic character that likes games of chance and stuff like that. So would I use him in that one? I don't know. I could fit him to fit that setting, but, like, I don't know if he'll work in a setting that's going to be a lot about, like, hopeless oppression and fighting vampires and things of the night. So, like, that would be the difference there. Like, what's the thing you're trying to play? And also the fact is, like, sometimes in order to get a particular character fantasy, I'm multiclassing. which is fine. Like, for instance, in our campaign that we play right now, we have a lot of multi-classing, but that's fine because we don't do a ton of combat. Everything is very thematically based. I like the story being front and center and character growth being front and center. So, like, people can... I think Meredith's character, Melly, is, like, 3 different classes at this point, but that's fine because she's very much the charismatic person that holds the party together and is, like, you know, making friends and connections and stuff. She won the poker game against Alistair, not necessarily because she won, but because she essentially just listened to what he was saying literally, took it literally, and he's like, yep, that's the way you win. There's no special tricks here. You won because you literally didn't think I was trying to pull a fast one here. Which was, I thought, like, if anyone's going to get this, it was either going to be her or Bing Bong. So, Mallory just didn't quite get it because she was doing jewelry at the time.
I was neopetting.
Yeah, well, you would have gone in with your, like, there, but I wasn't worried because I knew the both of you were doing it. I'm like...
Well, I also don't want... I feel like, especially as your sister in this command, I don't want to steal the spotlight. Because I feel like that's not fair, because then it's not, because I know you wouldn't do that, but it would feel like favoritism, and I never want the other characters to feel like that way. So I also don't... Yeah. As much as I love being in everything all the time, I also don't want to take that opportunity away from other characters, especially because so many of them are new, so I want to have time. Bing Bong's already shown a lot of his character growth, but it's like we have stuff where we don't know a ton of, like, Stitch's backstory, or we don't know a ton of, like, Alexander's backstory. It's like they're just developing characters. I want to give them room, because Bing Bong's been here since Waterdeep. But we know Buddy's backstory, we know his front story, we know all his stories. So I like to have him there as more of a foil for everyone. He's more of a flat character now for characters to foil off of. So I also, it's a contradiction between I want to do everything all the time because I love to just,
so
I
Mercy
love talking,
says,
baby.
My straw campaign, was my businessman kobold. You like playing small characters because I think the last time we played together you were a Kenku. Businessman kobold that smells like trash. That sounds like Madeline's third character. He turned into stimulating the economy via investments, so that the surrounding lands could have resources to fight back. That's actually really interesting. And then Mary says, Bing Bong comes with his own spotlight in the best way. I agree with that.
It's like, I try hard, sometimes I forget.
Danny specifically made Alexander to not have a backstory. Yeah, and that's fine as long as you're, like, doing that going in. That's why I'm not done, like, we make occasional, like, throwing things, but I'm not concerned about doing anything major with, like, I'm more considering Alexander on, like, a personal, like, reacting to what's happening to him now. I'm not going to be like, we're not going to go and find who Alexander's parents are. We're not going to go and find, like, because I know he wasn't built with that intention in mind. It's more like...
we're a little bit deep into the campaign.
Yeah, but that's the reason. I'm like, I'm not building those points to be there unless he wants them, but I'm like, I'm more worrying on, like, the day-to-day interactions. His most interesting thing right now is the fact that he adopted a cultist, who now is, like, following him around, like, by a sad puppy, so... That's his current thing he's doing. Love the small beans.
Yeah, he's not in love with the cultist, but the cultist is in love with him. Yeah. No,
you guys went through so much effort to rescue George at this point that I'm like, you're keeping him until you choose to leave him.
Kill him, and then Christina was like, save him. And then we
Mercy
saved him.
is they've adopted literally everything that, like, the first encounter they adopted Kentu Bandit, Meredith just recently adopted a mimic. They adopted a cultist. Everything I throw at them, if they have a way to adopt it, they will. And I don't really mind because I let them do it because I think it's funny. So.
Well, I think if it's not important to the story, I think it's okay. If it's not something that negatively impacts the story, I don't see any hurt.
Mira says, I haven't played anyone small in a long time because I actually keep playing muscle mommies. I'm like, that's fair.
You like what you like, you know what I'm saying?
I play Willow.
Freudian slip!
Mimi the Mimic and Blink Dog Named Bug, yes. I was like, hey, if you guys don't want to kill the Mimic and you want to try and adopt it, that'll be funny. I just can't wait till... DJ hasn't played with us since then. I can't wait till he plays with us again, because he notoriously, like, is afraid of mimics.
Yeah.
So I would just... No one tell him that we adopted a Mimic. We're just gonna have him, like, sit next to Melly at some point, and then he'll notice that her bag is eating his bag. And we'll see what happens.
That'd be really funny.
That'd be funny. I would love to see how that ends. Anyway, but, oh. Yeah, I know he knows we have it. It's more like I can't wait to see what happens to it, like, in a game. Where he has to deal with the fact that, like, yeah, we have a baby Mimic. And she's cute. Anyway, but, the whole thing that I kind of, like, go back and forth on, I'm trying to consider, like, characters for the Straw campaign is, again, like, I know the vagueness of what's going on with the campaign. I'm excited to do the Gothic stuff. I'm excited to do, you know, some fun stuff. I like to, like, again, I've said before, the thing that makes Gothic different from, like, horror, why Gothic is its own thing, is Gothic is, like, beauty and suffering, you know? It's putting the gold on a skull, sort of thing. It's like the idea of things that are elegant and sophisticated, but they're bleeding type of thing, you know? Like, that's why when you think of Gothic architecture, it has these long, swooping shapes with a lot of sharp angles and points. Like, you know, Gothic we think about in the all blacks and with the roses and the wine and like vampires usually come to mind. Classy emo, yeah, classy emo is fair enough. But that's the thing, is that Gothic is not necessarily dark. It's about finding the beauty in like the grotesque parts of life, you know, and that's the whole thing. It's like Gothic isn't even inherently depressing. That's what kind of makes it different from emo, is that it's not even inherently depressing. It's just kind of like it's like an art piece. You go and see it for like the beauty and how you frame it. You know, like, you know, this is a grotesque scene, but you put it in a gold frame. It's different. It becomes an art piece. So that's why it's so associated with like the old age vampires, not the new age after Twilight came out. And man, you better believe I was an angry middle schooler in, you know, like when Twilight came out, because everyone else is like loving them for the fact of Twilight, and I'm sitting over here with my like, you know, my Gothic knowledge and being like, and being like, this isn't how vampires work. That's also the funny thing about having like tisms in your brain, is that like you have a very strict sense of like categorizing things. That's why like a lot of adults who are artistic got really into Pokemon as a kid, is because the way that you can section off and like, you know, categorize things and rules work a certain way is how you kind of find stability in the world. So that's why like it upset me so much as when I was younger, saying like, you know, dragons, and then you read it and somebody like goes and looks at like a Komodo dragon. It's like, oh, it's just a large lizard. I'm like, that's not a dragon. That's not how the rules work, you know? Like, so that's how I felt about vampires at the time. Like, that's not vampires. That's not how it works. That's not what this is. You're demeaning this thing. And that's what, that's also like, that's what it is, figuring out like essentially how the codes and classifications of society works and being like, okay, I can let this thing exist. I can still hate it, but I can let this thing exist. And so like I'm thinking about the Straw campaign, and like, you know, like the one who probably is the easiest to talk about is like after we play Resident Evil 8, I got the idea to do a Lady Dominatrix build, which I'm also very excited about. I'm excited about all these ideas. So that would be like, it's like Beast Barbarian, so I can get the claws, and also bite if I wanted to. But like the idea of like in doing it like a Goliath, to get the really huge height, but then like have it where like, I think the story I came up with, they're all in a rough stage because obviously I'm going to build them more as I go and decide which one I want to use. But like the basic idea was that like lost child in the woods, you know, was found by, I think I had her being found like by like a high elf family, like royalty. And so she's like taken in, and that like, you know, a family who doesn't yet have any heirs, and so they're like, they take her in like, this child is growing a lot faster than ours are, and you know, because Goliath, they're huge, they're essentially mini giants. And so she like grows up to be like a noble lady and just happens to be like 5 feet taller than everyone else around. But it's like just very much treated like a noble in every way, very classy lady. But like the thing comes in is like, why was she like lost as a child in the woods with a torn up dress? So like, you know, she escaped from one of the dread domains, has some sort of curse on her, which is where the Beast Barbarian comes into it, where she can like, you know, she can sometimes lose her temper, undergoes like a grotesque beast transformation, and then just like goes into like a rage and can attack things. Still has her sense of mind. Like this isn't like a low intelligent barbarian, but it's like the idea of like, you know, she doesn't like going into a rage because it gets her like dressed dirty, you know, like, but when we're in a fight and, you know, someone needs to go and, you know, get the people to stop talking, something like that, she's like, okay, I'm strong, I can do this, I'll do it. But like, I like the idea of having a like the educated barbarian, so to speak. Like, you know, her class says barbarian, but her like backstory says she's a noblewoman. So like she's going out to go, and so like the reason she goes adventuring is essentially like she is the heir apparent for her family, you know, is, you know, royalty among high elves, and like the other families have kind of been like turning their nose up at that, be like, really, this heathen out here, this you know, this weirdo over there. That's the one you're gonna do, and her family's supportive, but she's going out to essentially be like, I'm gonna go make diplomatic like treaties. I'm going to go and show that I can be just as much of a noble as everyone else, and I'm going to go and like. So her like whole thing is like getting into a gothic setting will be bringing back the idea of like, okay, she's originally from a dread domain, which is, you know, Barovia is a dread domain, so not necessarily from Barovia, but from another one. Dread domain, and kind of dealing with that whole like repressed trauma sort of vibes, because you always gotta have a little repressed trauma with your characters. So like her whole thing would be like, I'm trying to be like the one who's gonna be refined in my company, but also like. In our team, if the team needs like someone who can take a hit and do a hit, then like, she can do that. That's the vibe. It's like, you know, that's why I start with a character and I work backwards into, I'm back. I had to drop for a milk job interview.
A milk job?
So do you like deliver milk? Or is that like a terminology that I don't understand? What do you deliver milk? Or do you make milk? Like you like a processing plant?
Who's that?
Danny?
Milk job.
I'm assuming. No, it's a desk job, but I definitely buy the hat. That would be cool. Just get a milkman outfit. That'd be fun. Make a D&D character that's just a milkman. That'd be funny. Mm-hmm. You can make it like an artificer or something like that. Gives people milk. But have someone that would be familiar with a similar saying. Well, that's the thing, is that all the characters I have, I warned Eric about going there. It's like, okay, fine, your rule is they can't be from Barovia, that's fine, but I also have the Ravensloft book, so I'm going to be using the other Dread domains then. So every one of the characters I've built is very gothic. They are all from a Dread domain in one way or the other. They're from different domains depending on which the character idea was. The only exception is the one that I had that's like a demon butler. Is like, so technically he's on the Nine Hells normally, but he does have a connection back to the Dread domains. So like, that's the idea. Is I want a character who's going to be familiar with the setting, or who very much fits in the gothic aesthetic, who's going to want to like explore the area, who's going to be like, ah yes, now I'm at home. I was at the material play for so long, and they were just kind of normal and average. Now things are dark and spooky, and that's how I live, you know. So like, play a class that's new for you. That's always fun. Yeah, that's the thing though, is that like I have a lot of options for that. That's the problem, is that I'm choosing a lot of ones. So we had the Lady Diamond Trust one. We went through that one. Put that one on the docket. We can have a voting at the end of this. Lady Diamond Trust Bill, Beast Barbarian, Noble Lady person. Love that. Just it'd be fun to play also a super tall character. I mean, don't tempt me. I will. I'll go on my lunch break and I will go and make you a PowerPoint. I have the information written down, and I have images. Malin, she's taunting me. She's telling me I should make a PowerPoint.
Okay.
Let's all go get lunch.
Probably 50 shades of not 50 shades, 50 slides. 50 shades.
Get Mary started on holidays. Yeah. Meet me at Chili's. Hey, if we all showed up at Taco Bell.
That would be really funny, actually.
We all go and get burritos on my way.
I love Taco Bell.
That's the thing. Me and Man will go and be like, "Hey, we're off. We all come back in an hour with tacos." I don't know. The last time I've been to a Chili's, years ago, probably. When's the last time we went to a Chili's? You look at Chili's and you expect to go there for like.
I don't know where Chili's is at. Where is the closest Chili's?
Not to us, because I think the last Chili's we went to was like in Cary.
They've closed a lot. I was like Chili's and like TGI Fridays. Like I don't know where they're at.
It's like, let's go. I'll dump the kids at my parents.
I'll go to Taco Bell.
Well, we Taco Bell near Chili's is in White Oak.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm like, last time I remember going to a Chili's was in Cary. Let me put it that way. Last time I remember going to a Chili's was in Cary, and that was years ago.
Is it by like the Panera?
Mary's not blessing it all.
Girl, I know. That's why I'm like, I need to time check.
Mallory's checking her time because the biggest thing that we have here is Mallory's got to do her lining while the paint's wet, so we would, Mallory wouldn't even finish her lining first, but, we would...
Like, it's not off the table.
It's not off the table. It is on the table. We're kind of putting it off near our cup holder and staring at it for a minute. We haven't taken it off the table, but we haven't,
Not off the table.
It's not off the table yet. But, I'm not ready for the... Girl, I'm in my pajamas still. I've been on my pajamas this whole stream.
Girl, I'm in my pajamas.
I'm literally already in the car, so Maeve can...
That's actually so funny.
Are we all about to meet at Taco Bell down the street?
We're going to Taco Bell or we're going to Chili's? Where are we going?
I can't be well prepared enough for Chili's, Melon. I have to do takeout food.
That's fine.
I have to... I'm not going to put on actual real clothes.
Like, you can come sit in our house and just be child-free.
Not in the car, but PJs. I'm also in PJs. This is what I slept in. I have my Stitch holiday pants, because we're finally in that time of year where I can wear Stitch holiday pants.
I'm wearing the Tough Guard chick shirt.
I have food. I could, but I could eat moving. But, yeah, so, we'll just let Melanie work on her thing for the moment.
Like, let me finish first, and then we can go.
We can tension.
I have to do it before the, if the paint dries, then it makes, like, a seam. It's really annoying. That's why I have to paint it, like, sequentially, because if you outline and then paint the middle, I found that if it dries at different times, it gets, like, a seam in it, and then the colors dry differently, which is really annoying when you're trying to make, like, a cohesive color. I found that mostly on my Gengars, because I would, like, outline the body and then fill in the middle.
Yeah.
If it dries at different times, it makes I don't know why it does that, but it makes like a color seam, and that is just kind of breaks the illusion of the paint. So you just have to do it while it's still wet. I've also like flicked my light like 4 times to get a bunch of yellow splotches on it. I don't even know how much you can see, because I don't think this is a great angle for this.
No, you can actually see it really well.
Wow, that's surprising. I was like, I feel like my body's in the way. Because I can't see the screen at all, so I don't know what this looks like.
She asked, how many are you trying to paint before our next market?
30. Like, I'm being so for real.
Yeah, she has like 30 of them.
Like, I have them lined, I just have to paint them.
Yeah.
Like, for realsies, 30 by January 3rd. So I have a month, I have time.
Yeah.
But my one friend I carpooled with the guard yesterday says she wants to make stuff to send with us to markets, because she is they're into D&D as well, and they have like a bunch of resin printers at home. And
is this the tall one or the short one?
Taylor Aaron, the short one.
Okay.
She wants to make dice related, and she's got a glass etcher, so she just wants to make D&D related, like fantasy related objects to send to us to markets. And I said, girl, sure, that sounds good. So she said, if we want to collab on anything, hit her up. And I said, that sounds awesome. Because she's got a resin printers, 3D printers, and a glass etcher. I was like, that's freaking cool. And she works from home, so she can like set it up to run while she's at home. Cause
You've now officially been streaming for 2 hours.
Oh, dubs. She does remote work. So I was like, okay, girl.
That's cool.
Yeah.
No.
Get me a remote job.
Now I'm kind of, Mary told me, it's like, I need to go make a PowerPoint for my characters, and now I'm like legitimately being like, let's see, I have all the information already in my Word document, so that I just put that into bullet points and put my images on it. How fast could I make it? I once had, like, again, this is not a good way to teach a class, but I remember in high school, we had, like, a class that was learning how to use the different Microsoft Word and, like, Suite, PowerPoint, whatever, And so I had 2 different ways that you did. One class I had where you actually tried to teach you how to use the things through like this thick, chunky handbook, which was so out of date. But again, that's what you get for trying to teach technology when it's literally outclips the book before the book even came out. Then I had this other one that literally his thing, which I hated as a person who is easily stressed about random assignments. His thing that he has to do is like, here's a topic, make a PowerPoint on it before the end of class. It must have 15 slides and 3 pictures.
It's a lot of effort.
Well, the thing is, like, everyone else would go and be like, oh, hey, easy, I just put whatever junk on the thing. I always make quality products. I can't stop myself from doing that. It's actually... I
can't make quality products. I can only be lazy.
Well, that's the thing. I wish I was sometimes, because that's the... I want to do the best I can do, so I have to fight it sometimes to go and be like, No, just put an image on the thing, move on. Now put 3 bullet points and move on. So I would go and like research actual things to put on in PowerPoint and have like 1 slide done. Until I'm like I kind of figured out the way that works for the class. I'm like, okay, to like let's go like 1 picture. Okay, next slide. 3 bullet points. Next slide. Title card. Next slide. Like Prezi. Those were hard for a presentation. You remember Prezi, Malin? You
I
had to.
remember that.
I was, because I'm a little older. I was actually right after the hump of Prezi, so I was already past that point before like Prezi was really becoming a thing. I was past that point where like you do PowerPoint. Madeline, however, was just as Prezi was really coming into things, so she had to use it a lot.
I did.
I remember you did not like it.
I don't like it.
We had a teacher who just loved Prezi,
I
and
don't
so
like the way it organizes information.
Madeline had to do a lot of.
But to be fair, I also don't like doing
Prezi.
PowerPoints. I've done a lot of PowerPoints. I don't like doing PowerPoints either.
So like Madeline had just come into that, so she made a lot of Prezi presentations. I think I only made them in their senior year. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it was just starting to be a thing by the time like we were out of high school. So like I never bumped into any classes where I like had a teacher who liked using Prezi because it was still kind of a new thing at that point. So like I never really got into Prezi, but Madeline unfortunately hit like 4 teachers that loved using Prezi. So she did way more of those than I did.
Mostly history stuff.
Yeah, really. It's always history. It's never things you would think you would actually use it for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have all these technology in other classes, but no, what do you use it for? History. The one thing you really don't need to make a technology thing on, because history is literally just stating what already exists.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So we do PowerPoints, and he'd be like, here, NC State Fair, make a PowerPoint. It has to be this many things long. And I would freak out because I'm like, I don't know what to do. I have too much information. When really it was like minimum effort. And that's how you learn to do PowerPoints, like 5 minutes and stuff like that. Of course, also that's the thing, because it frustrates me sometimes. It works once it works, but like the thing that frustrates me when I learn a new thing, I have to essentially learn it backwards, then learn it forwards so I understand it. So like the basic steps, like if there's a step-by-step process, I can follow that really well. But if they're just like, go and explore, I have to literally go and do the research myself to learn how to explore, then I can go and explore. Because that's the way my brain works. So I have to I did that. I was like the worst for math because I would find the way to do the problem backwards where it's technically right. Like they would check it. It's like, it's right, but I would use the most complicated way to do it because I would work essentially the opposite way of the way it normally is done. I did that for a lot of things, for art stuff, for technology things. Once I figured out the method that worked for my brain, though, then I could, just really power through it. And I would, come up with all these different things. I could do it very quickly, but, the initial translation process, I've described it before to DJ, the way, I, process things, is, I'm on the PC when the rest of the world uses Mac. The two are virtually the same. There's some slight differences, but they do not like to communicate with each other, so you have to do some fancy finagling and different file types in order to make the two communicate. Once you figure out what the language is, though, you're golden. Mm-hmm. PowerPoint has awesome design functions, turns on my basic slides into actually being designs, appealing designs. Work smarter, not harder. Yeah. That's the thing, is that, the way I have to, that's the thing I have to work, is that, I essentially have to, translate it into my language, and that's why I do really well with Shakespeare. It's because my brain's not, made for, modern things. It's made for, oldie things. So that's why I could, some people have so much trouble with Shakespeare. The first time I read it, I instantly understood it. And I was like, okay, and I can see the things in here, and I can do... Malin, too. And I could understand it, and I saw what it was doing. When we did, Baroque period in art, having to interpret art... I had an art appreciation class, so interpreting art and symbols and stuff like that, I could instantly get that, because I already have, kind of divergent thinking. So finding, meaning behind things is not hard, because I'm always doing that. So I was very good at it, and I could help my friends do it. But, things that are, have a very certain way that they have to be done, usually means I have to figure out how to, turn my, 3 left turns to make a right. I'll be like, I'll get there, but you have to give me some time to get there. Once I get there, I'm usually pretty good. But, it's good for studying on tests, I'll tell you that much. Once the information's there, it just stays there. But, I have to do I have to, write all the notes and do every practice problem and do every study sheet. But once I do that, the information's just there, and I usually didn't need to study
Which
after
is
that.
so funny, because I'm so the opposite, where I'm like,
Yeah.
I just need to know the general concept of the idea, and then I'll make up the rest.
And you can apply it. Yeah.
I'll just infer it. And a lot of times, it's way more work. But I don't want to study. You want me to study? You want me to take notes? No. I'm drawing my Neopets in my notebook during class. And then I'm absolutely going to make up the answer. And then you know what? C's get degrees. Did I get a C in the class? Yup. Do I have a degree? Yup.
Also, yes, no one knows that you got C.
Yup.
I said, Mira says, I'm doing a commission for an entire table of players, and the DM sent me the best commission info sheet via PowerPoint that I've ever seen. The document was clean. C's get degrees. Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
Danny's with you on that.
Do I have a degree from a 4-year accredited university? Yeah. Am I using it? No. I have it. But I have it.
You have a degree. Who really cares what
Does it
it's
matter
in?
how many times I changed my majors or how many classes I failed? No. Because did I get my degree? Yes. That's what counts.
Yeah.
They're not going to look at your GPA when they're hiring you for a job. They don't know you have a degree.
Nowadays, they don't even look at your degree. Half the time, they're like, how many years of experience do you have? I'm like, I'm sorry, I was busy going to school. I enjoy school because I like
didn't have
learning.
An internship. I was working 2 jobs.
I like learning and gaining new abilities because, again, my whole thing is trying to interpret the world around me. So I like school. I like learning. I like puzzling. But, like, not everyone does. And that's cool. But also, at the same time, work experience is great, but, like, how am I supposed to learn if you won't let me be there to learn? Why do I have to come in there already with the skill set? And I'm also always working backwards. That's why I'm not long for many jobs. Shout out to Existential Milk for going when I started over. Yeah. I don't think she's starting over. I think she's adding to. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I do believe she's adding to her degree. Grayson, right?
Yes. I don't know.
Trying to keep it all straight. But, like, that's why, like, the worst part was you're like, going at a job, and they'll be like, how do you not just know this? I'm like, consider I have to do, like, 3 levels of translation before I get to the basic output, so I'm working very hard. I burn out faster because of that, because I'm like, I'll give you high-quality stuff, but it'll only probably be for 2 years before I'm going to inevitably leave.
This is the longest I've ever stayed at one job, and I've been in my job for 4 years.
Well, that's the reason I've stayed so long at Wake Christian. They never required me to get better.
Yeah, I was like, I've only been in this position of this job for 3 years. And this is the longest I've ever stayed at one
Like,
job.
I think I've gotten better as a teacher, but I'm like, I'm not required to get better, so that's the reason I've stayed in this job, because generally, I come in with, like, a really high-quality bar, and then they'll be pleased with that for a year, and then they'll be like, now go higher. I'm like, no, this is what I can give you. This is good. I can't go much higher than that. Once you do that, then I have to do the whole processing translation period again, and you're not going to want to put up with me for that period of time. Because that's what always happened. That I would be like, I'm trying to learn new things. They're trying to give me new things. I'm like, no, I was handling everything fine. And I, like, that's what my dad says. Only ever give 80%. It's hard for me to do that.
And
because
my dad's so true for that, because he is a very successful businessman.
He is very true, and it's very hard for me to do that because, again, I have to go through all the effort to get there anyway, that I'm like, I might as well just go the extra, like, 10% to get there because I've already worked so hard on this anyway.
After getting medicated now for ADHD, like, going to my job, and I think that's why this year's been so hard, I realized I was like, I was going crazy, dude. I was going ham. Like, I was going full out for these kids. And afterwards, when I don't have to because I don't, like, need that stimulation, I'm sitting here going, like, that was friggin' crazy. Like, I was giving 100%, and that's why I would come home from work and sleep for, like, 6 hours before I could do anything else. So now, when I go to work and I only give, like, a regular percentage, you're like, oh, this is better, but because I know what it feels like to give 100%, I just don't feel as, like I'm not doing it. Like, I feel like I should be doing more. But realistically, you shouldn't, because it just burns you out.
Yeah.
So the difference is I was also burnt out last year, and then I probably should have just left.
And this is also the kind of interesting, like this, again, why Mel and I work very well together is because we both have some sort of attention deficit thing going on, but it's different kinds, and also I have the added thing of, like...
Well, we've got ADHD combination with other things.
Yes, you
You're
have the
autistic,
you have the
I have
the crime.
MDD, so it's like
Yeah.
we have the different.
I wasn't sure what the acronym was.
It's it's like so it's like we have different, and we also have different categories of ADHD. She's got complex, I've got inattentive. We're both, and that's why I think it's interesting to see, because we were talking about games earlier, and we both had different perspectives on characters and games and different opinions on things, and I'm like, and just because of our age, we have a very similar life experience. We have a lot of life experiences that we did individually, but that are very common, or we did together. But just because of those small things inside our brains, we get a lot of different viewpoints on things. And I think that's, like you said, why we worked it, because we have this commonality of one thing with different things paralleling, which gives us diversity. So we've
It's
got
familiar,
the ADHD
but it's
in
not the same, because it's someone's just like you, then you hate them.
Exactly. So it's like we have the ADHD in common, but then we've got the difference versus like my brother and I are more similar.
Very
because
similar people.
He's got the ADHD as well, and most likely he's got some of the depression there too. But it's like
he doesn't want to admit to it.
We don't have those. We only have that commonality versus we don't have enough divergent things that are within the same sphere. He likes things that I don't like, and I like things that he doesn't like. We don't have things that are common. Like Evie and I are like, oh, we like things in the same sphere. We like the same thing. Well, we like video games. That's the same sphere, but different video games. It's like we like completely different stuff. But our common things are too common, and that's why we don't really get along.
Yeah, and I argue the only reason we actually both like video games was initially because like our dad would go and play them, and we would sit on the couch and watch them. And then when Dad stopped doing that, I started playing the video games, and Mallory sat and watched them. So we just kind of like lightly shifted the thing we had. It wasn't until like we actually started like Mallory started playing games her own terms, then we really started cooking with gas. So like now we both have experiences, two things.
Because we also like different games, like different styles of games.
Yeah, now we really have stuff to talk about. Yeah. It's fascinating, really. But like that's the thing that's like kind of like where it's like Mallory has her things, I have my things, and that's the thing that's kind of interesting is how like we can approach problems very differently, but have like the same understanding underneath it. Which is again why I like it's kind of in some ways like how I described like the subway bosses is like they go about things differently, but at the end of the day they're always ending up at the same location. Which I actually really like. I've been using that like terminology about them for years, or at the very least for like the last 2 years, and then like the fact they actually like, use that dialogue in Pokemon Masters, I'm like, see, I called it. That's exactly how these characters work. Because you see black and white characters, you want to think opposites, but I'm like, no, this is like two characters that are going in the same direction, they're just going by different means. Love that. It's fascinating seeing siblings bond so much on hobbies. My brothers and I could never. Well. That's the thing, is
we
that,
also
like,
have a very, I think
we're two siblings of 4, you gotta remember, too.
I was like, and I think we have a very irregular life, because when we were talking to our mom, and it's really, because of our age gaps, it's like we have 2 different sets of siblings. It's like, us 2 are like one pair of siblings.
Because Ellie and Olivia are closer.
And Ellie and Olivia are like a pair of siblings, and she said it has to do with birth order, so she said because you have your first and your second, and the third one is really like the hair point trigger. And because the third one was a boy, he essentially becomes a new firstborn child. And then Olivia became a secondborn
Although Malin is the firstborn son.
I am the firstborn son. But it's kind of thing, it's like if you have a girl, then a boy, and then another girl, then it doesn't really change. But because the third one was the opposite sex, that's what changes it. So now essentially you have 2 firstborn and secondborn children.
There's a cutoff point.
Instead of a first, second, third, and fourth. So it's like, it's the order in the age in which they are born. So it's like, it's really, the third kid is, and I was like, I didn't know that, but my mom was doing research, and she said it's the third kid is where, you'll know, because
our mom has all these different theories about, like, age order and gender, like, she
does
just
a lot
watches...
of research, as someone who's she's working at a preschool.
She works with a lot of kids.
Yeah, it's like for over 15, almost 20 years now, so it's like, she's been working with, preschoolers for a long time. And it's just kind of a thing of, like, that's how it's essentially, you have to think of us more as 2 sets of 2 siblings instead of a set of 4.
I like the fact that this is part where he says, my twin and I cannot bond outside of smack talking fam and puppets. I don't know why we like puppets. I love that. I love that, like, we both bond over this. It's weird that we bond over this, but we do.
Yeah, it's all we have.
I feel like there's definitely some things about that with you and Elliot, that there's probably like some random thing that you got.
Band. That's the only thing we've been able to bond
that
over.
Like you bond over it, but not like a random thing. That would be like, I feel like there was something like that with Olivia too, where you both bonded over this one thing.
We got along way better when we were younger. As we've grown into our own identities as adults, I just think there's some fundamental core beliefs.
The problem is that you haven't grown into your own. Olivia kind of grew into trying to be you. Mm-hmm. So once she goes back to being herself, I think you guys will get along again. Well, but right now she's very similar to. She's really trying to be you in college, and you in college was not a great place to be.
Nope.
But she wants to be that, and she's not. But she wants to be.
It's funny because we are like firstborn, secondborn. Because Elliot then as a firstborn is more like me, and then in contrast, Olivia is absolutely more like Evie as a secondborn. So it's like you have your firstborn and your secondborn are always opposites. So Elliot is more, just kind of like everywhere. Doesn't do well in school, doesn't, has a lot of ambition and a lot of good talent, but, has trouble focusing and channeling it, very similar to me, versus Olivia is more like Evie in regards to very studious, very guided, very, like, you work hard and you get there, it doesn't come as easily to you, but you have a much better working force, versus Ellie and I, it comes to us very easily, but that makes us lazy in a lot of areas. So it's like, it's very interesting that we pair off exactly like that. It's 1 and 2 and 2 and 1. It's like, it's the
but
first
Olivia
one,
wants to be Madeline.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But the difference is, you go through a lot of hardships. In that, you make your own issues for yourself a lot. And she doesn't want to have those issues or go through those issues. And I was like, it's the same thing of bringing it all back around to the comedy and tragedy. You only get the comedy after the tragedy. And she just wants the comedy.
She wants it all to go right. And the thing is that I'm like, yeah, I get it. As someone who constantly is like over researching and analyzing things to try and prepare myself for the fall, but sometimes you just gotta happen, bro. Not the full circle. It's always full circle on this chat.
Freaking full circle, baby. Because Olivia wants a lot of stuff that
2 hours 20 minutes in. Nice.
Thank you. We worked pretty hard on it. I was like, you have to have the hardships in order to have the good times. And right now, I think she just turned 20, so how everyone.
I'm going to change the title to Comedy and Tragedy. I think that's a good title. I'm going to change the title of that.
For the most part, everyone here is either, outside of the kids, obviously, has either been 20 at one point or is 20 now. And, like, it is. Your brain is still developing. You only have your worldview can only go so wide because you're still very, very self-centered because your brain, like, physically you have not developed yet. Your frontal lobe is still very much developing. So she just wants, all the good times. But doesn't know that, the bad times...
But the bad times make great stories.
Like, the bad times make good stories, and the bad times are what make the good times so good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if you keep running away from the bad times and you never face them, then it's going to be hard to get to the good times, because the bad times will always just keep bleeding over onto your good times until everything becomes bad, So it's like getting kind of, dealing with that. She wants everything to be... All her times, mind you, are good times. She just wants them to be great times. I was like, far within her college career has not had a moment of bad times.
And the thing
she's had like
the thing we talked to her about times. Like at length is that I'm like, the way I got through college wasn't because I was miraculously had the best teachers or I just like had all the best experiences. It was finding the little things in the day that made it better, because a lot of it was hard and some of it really did suck. But like, you find the things that you enjoyed, like like Thursdays were my D&D day, and most of the time our D&D game got canceled, and like the other third of the time the players were not the best, but it was still like the moments where it was good were great, because you knew how bad it was most of the time, that like the moments where it really clicked, you had fun, and I really loved the concept of the thing. And it was also just nice to see friends. I was happy to reconnect with some people I knew in high school. It was like, it's like, I could see that as a bad experience, but I was Thursday D&Ds, I know. And, like, you meet people, and that's the thing. It's like, it was definitely the worst D&D campaign, just because none of us really knew what we were doing. And there's some people who definitely didn't want to be there for, like, the sake of playing the game. But it was still, like, it's what started me off playing the game. It was what got me reconnecting with people. It got me to meet people. Like, you can look at it either way. And Olivia's right now in the mindset of, this is horrible, and be like, no, look at what you got out of it, in spite of how many things went wrong.
And mind you, she's at a private school. She's an RA. She has her own giant dorm room that she really shares with her. I do enjoy
watching her have the college experience from an outside perspective, because it's very interesting. True.
Yeah, I was like, she realistically, in the vein of, you know, she's a fourth child, she definitely has had the best college experience out of the four of us so far.
Like we were ready by the time we got to her.
So. You had a decent one, but you had a lot of weird roommates. Mine was in COVID.
Well, for me,
Elliot's was in COVID.
For me, we started applying for colleges the fall of my senior year because we didn't realize you had to do it earlier than that.
I was like,
for her, we were doing it junior year.
Yeah, it's like she got to do tours. We were able, so it's like, you know, she's got a lot of the advantages a fourth child gets. So, you know, I'm glad that she has an experience. I just like to complain because I'm jealous. Really, it's what it is. I'm jealous of her.
It would have been nice to have them have all that preparation.
Her experience is very, very good, and I'm glad she's happy. I just complain because, you know, jealousy is a hard feeling to grow up with.
Yeah, it wasn't even weird roommates. It's just the fact that I had like 6 in the course of 3 years.
Yeah. I was like, it's just...
Malin got the more normal roommate experience. It's just someone she never saw.
Yeah, well, because I wasn't there.
I know, but isn't that more of the normal roommate experience?
Yeah. So she pretty much had the room to herself.
Is it you coexist with them and you usually never see them? Yeah. Mine was like I had like so many random things happen. I was
a bad roommate because I was never there.
Yeah, but in some ways, isn't that the best roommate?
I think my roommate really wanted to have like the sister... She ended up being in a sorority, so I think she wanted more to have like the sisterly bond with your roommate. Where you sit and you have chat sessions, and that just mentally was not where I was at the time.
No. Malin, you were hardly there with me, and I am your sister.
That's what I'm saying.
You certainly weren't going to get there with a stranger.
Hey, dog.
She had to read the room on that one.
I was like, Olivia didn't go through the many years of just being a bad person or to get to
or like her saying, like, I don't know about my roommate, like, we kind of get along, but she also annoys me. I'm like, that's having a roommate, girl.
And the funny thing is, her roommate is actually Evie. Like, she's
that's why
autistic.
It's really funny.
She plays D&D. She's always on Discord calls playing games with her friends. She's an artist. I was like, it's so funny because Olivia's like, she drives me nuts. I was like, well, first of all, you chose her, and second of all, it's because she's exactly Evie, and at home, you don't get along with
me. You bully me all the time.
I was like, girl.
Gosh, I can walk in and just say hi to Olivia in the morning, and she'll just give me like a glare. I'm like, okay.
It's another thing of they're so similar, so they don't really get along.
Yeah, it is funny how that works. You need someone who's just slightly different enough from you, because if they're the same, they're going to drive you nuts.
Because, like, between the two sets of us, I think we get along, like, we get along like siblings were, like, fighting, but also, you know, you can sit and watch a movie together. And then within the two groups, I think there's much more closeness.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Olivia and I were pretty close during the pandemic, but that's because Elliot was really shutting her out. And then once Elliot was like, "Oh, Olivia,"
once Elliot realized that she just
wanted you freaking.
Once he realized that she just wanted to follow him around and think that he's the coolest thing ever, then he was open to it. Once he gets something out of the relationship, that's when my brother will tap in.
She was like, "Sisters, what are those? I gotta go hang out with Elliot." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's fair, you know." That is your closer in age.
I've always wanted to be close with all my siblings. The problem is, for some reason, this is the only one that got in on that
I
offer.
always wanted to be a hater.
That's why I don't know why she gravitates towards you.
I am, and a lot of that is, you know, comes a lot with your mental illnesses and whatever, because unfortunately, a symptom of a lot of mine is just anger, dog. I'm just an angry little boy.
That's why Malin plays a barbarian.
I'm a wet chihuahua. I mean, yep. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just a little angry dog all the time. So, I am absolutely in maximum hater mode, which, you know, doesn't foster the best relationships, I will say, with your siblings. You're beating them up.
Who could have seen that one coming?
Who could have seen that one coming?
Yeah, it was,
I'm about to run out of freaking yellow paint, dude.
Didn't you just buy some?
Yeah, I got a new one, but
okay.
It's just one. This is my Pikachu color.
Give us an update on your thing. I'm gonna run in the bathroom.
Give me an update. I just spilled paint on my pants.
Okay, that's great. I just need to run out for a moment, so you have to keep the conversation going.
That's fine. But, yeah, sibling dynamics. It is also interesting as someone who works in childcare. I get to see a lot of siblings just because a lot of times the parents will put them in the same class. So it is interesting to see most siblings are not super mega close. They're just like more sibling close. Evie and I think just because of our life experience, ended up also being siblings, but also being like, you always have your one super best friend. Because I feel like most people have like their one super best friend. Like, they're like, oh, this is the one person, you know, I go to the store with, or I go get lunch, or they always have sleepovers. Like, you have siblings, but then you always have a friend you choose on top of that. And I feel like for a lot of my life, I was trying to chase that, and I was like, why does everyone else have a super best friend? I never have one. And I'd be like, anyways, Evie, can you talk me to sleep? Like, you do tell me a story if I fall asleep. And it took me a long time to realize that was like, she's my sister. She is my bestie. I'm gonna sit over here so I can see. Ow. Oh, I did guard yesterday. Boy, my body. I also, yesterday, story time. Do you like my tough guard chick shirt? Tough guard chick. Story time. Yesterday I did winter guard practice, and then the person I was carpooling with wanted to go have dinner with her mom and her grandma, and they were like, hey, do you want to come have dinner with us? And I was like, actually, sure, I guess. And then I thought about it, and I was like, actually, no, I don't. And I feel very proud of myself for being like, actually, no, I do not want to go see your mother and your grandma who I do not know. After hanging out with 50 people I don't know for the last 8 hours. I would actually like to go to my house. So we were up at Wakefield High School, which, for reference, is 1,000 hours from our house. I didn't have a car because I was going to drive, but then she was like, let's carpool. And I was like, okay. So then she dropped me off I called Elliot, and I was like, hey, I'm coming over to your girlfriend's house. Like, I hope you're there because I'm going to come over and hang out at your girlfriend's house, whether you're there or not. So I went and I crashed their party. And so I hung out with Elliot and his girlfriend yesterday, and I was like, hey guys, just coming in to hang out at your house. And that was super, super cool and interesting. And definitely not weird. It wasn't weird, but I was just like, oh, a house conveniently for me? Perfect. I forgot why I started telling this story, but I did. But I have my Pikachu I'm working on. Oh, because I went to Winter Guard. Yeah, that was crazy. That's what it was. Now I remember. I walked, and I was like, oh, I just came back from Winter Guard, and Holly was like, you still do that? You still do that now? And I was like, yes, actually, yes, I do. Actually, there's no age limit for Winter Guard. I could legally do it forever until I die. Because in World Class, there is no age limit. And also in the Senior Guard, there is no age limit. Because I'm in Senior Guard now, baby. But guess what type of show they're doing? You will love to hear it. It's a freaking Western show. And you know what's so funny? The person who wrote the show took a picture of props from the fall and was like, I want these props for my Western show. Guess whose props he took a picture of? Ours. They took a picture of, I didn't tell you, the person who wrote the Western show, I was saying down here, the person who took a picture of the props, they took a picture of our show props.
Really?
Yes, they didn't know it was ours.
They didn't know it was ours?
He showed Lori, he was like, I want these props like these for our Western show. I want these props. And she was like, that's so funny because I might actually have a connection for you. So they want
our
props.
Like the hold on, throw it on props?
Yes. Because the 79 show is like Yeehaw Cowboys.
You have to give them don't give Mr. Medlin's contact info.
No, I need to get in contact with the band booster.
Talk to Mr. Lehman. He'll get back to you.
Yeah.
John Lehman, he'll contact you.
Yeah, I was like, I told
Mr. Medlin will not. He will never check his email.
He's in Disney right now, dude.
He's got Mickey ears on. He's riding an elephant somewhere.
They go to for Thanksgiving. They always go down to Disney.
That's why the one parade you always get out on right on time. Malin went with me to the Raleigh Christmas parade.
But we walked off the parade route. He said, everyone on the bus, I gotta go to Disney. He said that. He's like, okay, we're 10 minutes from the school. Everyone call your parents because I am not waiting in the parking lot. I have to go to Disney.
That's what I told Malin.
I gotta go to Disney World.
Malin's like, should we ride the bus? I'm like, yeah, because we are going to be on and off that thing. We'll get there faster in the bus than we would in a car.
No, literally. He was like,
because they let the buses they won't let a car leave, but they'll let the buses leave because we're part of the parade. So it was like, no, we ride the bus.
Funny. He's like, we were pulling up to
Don't
school.
get between that man and his
parents,
Disney.
Make sure you call your parents to make sure you arrive because I have to go to Disney and I'm not waiting in the parking lot for you.
This is for Danny in the background because I know he always enjoys the Medlinisms.
I was like, that's literally so funny. I don't know. Well, he might be working right now.
Yeah, well, I'm just like, I'll say it to him, Meredith can pass it along, but...
I was like, that was so funny. He literally were pulling up, okay, make sure you arrive, because I'm not waiting for you.
Yeah.
If you don't have a ride, you're out of luck.
He is practically a Disney character himself.
It was so funny. We're walking the parade, and he goes, Merry Christmas!
Like,
and
you could be...
He's waving. I'm trying to get, like, the banner holders to wave, and they're like, hi! And Mr. Allen's like, ha, 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 Merry Christmas, everyone!
He could be Santa Claus.
He literally was Santa Claus. It was so funny.
So I have no ill feelings about staying, working with Christian, really, because, like, it's...
I do, but I'm a different person.
No, well, let me put it this way. The work environment is not bad. The kids are kids, and they are annoying.
I'm so tired. I had to teach, yesterday, Lori was like, hey, can you teach flag block? And I was like, okay. And then I went there and I was like, okay, she said you'll have intermediate flag. And I'm teaching these people. And I was like, okay, I've got like 5 people who are going with me. And then I've got like
The only sad part is that those aren't like 13-year-olds.
These are adults. These are adults.
At least mine are 13.
So everyone else was learning it fine. And then I have like 2 people who are like,
Gotta make Meredith that PowerPoint now that we're sitting here.
Can you go over that again? Can you go over that? And I was like, oh my god, I actually can't go any slower or explain this any better. And I've worked at some bad high schools. I feel like I'm working at a high school right now, and you guys are supposed to be adults. It was freaking... Ugh. It like ruined my whole afternoon. So I was like, you guys are actually so annoying. I feel like I'm teaching high schoolers. So then I was grouchy.
You have to be PowerPoint, or would you rather Google Slides?
Oh. You should do Google Slides, then you can share it. You should do Canva. I love Canva.
I try to use Canva. I cannot figure out how to use Canva in the way I want to. It's because, so, brief divergent there. Canva, for some reason, is something that in the preschool they love.
Because I made them do it.
And, like, they loved using Canva. The problem is that the things they want me to do in Canva are things I could do that in Photoshop faster.
Then just do it in Photoshop faster.
Well, no, that's the thing, is that, like, they go in and they're like, this has so much things to do, and there's so many things I can do, and Mom feels the same way. She'll go in and be like, they want me to do this, that, and the other, or I want to do this, that, and the other in Canva, and it's not...
It's like when old people discover Instagram for the first time. That's exactly what it is. I was like, here's Canva, you've been trying to do all this editing in Microsoft Word. That's not even a photo processing software, my guy.
That's not
so I gave her Canva to make, flyers and pictures, and she's like, wow, this is awesome. So it's more so that they just, like, it's a new discovery.
Well, that's the thing, is that I'm like, it's funny that they'll go and be like, this is great, but, like, Mom and I prefer, like, using other things, because we're like, this doesn't have all the tools we want.
Mm-hmm.
Which I, reasonably so, but it's funny. I try and use Canva. It's not... If I have an incredibly basic idea, which I very rarely do, but when I do, I'll use it. But, like, the problem is I usually want full control of the things I'm using. Mm-hmm. So I find it hard to use. Which is, again, the difference between you and me. Is that, like you said, when you do it, you
raw dog it.
Yeah, so you're better at that. But I'm like, I go in with a very particular vision.
I'm so stubborn in regards to, I'm going to get the better of this software. It's not going to beat me. I'm going to beat this software.
It's not a matter of that. It's more like I just get tired.
I'm going to freaking win.
Like, I'm just like, oh, why bother? But, it works. It's functional. It's just like, if you want to make something like a quick media post, but that's the thing. That's why I'm also not very good at social media, is that, like, I always put a lot into something because I always have so much.
I've had the same social media post idea in my brain for, like, 3 weeks, and I haven't posted since early October.
Well, I'm like, I need to take some of the pictures of the crochet things I'm making. It's just, I'm working on stuff for an order, and I need to make stuff.
I need to do it, but I also know that right now it's not in my wheelhouse of just time and effort. So it's like, this is, my agency, right? However, we did get into the flea market I did tell you, there's a flea market in April we're going to do for Anime Paradise, if anyone is interested in coming with us. I haven't signed up for anything else because I was like, January and February is already going to be like, I'm very anxious for the one in January because things where I don't know the variables make me really anxious. And it's making me really nervous because I don't know if we're going to do well. I don't know if we're going to sell anything. I don't know if we're going to sell a lot. I really don't know. I'm just very nervous because I don't know is there going to be a lot of people? Are there going to be no people? Is it going to be, do I have the right stuff? Do I need, is our display going to be all messy? Should I make other things? How am I going to, should I make multiples of 4 things? Should I make 1,000 different things? Like, there's so many things. And the worst part is, this is the longest I've been able to sit and paint in probably the last month, because before I used to get about an hour a day, and recently I get about 10 minutes a day, because as soon as I come home from work, and by then the sun's already setting, and I've been really having a hard time, like, as soon as the sun goes down, I get just this awful headache, because then also my medications are wearing off around then, so it's like I just get withdrawal headaches, and then I get the seasonal depression headaches, and then the dark, so it's like I have not been able to do work at all since I get home. So I'm a little bit anxious, but that's why I took today off of work, and I think that helped a lot. Because tomorrow I took the day off of preschool, but I still have to nanny, so I was like, ugh, this sucks. So I thought I had the day off, but then I don't. But it is what it is. So
yeah, well,
at least I have Thanksgiving off.
You did take those days off, so you have the whole week off, right?
We only had school today and tomorrow, and I took tomorrow off of school, because school is what's been killing me, dude. 10 people, have 10 children, essentially be on you all the time, because there's other people in the classroom, but they're really only ever all up in my business, all up in my grill, if you will.
Yeah, you rhymed.
Yeah, I was like, they just don't ever leave me alone.
Use this one that's supposed to be like for a business meeting and be like, this is me showing off my D&D characters.
I'm almost done, and then we can go to Taco Bell.
And go get tacos?
Taco Bell. Yes, because I do want to go to Taco Bell.
It would be nice to get some tacos.
I'm almost there. Just give me a couple more minutes.
I think that what we'll do is that I'll keep the stream live. I'll just go into our be back soon.
Yeah, I was saying just put music on in the background.
You'll have to figure out how to do that, but
I can do that.
As long as you don't mess with the microphone of this one, then that's all good.
No, and then we'll just come back and do...
We'll come back, we'll eat tacos.
Mukbang.
This week is when I have to go over my list and be like, Black Friday deals, what games am I missing? But more like there's some games I'll get because I want to get them like now, or I'll get them in limited editions. But like, there's like some other ones that I'm just like, I can wait until that gets lower. I wanted to play it, but I'm like, I'll wait until that gets lower. Because, it's not like I'm going through my backlog of 500 plus games any faster. It's also random. I'm looking at this and seeing like they just released a teaser for Lilo and Stitch. There's one game I expect to bomb harder than How to Train Your Dragon. It's Lilo and Stitch, the live action.
So they're probably gonna make Stitch real ugly.
It doesn't matter if they make him ugly
or
not.
They're allergic to making live action things cute. I don't know why.
It doesn't matter if Stitch is cute or not, because what is the more important thing about the original Lilo and Stitch?
That Lilo was autistic.
Well, that too. I mean in terms of like an artistic sense.
Oh, that is Hawaiian? Is watercolory?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole vibe of Lilo and Stitch is that it's like it has all these... It's its art style. It has like watercolor painted backgrounds. It's bright. It's vibrant. And, like Melanie said, it has deeper meanings beneath its surface, which is something that Disney has been fumbling the heck out of in these live-action remakes. Need we go back into Mulan and how they ruined that movie? That, like, wow, all you need to do was follow the original script, instead you changed everything in just the wrong enough way that you completely screwed over the original meaning of this movie. So do I think that they're going to do that with Lilo and Stitch? Absolutely. And there's no way they're going to make it as bright and vibrant as the original watercolor painted backgrounds. It's going to be Mulan again, but worse. Because now they have an animated alien in it.
Mulan, they should have put the songs in. I love the music of Mulan.
Or if they were going to do more serious, they should have committed to that bit instead of trying to still have the wacky Disney musical vibes.
They were trying to do like the original Tale of Mulan, but then it was funny that people
they should have done that.
Hi, I actually live in China right now, and that's not the original tale.
That's the thing. Is that
wrong.
They wanted quote unquote the original Tale of Mulan, but no, they wanted the Disney version of Mulan, but they wanted to say they were doing the original version.
Because people were like, hi, I actually live in China right now, and that's incorrect.
Well, because Mulan for them is kind of like Cinderella for us. It's like, it's a well-known tale. So, like, the fact that they were like, if they were going to do that, that would have been fine. But the thing is, like, no, we want to tell the same story we told beforehand, but now we're going to pretend to be more edgy by taking the musical numbers out of it, but we're not going to change anything else. In fact, we're going to change it just enough that it doesn't even make sense by the Chinese standards.
Because they were like,
and we're calling that movie.
You're not even honoring the original. Like, the real original.
No, it was a movie with an agenda, which is doomed to fail from the beginning.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like looking at the Lilo and Stitch teaser. I'm like, it doesn't matter if they make Stitch cute or not, because believe it or not, Lilo and Stitch is about Lilo. And Stitch is the facilitator, that is the catalyst that pushes the story forward. And everyone goes and Stitch merch now, and that's why I've gotten more selective on the Stitch stuff I collect. Originally, I used to get everything because it was so niche. Now he's a cuddly mascot.
He's like a Pikachu.
Yeah, he's like a Pikachu. I'm more selective on what I get for him. But the reason I originally, again, it's funny in hindsight when, being like, why did I connect so much with Lilo as a child? Yeah, we should, Mom and I watched the Cinema Therapy on that one, and they'd be like, man, it's funny how, much Lilo is a little autistic girl. And you're just like, wow. In hindsight, we should have seen at least some of the signs.
No.
And Mom's like, I feel bad. I'm like, no, don't. If that were you, I would have assumed the same thing. I would have just been like, oh, I have a unique child. I much prefer that you treated me that way than you treated me as like most of the people who get like a diagnosis do and be like, oh no, they're broken. No, you just accepted I was weird. I much prefer that as a child did.
Supported me in my weirdness.
You just thought I was weird. You know? Anything it was not from mom. It was from the outer. It was from the larger family that was again not allowing me to be weird. Who were just like, "Why are you like that?" Mom was just like, "Okay, you're weird. That's fine. Much better." So like, I expect with something that has such deep meaning as Lilo and Stitch, beneath the surface and talking about broken families and stuff like that, like they fumbled that so hard. Mulan. I do not expect they will even get close for Lilo and Stitch. It's going to look 10 times worse than live action, because live action people look uglier than animated people, especially this guy's art style. Because Lilo and Stitch was groundbreaking, because we'll go on Lilo and Stitch for a little bit here. Lilo and Stitch was groundbreaking because it was the first movie, more or less, that delineated from the thin, tiny little waists and wrists of the Snow White Cinderella era, you know? His art style is like he wanted, you know, like you look at Nani, she's got meat on her bones. She has large thighs because like she has a reasonable bone structure for the people she's representing, you know? It's like she's not a little tiny princess.
They actually went to Hawaii and took
many photos of people and of the location.
Like, that's why they've got like rounder noses and slanted eyes. It's like they wanted to make them look more authentic to the actual people versus just like a caricature of the person.
Mm-hmm.
They want to make sure that actually looked like Hawaiian people and not like your idea of a Hawaiian person.
Exactly.
That as well.
Mira says Nani was the bi-awakening. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nani is like a really like fascinating character, and more just from the design standpoint of like she's so different of what a female looked like in a Disney movie at the time. Because Mulan was starting to push boundaries and stuff like that, but Lilo and Stitch is the one where that guy's art style, like, he has a whole... because I have the Lilo and Stitch art book when I was, like, 12. And looking at his art style, like, he had full, like, sheets of do this, not that. Of, like, not thin wrists. Give it a noticeable bone to it. Not thin legs. Make sure you have a notable rounded calf. Stubby fingers. Stubby noses. Like, he had, like, a whole thing of, like, do this, not that. Essentially, like, reteaching his animators, we're not doing the thin, petite princess way that Disney has been teaching you. We're doing the thick, meaty version of it.
She said we want thick.
And it gives us, but it gives the movie its own distinct art style, and it has it's, you know, it's not necessarily realistic, but it gives it its own distinct, like, vibe. And you're not going to be able to recreate that in live action. You just can't. Because animation allows you to do things that are not naturally occurring in nature. It's why, like, the things like The Lion King were like, why? You can't make a lion express because they don't have facial muscles for that.
Yeah.
But in a cartoon, you can do all of that. Easily. That's the reason that we have these two forms of, like, storytelling in movies. Because they both have strengths and weaknesses. One is not inherently better than the other. Just, you know, they tend to put a little bit more effort into the storytelling of animation because it just takes a while to make it, so you better make sure it works. Well, at least it did originally, and then CGI got way easier to produce, and then everything's kind of a crapshoot now, but... Such is life. And we're bringing it back around to bad movies and live action. Full circle again. Mark it off on your bingo board.
Oh, for How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Bring it all right back to bad live action. Thanks. But, like, Stitch looks fine. He's not like... exactly. He's not like, you know, ugly Sonic levels of bad. Like, he looks close enough. He essentially looks like a, you know, koala, but, like, it's not gonna matter about Stitch. Like, it's called Lilo and Stitch for a reason. Stitch is the catalyst that gets the story moving, and he's essentially the audience insert. He doesn't know anything, and he's learning about this family as the movie progresses. Like, he's walking into their world, you know? It's not Stitch that's going to be the big sticking point in this movie. It's going to be the world, it's going to be the family, it's going to be the deep and themes that were honestly kind of, you know, again, like Mulan, big groundbreaking for the time. Dealing with a family that, like, you know, isn't perfect. You know, like, you have, Lilo and Nani are a lot like Makoto and Sai in a lot of ways, where you have, like, a sister who said she had to put her life on hold to take care of her younger sister, and she has regrets and some resentments for that, and, she's a sister, not a mom. And she's trying to bridge that gap and, dealing with the fact, like, we're alone now. We have just ourselves, and we're trying to make it work, but this is hard. And, like, especially with Nani's case, she's trying to take care of her neurodivergent sister, who she doesn't really know how to do, but she, is trying her best to understand, but she also has to get a job and figure out how to take care of the house. And, like, you go and see, like, the little, like, trinkets in her room. She was, like, surfboarder. Like, she had, like, awards from it. Like, an athletic career, essentially, but she had to put it on hold and get a stable job to take care of her sister because their parents were suddenly out of the picture. And then, like, the fact that, like, the main antagonist for the human storyline is a social worker who's not mean. He's just like, I don't know, you can take care of her, and I want what's best for the child. And this is a difficult situation, Because she isn't holding down a steady job. She isn't entirely certain what she's doing. So, like, from the outside, like, is he really evil? No. It's just, what is best for this child in this. And then, obviously, you have the aliens. You have the wackiness. You have the comedy to the tragedy with Stitch. Mm-hmm. And him also having, like, the find the place where you belong and stuff like that.
That's what I think the older movies are iconic for the reason of I just knew a better balance. Of comedy and tragedy, and they knew, if you want to go lighthearted, you do have to do a little bit more of the deep. You can't just do only deep, only, lighthearted, or you really can't just keep it in the middle. There are movies that are meant to kind of sit in the middle, and those are good. But if you're trying to hit your big blockbuster, having another iconic movie, you have to be willing to take that risk, and a lot of times they're just not willing to take the risk because there's a big monetary value attached. When you're someone like Disney and you own 99% of the properties in the universe, I think you can take a risk every once in a while. And I think you'll be okay. Somehow.
Well, when you take a risk, the audience feels that, and they're willing to reciprocate usually. Again, when anyone steps into a movie theater, when you boot up a game, when you open a book, you are essentially making a pact with the author that you are going to walk into their world, and for at least a little bit, you're going to suspend their disbelief on the condition that they give you something to think about. Something that makes them feel. This is why I am so strongly drawn towards stories. It's why I like art. It's why I want to do writing. It's why I don't have a job idea. Because from the beginning, it's always been about, I want to make something that makes someone think, that makes someone feel something, because that's what so enthralls me about stories. Especially when I'm in, like, a world I don't always understand. And people I have always struggled with growing up understanding. But, like, the fact that stories are something that can somehow bridge every gap. That we can talk about a book together, a game together, a movie together. And now we have a language that works, that we can communicate. We can both agree on something or disagree on something. But we both still have the same, like, language we're speaking here. Is really the beauty of stories to me. And the idea of making something of that regards is why I hold in such high esteem, making stories and stuff like that. Of course, then I have my consequently problem of, like, what is a good story to tell? And what story do I have to tell? And that's a much harder question to answer, but, big philosophies are easier than going into the little applications. But the idea of having a story that, like, you go and you're trying to say something. And that's the problem with chasing the remakes or chasing trends, is that then you're trying to speak to a well of voices. So you're going to get lost. However, if you go into it and step out into it, because storytelling is a vulnerable thing, you have to essentially put your thing out there and ask people to interact with it and open yourself up to the criticisms, to the people who inevitably are not going to understand, because a well-written story should not be something that everyone understands. It's not going to be for everyone. You have to write to an audience. But, like, the fact you're opening yourself up to that, in the hope that there's someone out there who's going to be like, yes, I get it, or wow, you made me think, you made me feel. Those are the ones that stick around. Those are the movies that become classics. Those are the books that become, school-taught literature. Because regardless of whether they were good or not, or whether they had anything profound to say or not, they resonated with people for a reason, and studying that reason becomes a new stage of, like, education. That's why I wish that there was a track for like studying video games and just being like a class about like just studying storytelling in games and how it's very different from any other media.
Which is
because
interesting because I think you would have liked it. A lot of my media classes, I just got lucky with my teacher draw, where it's like the teachers were teaching a gen ed class, but they could choose kind of like how they want to approach it, and a lot of them did choose video games as their topic of choice, and I think that was nice because the one professor I had just like a basic intro course on. My friend got the other teacher, and they're like they were the worst. So the teacher I had, his main topic of research at the university was women representation in video games and how are women written, shown, played, like how do we view women in general as characters in video games. And I thought that was a really interesting topic of study. And then I had a different one where we did look at narrative in video games and how do different video games have and how narratives progress from the beginning of video games to now, like starting way back like early 80s into now, and seeing how video games progress. So I was like, I think I wish you could have taken some of those courses in my media concentration, because I think it was very interesting, and it's not super widespread, but there is a bit of an academic focus on that, and I think that was really cool to be able to. I think you should look into doing that, like being able to take something like a gen ed so you can get your message out to more people.
Because the thing is that video games compared to other media forms have grown at a beyond exponential rate. They are a ludicrous industry compared to, like, they make 4 times the amount of like every other media industry combined, easily, like with some spare change.
They're versatile.
And well, yes, that's the thing, is that games did something that no other. The reason games came to be as they are, I think, is because they and the reason like other media forms come and go, the ones that really stuck around is because they made a niche for themselves. You can't tell what's in a book any way otherwise than how you can tell it in a book. Versus, why is a comic different from a book? Because it does something different fundamentally that a book cannot do. Why does a movie work differently than a radio play? Because it's fundamentally doing something different. Why does music work differently? These are interesting things to ponder. Video games, in some ways, take a little bit from every other art form, but they now, instead of every other art form, is passive. You are viewing something that is complete and finished that you watch passively. Video games require player input. You are now no longer a passive viewer. You are now someone who's pushing the story forward. Even if, at the end of the day, they are still a completed product, most of the time at least, assumingly they're completed.
Less so nowadays.
But, like, you are going into a completed project that, granted, does have a beginning, ending, a middle, and an end. But you now can determine something along the way. You can die. You can choose to go in this way or the other. Why is it that everyone can play the same game and have a different experience? Because, players change things. It's the same reason we love D&D. We're all using, at the end of the day, the same mathematical equations and set of words. But we can take them 1,000 different ways because everyone thinks differently, everyone looks differently. That's why I'm going through my D&D character ideas to put on here. Everyone can do things just different enough that you can get 1,000 different possibilities. And this is the beauty of what games can do. Is that, like, by bringing the audience into the world and forcing them to be a participant, you are now able to feel more invested in the story because now you are part of the story. This is also why I think that, games can do some really interesting things. I wish there was more in, like, the narrative scene of, like, the narrative storytelling games. People look down on them because they don't have great gameplay, but I'm like, but isn't that fun? To go and affect the storyline? Everyone talks all this and that and the other about, like, obviously the biggest one is Until Dawn, but, like, we talked about Detroit for a while, Detroit Become Human, and less the fact that you can affect the story in so many ways, for better and for worse. Definitely a lot for worse. But, like, the fact that you come in makes you want to care about these characters, in some way. Whether you like them or hate them, you care about them. Otherwise, why do you, like, pick up and put down a mobile game? Because you don't have any emotional buy-in. It is just a means to an end, which mobile games aren't necessarily lesser forms of games, but they are different kinds of games, the same as, like, you might consider, like, a 5-minute cartoon versus a blockbuster, like, it's just a different scale metric. But, like, what you can do in games, and this is why I wrote many papers of in my last class, is essentially making the argument to a bunch of people who think video games are, like, meaningless wastes of time. Not all of them, but a handful of them. It's an online college. a lot of demographic are people who are currently in the military or like in their 50s. So I'm definitely in the minority for a lot of it. But like, who are like, it's a waste of time because I see you there rotting your brain. I'm like, well, are you rotting your brain when you read a book?
I love rotting my brain.
Are you rotting your brain when you, we'll come back to it later because I don't want to get into it before we go get tacos. But Mercy brought up earlier about fan fiction. Why is that considered a lesser form of literature? Someone sat down. Now, granted, there is a lot of, because again, the same way, because because there's social media, and you essentially have, there's no filter. There's also a lot of crap books out there, but because fan fiction can be posted instantly with no cost to the author, there's a lot more of it, and a lot of it is trash. But at the same point, like, there is also a lot of fan fiction out there that is of equal or greater quality than some books. Like, there's a lot of trash fiction out there that, you know, especially in the young adult genre. Like, why is fan fiction seen as a lesser form of literature when some of it can easily stand its own? Not to mention, it is a skill level to be able to take someone else's world and characters, and well-written fan fiction at least, can go and build it in a way that feels like it could stand right next to the canon. Matt and I were talking about the other day about how, like, reading Genshin Impact, like, fan fiction, sometimes it's hard to tell what's the canon and what's the fanon, which is more, I think, speaks to the gaps in Genshin Impact as a video game, in its storytelling abilities, but it is interesting to see. Yeah. Mark it off your bingo card. Did you get bingo yet?
What
She says, back to fan fiction. I'm like, yeah, I told you.
We live a very circuitous existence, I believe.
Yeah. It all comes back in the end. We won't get too far into it because as soon as Melanie's done, we're gonna go get some tacos.
I'm just finishing this Pikachu, and then I'm gonna go get some food. Then we'll come back.
But we'll just put it into our like, be back soon loading screen, and then we'll be back. But next actually, I'm making a list. I would love to see a bingo card. When we had our other stream, we told someone like make a bingo card about like the things we bring up, like how long does it take for us to bring up Fire Emblem? How long does it take to bring up boobs? Was a big one. How long does it take us to bring up
I love
Sonic?
About some boobs, baby.
How many times do I have to say, like, I digress. How many times do I jump between one thing without finishing the previous point? How often do I bring up this one D&D session? I'd love to see. It'd be fascinating. But, we go and, fanfiction, why is it seen as a lesser form of fiction, even though you have to put just as much effort into it, and sometimes even more, because authors admit, a lot of, the good, at least, ones, will go and they're flattered by fanfiction a lot of time, because they're like, it's a skill to take someone else's characters and world, and build it as if your own. This is why, like, fanfiction in some ways can have, like, a knife edge to how it's good or not. Because the biggest, thing is, like, OOC, out of character, aka you're writing and inserting your own characters.
Well, let's look at some of these huge, massive, giant franchises are all stemmed from fan fiction.
They just changed the names because at the end of the day, they were writing their own characters. And fan fiction, in a lot of ways, is training wheels for young authors. It's you take something that's already established and you learn how to write a good story, and then after that, you can change the names and make your own characters. Me researching Mars Society and Dragon Age. Yep.
So I'm pretty sure Mortal Instruments, if that's what it's called.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Whatever, the City of whatever.
City of Bones.
City of Bones. That's fan fiction. Everyone knows
Shades
50
of
Shades of
Grey
Grey
is fan fiction.
There's another one. There's like 3 huge, City of Bones was a big one. I didn't realize. That's fan fiction.
They changed
I think it's based off of Harry Potter, I believe.
A lot of things were.
So it's that's a huge franchise. It's got tons of books. I mean, probably 15 books in it, and multiple TV shows and movies. And that's fan fiction, Harry Potter fan fiction. So it's it's interesting to see where people go from there. Because Evie's right. It is it's training grounds. It's getting community feedback,
Because that's the first time you're going to have to interact with the most parts of the writing process. Building a story that's competent, and you'll get feedback from viewers of being like, okay, do your characters make sense? What did they like? What did they dislike? And granted, you'll get better depending on which site you're on. Like, if you're going on Wattpad, you have to kind of know what you're getting into when you're going on to that. There's no filters on that place. But, AO3 is probably the biggest one. Fanfiction.net was the one that started it all. But, you can get a lot of feedback from people, and you can learn a lot from reading other people's stuff.
Because a lot of it is not romantic. A lot of stories are just stories with no romance. Like, a lot of it's shipping stuff. There are a lot of stories with no romance involved where people are just writing alternate versions of a plot line they didn't like, or they were interested in this character and wanted to see how they developed a certain way. A lot of it is just storytelling. Some of it is just naked stuff.
Because that's something I did tell Madeline that I thought is like a fascinating thing with fan fiction is like fan fiction you'll have the most for a fandom where they feel dissatisfied. That's the reason fan fiction exists. You saw something in the canon that you thought you could either improve upon or you wanted more of,
I think
or it didn't work.
I think Supernatural has the most stories on AO3 at least, because they've made a lot of interesting choices when making that show.
I read something that's basically was someone feeling the body get stitched together into a physical form from a spirit.
God.
I like it.
Why would you?
I'm like, go girl, be an artist.
That's intense, dude. It's like body horror.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's everything in. It's like, that's why like when people go and try and like judge video games as like a genre, I'm like, video games aren't a genre any more than anime is or literature is. It's an art form. You have genres within that art form. I remember one time I had to do for paper, I was like breaking down to like the most basic building blocks level, like what Fossil Fighters was as a game, and I ultimately came down to it's a monster catcher JRPG. In order to do that, I had to define what an RPG was. Then I had to define what a JRPG was. Then I had to define what an SRPG was. Then I had to define what a monster tamer was. And then at the end of the day, I have something that's ultimately you excavate dinosaurs and fight with each other. Mm-hmm. But in order to get it down, like the genre was so like RPG says one thing, but an RPG is just as much Valkyria Chronicles as it is Codename Steam, as it is like some versions of you could even argue some versions of like Call of Duty or RPGs in some ways. You it is like the Yeast series versus the Tales series versus Fire Emblem versus like JRPGs are probably the ones that are the most main, but like Final Fantasy RPG, Western RPG, very different even from its early iterations to what it is now. Like Final Fantasy is like shifted genres like 3 times. A Mario RPG versus Mario Paper Mario, definitely different feeling RPGs. It's amazing how much you can like really categorize things down.
Well, it's interesting. I remember one thing specifically from one of my classes, like aesthetics in regards to video game is not the same as aesthetics in regards to any other use of the word.
Yep.
It's like theming and aesthetics and stylistic choices are all 3 different things in regards to video games. They cannot be in the same category, which I didn't know because I used to use aesthetics differently. They're like, no, it's very, very specific definition regards to video games.
I think that probably the thing is that carries over the most is theme in terms of like a
it's more
movie
about story.
And a book is like you're going for something. Like that's probably the thing that is more general between all media art forms, but even then it's like theme as an idea is the same in every art form. How you show a theme is very different between each different art forms, and how important theme is to the overall product is very different in different art forms. Mm-hmm. It's more or less means the same thing every time, but it's like, Madeline can speak as someone who's doing paintings, like, you might say the color red, but that doesn't necessarily mean red.
Well, don't get me started on the color red. That makes me so angry.
Madeline had to do a painting of Alistair and be like
5 Alistair's line that I'm gonna have to do.
And like
freaking
her saying about like this character,
red.
If you look at him, you would say he's dressed in red. However, Madeline, who's painting him,
red, a brown base red, a cool base red, a warm base red. It's
the
like
50 Shades of Pink she had to come up with.
Yeah, I was like, the majority of his outfit is purple and pink.
But next to each other are icy red.
They seem red. It was like when you are breaking it down into colors, you're using a lot more purples and pinks than you would have thought. And then you got it's purples, pinks, and browns really, but all in combination, it comes out as red. So it's a pain when you're trying to mix paints. Because I don't want to. If I can pour it from a bottle, that's the easiest. But if I have to, custom mix stuff, it just takes a little bit longer, and then I don't know as much how it's going to dry. So that was very difficult for him because I pretty much had to custom mix all of his colors, and if one didn't dry exactly how I needed it to dry, it would mess up like 4 different layers, and you're like, well, it's too late in, and I was like, I can't do anything about it now. that's why painting Alistair, I like doing it in black light because then all the colors are like much more radically different.
Yeah, they aren't. They aren't as. It's amazing how going. Man, color theory. I did a project that in college, which is fascinating, and being like, let's not even get into how like colors make us feel. Mary says, please do a Sir Pretentious.
I would love to.
I think he also lent pretty well to that. There's a lot of stark lines on his.
Well, I have like a meme version.
I have a pattern to make a Sir Pretentious.
If you have a certain picture of him you want me to do, that would actually be super helpful. I have like the little like worm guy I drew of him.
Malin Sting request.
I don't know what. Well, like it is super helpful. Like especially going into this con, I just don't know what people want. So I was like, that's where I've kind of been fumbling around a little bit because I just don't know what to make. I can make whatever. I just don't know what to make. Like, should I make it big? Should I make it small? Should I make it this picture? Should I make it that picture? It's like that's kind of where I've been at a loss of like I don't really know what the audience wants because I only know what I like, and a lot of times, the vast majority of the time, what I like is not what sells well. So
that's the hard part, I think, for me is that I'm like there are things there's things I want to make, and then there's the idea of what will sell. Mm-hmm. And the way I've had to approach it, because honestly, when I crochet stuff, I've had to be like, I originally thought about doing things that like sell well in markets, but I'm like, then I realized like, no, I'm gonna make what I want to make. And if people want my stuff, they'll buy my stuff. Like, I've been making, like, I originally was thinking, like, I got a lot of, like, different animal patterns and stuff like that, which I will make at some point. I do want to make at some point. But, like, I've been making a lot of Freddies because, like, I just get different ideas. Like, what different color combinations could I do to make a different Freddy? And
the funny thing is, we know that they're going to sell.
And then they sell. But, like,
people will freaking eat those things up.
But, like, the first few markets we went to, no one touched them. But then when we went to nerd markets, then, like, I sold them, like, instantly.
People came up and said, did you already, or like, sorry, these are on hold, somebody already bought them. They're like, oh, dang, I came too late. It's like, we had people coming up asking us if things were already sold, and we're like, yeah, unfortunately, like, you're like the third person who's asked. So it is very interesting, but you don't know until you know, and I'm just worried because this is like a 3-day thing, so I know I won't have time in between to make new stuff if I need to, is my biggest concern.
Trending tags might be something to look into. Look at the voice actor lists and go and do some of those. Yeah, for the voice actors. That's why Malin's doing some. That's why she does have some has-been stuff lined up because
I'm just doing the Pokemon ones first because they're the quickest and the easiest ones. The has-been ones are going to take probably about at least an hour each, just because they've got so many layers. So I do have some. I have a lot of Alistairs. I have 2 Angel Dusts, I think. I have a Lucifer. I have a Charlie. It's like I try to do a lot of Alistairs because I like Alistair's design a lot.
He has.
But it's just like you have the character, but choosing a picture inside the character realm is where I kind of like. Do I do original art? But is my art, is it better to do a frame from the show? But then I love doing original stuff. But then is the art style going to be recognizable enough? Somebody's going to want it. Because when you're doing it, a print is easier because you can like print it out. And my concern with these is like I can make the original art, but then I also have to go through the process of painting it. And if nobody buys it, then I've just lost out on like double the time. Versus if I make an original thing and then I make a print of it, then I don't have to do like the whole long process of painting it. Because then also when I'm painting it, if I do something original, the color layers have to be made in a certain way. So it's just a lot of like, I think I go in circles, Yeah. And I don't really have a lot of, and I think the biggest thing is the time constraint. Just I'm running out of time, and it's stressing me out a little bit because I didn't plan to not have this time when we signed up for the convention. I had more time in the schedule, and then since then, I've had less time. So I'm just working on my Pokemon first because they're faster. But then I also don't know, are people going to buy them? I don't know. I don't know what people like. It stresses me out.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that, like, make some things that are themed, but at the same time I'm also kind of like, just make nerd stuff. If they like if they like our stuff, they're gonna like our stuff.
Yeah, because like I don't have anything.
You can't think about it too hard because then you just get anxiety.
Anime related, so I'm just kind of like, sorry.
I'm crocheting stuff. I can't exactly get things that are anime.
Yeah, well, it's just I don't I don't really like drawing anime stuff right now. That's just not what my interests are at the moment.
Olivia was really into that for a while.
Yeah, and I can, but I just like, I think I don't know, I think it's kind of boring at the moment. Just because I like to make, well, not necessarily boring, but I think it's like more people are willing to do that, and I want to make stuff that I would like, which is typically stuff that people don't make, stuff that's much more niche. Then you run into that same issue of like, well, if it's niche, am only I gonna like it, or I can find my one person who might like it.
Oh man, I drive myself in circles thinking about that all the time.
Yeah, but is it gonna be too niche? I do get concerned with that sometimes.
Yeah, no, man. Trust me, I feel you. Again, like I was saying before, art in any of its forms is an act of vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
So always, like, even whether you like it or not, if the person seems sincere, at least, try and be at least respectful. Mm-hmm. Doing art is hard. Writing a story, especially, is hard. Because we are definitely drawn more to visuals than, like, I've been on DeviantArt for years, and I enjoy doing that because I do, like, a lot of my Pokemon stories. Man, does it just kill me some days where I stop and be like, I've written so many stories. However, the majority I wrote for them are Pokemon. They are Pokemon stories, like the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon universe, where you're playing as characters who are Pokemon in their world, doing things like rescuing or fighting monsters or having magic. And, like, I write complicated stories in Pokemon, but how many people will never read my stories because they don't understand Pokemon? And you can't stop and think about that. You have to go and be like, well, I'm making this because I like to make this.
Yeah.
But, like, when sometimes people ask, like, to read my stories and be like, I wrote a lot of things I'm proud of. They were all within a Pokemon group. And I'm still proud of those stories, inspired of that, but how many people will, like, never read them because they just don't know a lot about Pokemon? I'm like, I think I do have some stories that could stand on their own, even if you don't know a whole lot about Pokemon, or at least you only know the basics. Mm-hmm. But, like, how many things do I, like, never share with, like, people because I'm like, well, I mean, I like writing this thing, so I'm going to make it because I like writing this thing. I wrote one that's, like, I have, like, one that is very much strongly inspired by, like, Resident Evil 8. I've written some that are very strongly inspired by Persona. I've written some that are very strongly inspired by, like, Detroit Become Human. But they're in a Pokemon setting because that's what I'm comfortable with. And like with D&D, I like making characters under, like, the idea of, like, if you want to consider, like, D&D with classes and races, I like considering, like, what species fits this character? What moves will fit this character? Same reason I like making D&D characters is, like, what classes and, like, races, I say as I'm making my little D&D PowerPoint for Meredith, what we're going to present after we get our tacos, is, what sort of things will fit this character concept, Mm-hmm. But, like, it does suck sometimes. You go and sit back there and be like, I'm very proud of this. But could I go and show this to my parents? Can I go and show this to my friends? Will they just not get it?
Me with my Neopets.
No, I get you.
I'm like, I dressed them up. I worked really hard to dress them really nice.
Do you know the one story I wrote? Gosh, what was the title of it? Let me look it up. Yeah, I wrote a story based on the characters that we have in our campaign. The conductors, the black and white conductors. Called The Sound of Shoes, Separations in Seconds. Mm-hmm. It's about, essentially, like, and it's written from kind of I wrote it as kind of, like, a minimalist storytelling way. That's kind of, like, almost a kind of sort of third-person limited. But, like, I wanted to write it in a very minimalistic way, where there's not a lot of dialogue, there's not a lot of indicators, because the way I wanted to write from the character's perspective is essentially, like, he's not thinking about those things. His life runs like clockwork, so he's only noticing the notable details. I'm not going in... Normally my way to write scenes is write with a lot of flowery language, very descriptive, about the motions, about the scenes, about the characters. I like using a lot of flowery dialogue. But for this thing, I was trying to limit myself to go and write, like, how does this character view the world? So a lot of sharp, staccato sort of statements, a lot of repetition of statements, I want to get that kind of mechanical way of feeling like the mind. And I remember I sent it to Danny originally, and he wrote back, like, I'm getting confused. And that was me being like, okay, this experiment didn't quite work, so let me put few more indicators to tell who's talking. So admittedly, I did try to do my best I could with dialogue to show how the two characters, because the black and white conductor are very similar. So, like, I was trying to show how they speak differently with their dialogue, but then I realized, okay, this isn't clear. Let me give a few more indicators.
It might have been better as a comic, maybe.
Maybe, but I can't draw comics. I wish I could. It's, again, coming back to it. I like to draw. I love drawing Pokemon. I can draw creatures really well. Can't draw people, and most people want you to draw people, unfortunately. So trying to draw and be like, hey, I have this artwork I'm really proud of. Hope you understand Pokemon. Pokemon's my way I interpret the world and kind of keep myself stable a lot of the time. It's what you call like your special interests and stuff like that. It's a comfort thing. It's to try and make sense of the world. So a lot of times I will make comparisons to Pokemon and video games because it helps me. That's why I'm really good at metaphors. It helps me understand my environments.
Surprisingly, I've been getting that comment a lot the past 3 months. Everyone's like, "That's a really great metaphor. That's a really good."
I've been
analogy.
getting that too. I know.
I was like, "Why? Why?" Well, mine's only very recently. I'm like, okay. I feel like I've always been good at metaphors.
I told Amira we need to have a group art day. Practice some techniques, then that's what I do. And again, that's the thing that's funny. I am an entirely self-taught artist because the fact of I had difficulties in art class, believe it or not, and I had difficulties with art books. Because that's the thing, is that since I have my divergent brain doing its thing where it's it does not going forward in a straight path, it meant that my brain almost resisted it and I would grow frustrated with it. But when I just tried to do it myself and then tried to copy what I was seeing, because I'm good at copying things. I'm good at editing and noticing when things are wrong, and I'm good at mimicking things. Yeah, lovely.
Mimic.
Yeah. Now I can tell you all about masking and how that's a thing that you kind of just instinctively have to know in order to survive when you don't understand what's going on. Well, I'm really good at looking at things, and that's how I got better at drawing. Was that I looked at Pokemon, I understood how they looked, and I just kind of eventually just figured out different ways to do it. I learned the basics of you could learn basic shapes, art structure, things like that. But I couldn't do it by a book. I had to figure it out myself because, in most things, I had to translate it to myself first and then teach myself how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then after that, I was fine. Now I can draw things pretty well in general, and I can draw freehand at Pokemon a lot more than I used to, because originally I had to, stare at them and be, trace over them, but, eventually I did, okay, I understand how body forms now work. I can do these things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I had learned that through Pokemon. Not everyone some people be like, oh, I want to see your art. And I'll go and show them oh,
okay. And
people have a certain
don't say that.
A lot of people, especially older people, have a certain thing in their mind what art is, and they expect paintings.
I freaking hate.
They expect what Olivia makes most of the time.
Olivia is a very classically artistic person in regards of when you see her stuff, you're like, oh, that's art. I don't make art, dude. I just make fart poop.
But I'll make a lot of I would love to share the stuff I have on Deviant and my art and my artwork on there, my stories I keep on there. And, to go back to the thing I started with, to talk about for a moment again, my conductor story. And so, it was an experiment, and I'm glad Danny gave me some feedback on that, because he's these aren't clear to see. And I'm I needed someone who would go in there and engage with the story and tell me where it doesn't work. Because otherwise, it doesn't tell me anything someone says, it's good. I needed to be told, well, I can't really tell who's speaking. And there are some things I did stand on. I'm okay, I'm not putting a lot in, because I still want to stand to this whole, kind of outsider, almost alien clockwork mindset of speaking in these short staccato sentences. But I did put more indicators of when they were switching speakers. Usually when I switch speakers, my rule of thumb is you make a new paragraph whenever a speaker shifts. Mm-hmm. This is a classically trained literature thing. Whenever you switch the speaker, is usually you make a new paragraph. Not everyone follows that nowadays, but that is the way normally you're supposed to do it. So whenever I would switch a paragraph, that was when I would switch speakers. But I know that's not always obvious, so I put a few more indicators. I try to be a little more clear in some areas. I try to put a little bit more motion in some areas. And I think the story on its own is still pretty good. But I get nervous about it sometimes and go and be will people understand this as I gave this to them? I'm I think it's a good enough story that you don't need the context of who the conductors are in my campaign. You don't need to know what my world is in order to understand who these characters are. I think it's strong enough to at least stand on its own. But it's it's something I gave to my D&D group and be hey, you guys want to know a little bit more about the conductors? Here it is. Granted, this is before you meet them in the modern day. This is what they would have existed before the campaign started. But I was proud of that, but I was also kind of scared because I'm doing something that's a little weird here. Is anyone gonna understand it? Which is the vulnerability of storytelling in general. Is that, you know, like, you have to put out there and be like, is someone out there going to get it? And sometimes the answer is no. You can have the best idea in the world, but no one understands it. And that means that you just have to work on your presentation, usually, your delivery method. Because, you know, I think every idea is viable, but how you present it to an audience is definitely the harder part. Because sometimes you go and be like, this is great, and then you'll be like, that's great. You know? So it's a push and pull. But, you know, that's... when you make art, when you make stories, I think truly, if you're doing it, you shouldn't be doing it for, like, the reasons that they make movies nowadays. You're chasing a trend or you're looking for something. When you make something, it's because you feel compelled to make something. Because you have something to say. You have something you want to exist that doesn't exist in the world currently. And you want to bring it into fruition. That's why I make things. Like, I'm trying to make something that doesn't currently exist. I have my unique perspective of the world or on art or whatever. And I want to make this thing because it doesn't currently exist. So I'm going to make it. And after this commercial break, as Mally's finishing her things up here and we're going to go get some food, I will happily present my PowerPoint on my D&D characters, after which I wish everyone to vote, and will help me determine which character I'm going to go with. Which I'm not going to come to an answer today. We'll put that out there. Because I'll inevitably, I'll make these, I'll think about it. By the time we actually get to Eric's campaign, I might come up with 4 different ideas by the time we get there. Mm-hmm. But this makes my brain chemicals happy, is to make things and entertain the idea of many stories.
And then I have round 2 getting prepped.
Malline's going to take a break from her things, let some of her things dry. We're going to get some food.
That's realistically the one I hate doing the most is this squished Pikachu, because the layers touch each other, so you have to let them dry. Like, sometimes I can put a layer, and if it's not next to another one, I can do a ton of layers at once. But that one I have to let the layers dry in between, and it's really annoying.
So we're gonna go ahead down the street to Taco Bell and put on our waiting screen. Malline's gonna put on some background music.
Yeah, I have to take a break for a little bit because my back hurts.
That's fair. I need to drink some water.
It's me.
Because I've been speaking for
well, my throat's really sore
just
because
3 hours.
When you exercise a lot, and then you ever get that you like feel sick after you exercise a lot. That's me. Okay, so let me figure out how to put some music on here. 1 second. I'm gonna do. I'm trying to figure out how to get music. Okay. Bump. Bump. Let me fix this really quick.
Very least
Enjoy
we should be getting
food.
some good Twitch stats on this because we've been streaming for a week.
Alright, I'll see you guys soon. I'm just gonna leave the mic on and I'm gonna play music off my laptop.
That's fine.
Bye.
Just, do our be back soon one.
Okay, so now you can still, the mic is still on. Hee hee hee.
Yeah, but you can put some music on in the background.
Yeah.
We'll go.
Get
I
some
guess I should probably
food.
order our food first.
Yeah, let me.
I'll take my computer with me. We're gonna start with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my laptop over here.
I'm having a good time. How about you?
I am. Oh, my freaking butt hurts, dude. Some music on my laptop.
I think you just fell.
This is my cord. YouTube.
Or actually, let the puppies out to pee.
Mm-hmm.
And then play the red back.
Oh, this is fun.
You can get a 30 days of nacho fries. $10 pass, unlock the ability to get nacho fries every day for 30
Let's
days.
go downstairs because my mic's still on.
Yeah, it sounds like something bad again. Make sure things plugged in so it's not there by the time we come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, turn them on like this too. Yeah. Pay like $20 for a
At
meal.
least get this one. This is new mic. Oh, nice.
What is $1?
So shrimp. Yeesh. Okay,
I'm just gonna take a bite to tell.
Yeah, I don't know why the freak is not. Okay, so it should be working now.
I was just gonna take a bite to tell which one was mine, which one was yours, but I'm like, this is good. Good
Where I
burrito.
put my dog? Dog, have you ever just done this before? Melted. This is
I've been doing that on Mom's bed all weekend.
this is actually surprisingly comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, my throat hurts. Audible, yay, yippee, yippee. This is just like group hangout. How's the bell? It's dinging. Evie, what'd you get?
I got their like throwback box to try some new items. So I have like 2 tacos and a burrito. But the thing I tried different in my like 5-layer burrito is I did cheese, extra nacho cheese, and potatoes. In addition to the stuff in the
Nice, dude. I love, sometimes I get the seasoned rice.
Mm-hmm.
I love some seasoned rice, baby. I might leave this little background music on. I'm kind of... Welcome to our art den. We're like those live streamers who stream like them sleeping. That's us. It just streams us living our life. We're like on like those dystopian TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had to go let the dogs out. I think we've been gone for a long time. We had to let the dogs out, and then we drove down to Taco Bell to get it. But then all the employees were like arguing with each other, you know, as they do in a Taco Bell. And we were like, "Can we have our tacos, please?"
I got him on my name right though, so kudos to him. They're good workers there. That's literally the only Taco Bell I'm ever gonna order from, because they're the only place that's ever gets our order right.
It was a good taco.
I also think we're really hungry because we definitely skipped lunch.
Yeah, we ate breakfast, and then I don't think we've left the room until right now.
Mm-hmm.
We've been in this room since like 10 a.m. I'm gonna eat this taco, then I'm gonna lock in. I gotta get my work done. Slay! But my throat is super sore from, I think just a lot of things.
from working out so much yesterday, being around so many people yesterday. The basement's really dry and I slept there. Could also just be, you're stressed for a long amount of time and then you relax and you get sick immediately. Could be that. Lots of factors.
That's good. You'll lose your chick. You gotta lose your cinnamon tricks, Melon.
No, my twist.
Here.
Thank you. Me, 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 me. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Oh,
we haven't
shoot.
eaten all day. Besides, the fact we both got up at 10:30.
Because tomorrow I have to get up early to take you to work.
Mm-hmm. On the plus side, you can't just come home until it's your time to clock in.
Correct. Okay. Because I want to see if I can work on... Now I have Pokemon paintings, but I also have some Hasbro Hotel paintings. I'm like... All of those are going to be a lot more complex, so I'm like, do I want to work on the simple ones first, or do I complex ones? A lot of times I get the simple ones out of the way because I can do them fast.
Well, I mean, that's the thing everyone tells me I'm working on crochet. They're like, do some smaller stuff that you can sell stuff. I'm like, but sometimes I like having a big project to complete.
I know, I did some free painting on some bigger pieces of glass, and I was like, this is so nice. Like, I so enjoy not having to paint on a 4x6 for like 2 minutes.
Sometimes it's really nice.
It is, because the 4x6 is fine because you use less paint, but however, the workroom is just so much smaller. Because sometimes the big ones are annoying because you use more paint to cover the surface. And the way to get it to sit right on glass, you have to like saturate it, which is a pain. Because it just uses a ton of paint.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Can I come over in a bit to crash the party and paint a dice set? I need a gray color and have exactly none. Yeah, you can come over literally whenever. Right now. In 20 minutes. This is all we're doing, dog.
This is literally all we've done all day.
Yeah.
We literally both slept until like 10. We didn't even feed the dogs until then. Then we pretty much came up here and started chatting to each other. And then I'm like, I should turn the camera on.
Yeah.
But we've literally been
I
here.
have
all...
a
We
I
might
have
not started
bunch
until a
of
certain
grays.
time, but we've definitely been here all day.
I hate mixing gray, so I have like 4 or 5. I have like some blue I have mostly blue toned grays. So I think you'll have like good stuff to choose from. I only have like 2 warm toned grays if you're looking for those. But I hate mixing grays. In general, I just don't like mixing colors. Mostly because when you're like doing the painting, if you run out of that color, you have to remix it, and I can never get it the same 2 times in a row. That drives me nuts, so I just have it like that. Dope. I head over once Danny finally finished his work. That sounds good, dog. Because now that it's like getting so dark already. So I'm like, me. I'm snuggling in, dude. I'm like, oh, time for bed. Even though it's like 4 p.m. On a normal day, we would still be at work.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sleepy. Taco. Yeah, Evie's gonna, in a minute, do her PowerPoint. Or we might just sit here like this.
I'm trying to type in a name, and they're like, did you mean this? No, I would have typed that in if I meant that.
Because I'm pretty much all talked up because my throat's pretty sore. So I'll just be sitting at my painting gulag over there.
Yeah, right now we're just
Just to keep the productivity going. Really, it is. It's like, it kind of locks us to one location. I can't get up and wander. It is nice. Evie said it's like an extreme marketing ploy to get our Twitch hours up.
Yeah, right.
Like, that is funny. We were talking about in the car, like, how did we used to before? We used to stream like 5 hours at a time, 2 times a week, at night. Like, we would start like 10, and we'd stream for like 5 hours. and still go to work. I was like, I don't know how we do that. That was crazy.
I actually used to stay up really late during college too, and I'm like, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, it was like right after the pandemic we did that. So it was like we were still really young. And I think that's what it was. Because like, I don't know how I did that. Like, I was teaching, I remember distinctly, I'd work at the preschool, go to Athens and go to Sanderson, and then come home and then stream. Like 5 hours. That's one thing I will say after being...
Like you said, we are different people in.
Yeah, after being medicated, I'm like, oh, now I'm a normal person. Like, I can't be a crazy, insane person all the time anymore. Because I took away all my fun juice, which is good.
It's probably they gave you different fun juice when you think about it.
Yeah, now they give me normal person juice. So now I can do my tasks. Yay! Yeah, young people are crazy. I feel so ancient.
Tell me about it.
Crunchwrap Supreme.
I tried this thing, so this is supposed to be a double stacked taco with a cheese in the middle.
Double stack taco.
So the soft one, the like a layer of cheese.
Can you push the squishmallow over here? I can put my ankles up. My ankles have been hurting today.
Grab,
Are you using this one?
no, but you can also grab Jackie's right there.
I was just gonna pull this stitch over. If you're not using them. Thanks.
But it's supposed to be like
A soft
soft
taco,
cheese, hard taco, beef, lettuce, fiesta strips, cheese.
What are fiesta strips?
These
Oh.
Cheetos, I guess.
Yeah, they're like flat hot Cheetos. That sounds good.
Not even hot, they're just tortilla chips.
Oh. Tortilla chips. I'm hungry, but I'm just too lazy to bring my hand to my mouth.
Why don't you just plant your hands next to your mouth then?
Because right now it's resting on my boob shelf.
Get more boobs, Melanie.
Yeah. Because then when we rent out Elliot's room, our plan is, it's for the texture. Oh, the fiesta strips are for texture. I guess yeah, because I was like, I feel like when they put the hard shell taco in there, it's always soft by the time you eat it. It's never like in the crunch wrap. There's never
which
a
one
crunch.
do I want to eat
you know?
next? I'm like, I should probably go for the one with the hard shell in it.
Because the crunchy part about this is like the lettuce, really. But when we rent out Elliot's room, we're gonna make it a dedicated stream space. So then in here, it can become not a stream and art and library and storage and art and desk workspace. Really, I think we utilize this room very well, considering how much stuff we have in here.
Oh, we are great at making a lot out of a little. We should do a room tour.
Yeah.
I mean, like, watch as we literally use up every inch of this room.
Yeah, room tour. We seem to go through the continuous process of cleaning it out, and then immediately filling it with a ton of stuff, and then cleaning out, and then immediately filling it again. Because we just cleaned it out, and then we immediately filled it with room stuff, streaming stuff.
Well,
Because we tried to stream in Olivia's room, and she had
to
a
be
fit.
fair, that is 50% Meredith's fault because she and Danny were both telling us that we really need to not come to that market and spend money. So clearly I had to go to that market and spend money.
For what?
That's where we got all those remints from.
Oh. I was talking about this room, but we did get more figurines for our room. I don't know where to put them though. But that's when we rent out Elliot's room. I already put my deposit down, so I'll pay for it. And then we are gonna make that like a figurine display. He's got a very nice, like it faces the sun, so it's a very nice room. We'll make like a figurine streaming area.
Mm-hmm.
Or even just like an office, and then make this a fully realized streaming area.
We did it in the other room though. We did it in the day too then because it wouldn't be so dark.
Mm-hmm. to our real life.
Okay. Real life is about laying on a bunch of pillows and eating tacos in the middle of the day. Well, a later end of the day. I also blame daylight savings because we would not be this tired if it was the middle of summer. Middle of summer, you can go until like 8 o'clock because it doesn't get dark.
Yeah, I was like,
When the sun starts to set at 3:30, then
yeah, I'm hibernating. I'm hibernated. I've been hybrid.
you've been hybrid.
Yeah,
You're a hybrid now.
I've been hybrid. I'm so like my body is recovering from so many things. It's like
I also have your burrito if you want it, but
thanks. I don't even know where my phone is.
I heard it beep somewhere around here, so.
Oh, it's your phone.
Oh. Well, I heard mine beep somewhere around here, so.
Yeah. We're just gonna get the record. We just have to get 8 hours of stream time. Don't worry, guys. Only 8 more hours. Oh, only 3 more hours, and we'll have 8 hours of stream time. And then you can like unlock stuff once you have 8 hours, I think.
You just leave it on. It's just us sleeping and eating.
That's what it is right now.
Really. I'm gonna work on my D&D PowerPoint. Melanie's gonna finish eating her taco. And laying there.
Do you want to talk to us while you do it? I don't have any talking left in me, but
That's fine. We still have the music on, so we're just chilling.
Okay, this is our new. Now it's 8 hours in like one go. I actually don't know. I think it's just overall, so I think we're fine. But
We definitely are overall fine, yeah.
you just have like so many hours. I just remember from the first time you have to have so many like hours in a certain span of time, and so many viewers and so many active viewers. It's like it's a lot of numbers. It's like it's a lot of work. I'm just goofing. I don't actually have any ambitions to be a big streamer.
I just want to
I did when I was younger, but now I don't.
I have I desire what I've always desired. Having a space to talk about stuff that I enjoy, because I feel I have interesting thoughts to share with the world, and the problem is finding that space. So I see like, you know, YouTubers, and I want to be like, I want to talk about stuff I like.
Do it. Just putting it out there feels nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is now like a body doubling stream. Do your work while we do our work.
Exactly. I'm doing my work right now.
Oh, hello, would you like me to bring you a Red Bull? No, thank you. I have my Baja Blast up there. I just am too lazy to get up. I'm so freaking... Dog, it's really... I've been noticing the past, like, 2 weeks. As soon as it gets near sunset, like, I'm like, good night, it's time for me to retire. I have to go to bed. I don't know, man. It's just like when the sun goes down, I'm like, oh, bedtime. And it's never been like that in the past years, but it's just like this year, especially this past like couple weeks, I have been eepy. Like I sit in my bed, I'm like, oh boy, I'm gonna sit in my bed and play my games, and I just go to sleep immediately. Recently, during streams, I have also been falling asleep. So it's like anytime I sit down at all, when it's near sunset or after sunset, I just immediately fall asleep. Like, I'm falling asleep on the sofa. I'm sleeping in these bean bags. I'm sleeping in my bed. I'm sleeping in a different bed. It's great. I was looking up, like, happy lights. Like that, but they're, like, UV lights that are supposed to, like, simulate daytime to, like, help with your circadian rhythm. Otherwise, I'm, like, full-on hibernating. But I do have a coffee and a tea and a Baja Blast at my art desks, which I should get up and do. So, these are really good.
I know, they really put a lot of cinnamon on them this time.
Alright, I'm getting up.
Pretty sure?
See you soon, Doc. Meredith says she's on her way. Oh, car keys. Why I have these up here?
Well, I'll take them down when I take down our leftovers, just to determine what you're
I'm gonna leave my laptop over here to play music as I...
Just determine what you don't want to eat right now.
I'm gonna eat my cinnamon twists. I'm gonna paint a little bit. Oh. I like this bruise on my knee. I don't know if you can see it. It's like right. Ow. So big. It's from color guard yesterday. And I got crazy bruises. I got bruises in here too. Can't see them as well. Bruises here. Bruises here. I'm all beat up, dog. Come on. Art time. My Pokemon cards are ready.
I suppose I should probably check mine too.
No time for art when we gotta check my Pokemon cards.
You gotta check the Pokemon cards.
Card cam.
See, that's what I'm saying. It only does that when I open the app. It made the same noise, but it only does that when I open the app.
I gotta look at your notifications, get your fixed. Like, I put mine in Do Not Disturb mode.
That's why I'm like, I feel bad when people are like, why didn't you answer my thing? I'm like, legitimately, I did not get a notification. Once I opened the text message, then it popped up.
Wait for mine to load. Oh, it's still not on the Wi-Fi, that's why. You should do yours on that camera, and I'll do mine on this camera.
I have to get closer to that camera though, and I don't want to keep close to
So
that.
do it on the camera.
No one can see it from this distance.
Yeah, but go close. Go sit in your jacket chair, because then you also be closer to your microphone if you want to just yap about your characters.
Yeah, give me a second. If I'm going to get up, tell me, is there anything else that you're not going to eat right now?
My burrito. I'll have that a little bit.
Now take these downstairs with me. They're in the fridge.
What should I open?
It's been a while since I had the burrito like fresh instead of reheating it, and I got them in like.
It's good. It's good.
That is
I'll probably
actually
have mine
really-
in like an hour or two.
Really tasty. I think I might.
Pikachu or Charizard?
I did Charizard myself, so you can do with Pikachu. Here, hand me the trash can when you have movement. Puss, Psyduck, War Turtle, Sizzlepede, Sandslash. Nice. Now hand me the trash can. Or at least put the trash can close enough I can chuck a thing in.
You have 30 cards.
Well, you're way farther ahead than I am. I'm just like, hey, you have 30 cards!
This is how you stream from your phone when you don't have a setup for your phone.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna put it in the little room.
Let me take our leftovers downstairs and these car keys.
Wonder Pig in 2 hours. That's one of my other Pokemon games. Excuse me. Game time. Second, let me guys get the tea out.
Hello.
Move the music to the side.
I'm gonna show you my dailies on my phone while Evie is up. I'm also gonna change like our information on stream because we're kind of just like doing like a whatever thing now. Just vibing and hanging, dude. Hanging and banging, if you will. I don't freaking know how she does that. How does she do that? There we go. I'm gonna do my Pokemon baby. Sorry, I just saw myself in the mirror. I'm like, gross. Itching my wrist. Okie dokie. Alright, so we're gonna look at my dailies now. On my Pokemon game. I'm gonna do it over here because I don't want to hold it to the camera. The other camera might have been better actually now in hindsight. Is that better? No. That better? Yes. No. Misty, she's like blah blah blah. gasping. Gasp an event. Pikachu. He's got a crown. I think it's Pokemon Masters Day. Is it the 25th? What day? Oh, he's got a box on. That's nice, dude. Might hold up to the other camera because it's just easier to hold. How's everyone doing? I'm trying to like, it's not dark enough. See, now it's too dark. Let me try the other camera. Let's see. Well, I kind of want to sit here so I can talk. There you go. So I'm gonna do the event battle. I'm just waiting for Evie. She went downstairs to throw away our Garboni. And probably let Meredith in. And do the Unova team up. We were talking about Unova earlier today, so this is on Pokemon Masters to show you like kind of my team composition. Changing my brightness. So right now in my team composition, I have Cygnus Suit N. So it's N in a special outfit. Yay! He looks very nice. Let's see. So he looks good. This is him with Black Curium. So it's like you get the nice Pokemon model in here. Try to like reverse find the buttons. So that's this guy. Nope, wrong way. This guy. So I have N. I have Event Sharon. He is this is from Black and White 2 when he's a professor. So he is in his special suit that matches Tornadus. So there's him. And then I have the new version of the Subway Masters. These are their Cygnus suits, which is like their special outfit. So this is Ingo in his Cygnus suit with Chandelure. Isn't that cool? I'm a big fan of like the cool draping coat, and he's got like the asymmetrical collar. I think he looks really cool. So there's him, and then he's got his Chandelure. Love it. And then they have, I do have Emmett, who is his other half, in regards of the two Cygnus suits. His Cygnus suit looks really cool. This is white. Because he is with Electros. So he's got white in like this kind of real deep navy. It's very nice. And then he's got Electros. The only bad thing about Electros is they made it like doing its swimming animation and not doing its standing one, which means it looks kind of lame. I don't know if I have like a different pose. Okay, no, it just looks dumb. But right here, that's its original like sprite pose, and its pixel sprites, it is standing. So I'm like, that's kind of lame. I don't know where Evie went. She left me. But I'm going to be painting. And I might as well honestly just get to it while I'm waiting for her. We were just talking about Unova, so I'm going to show you. I'm going to go paint a Lapras. I'm going to go to my desk. And Evie will be back soon.
As long as I was down there, I'm like, I might as well make some tea.
Oh, here's this.
To aid my digestion. So the funny thing is that, like, I, 2 days ago or so, whenever we started taking the girls out, Freya rammed my foot, which really hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But since then, I've had, like, the swelling on the top of one of my feet. Like, I'm like, did I, like, smallly bruise one of my toes?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, it hurts, but I'm like, I was always like, did I break a nail or something? And I did just cut my nails. I'm like, nope, it's just swollen there. Oh yeah, I can show them my Zora.
Yeah.
For those who are saying, like, hey, I think you guys need more plushies, I actually did. One of my plushies...
Don't say it jokingly, because she's autistic and she took it seriously.
Yeah, I manifested one. No, I had ordered one, and it just happened to come in today, and so I'm really excited. It looks really cool. This is my favorite, like, series of Pokemon plushies, because they're so soft. So I got my little Hisui Zora here. It's so incredibly soft. But, like, it's also very big, you know? They're a little on the pricey side, but they're not unreasonable either. Like, I think this was like...
Very, very soft.
I think this was like $44. But it's like, it's a good size plushie. And it's very soft, and it has a lot of detail to it. You wanna pet him. But anyway, so whoever was saying that we needed more plushies, I delivered. We now have more plushies.
Oh, it's very soft.
I know, right? Just want to hug him.
It's very soft.
Because I missed out on getting the actual regular Zora, but I also do really like Hisui Zora, so. He got his little scars from his traumatic backstory. Because this is the version of Zora, like, Zora is normally like an illusion fox, because they're supposed to be, like, based on, like, you know, trick foxes like Kitsune. But, like, Hisui Zora, I don't know, yeah. I'm waiting for Mercy to notice it, because she'll get it. I just, like...
Well, she said she was,
That's what...
but I think she had to step away.
No, that's fine, that's just like...
I think
No, that's fine. I just wanted, like, whoever said we need more plushies, I got more plushies. This was on my porch. Because I was ready to order him. He's so soft. But, so Hisui Zora, so the regular Zora is already something that I really love. But, like, Hisui Zora is, like, yeah, Zora, because of its, like, you know, mysterious capabilities, people were really afraid of it, so they, like, hunted it to extinction, so it came back as a ghost. It's, like, out of spite, literally. And then it's fresh out of the box, literally. I just pulled the plastic off
it's
of
like,
it.
its signature move is bitter malice.
I know, so it literally came back out of spite. I love, like, all the little wispy, like, ghost tendrils it has going on. Like, it looks like it has, like, a little cape. But I never got to get I love the Comfy Friends series. I don't know if we have any here. They're probably in my room. But they're so soft, and they're usually a pretty good size, and they're nice and firm. So, like, I was looking at this one the other day, I'm like, Madeline, should I get one? She's like, get the Zora. I'm like, okay. No sooner said than done. I had the order out before we even went to school. I might get some other ones because they have a Mimikyu that I'm really debating getting. But he's so cute and he's so soft and I love him very much. You have a Quagsire? That's awesome.
Like a soft Quagsire?
There is a Comfy Friend Quagsire. The problem is that I missed the window on that one.
Yeah, so that probably sold so fast.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem is that you can get these in Japan easily. You know, they always come on the Japanese store first. Waiting for them to come to the Western store, if at all, is a toss-up. Because, like, I went and got the Evolutions, like, in the middle of the night. I got Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. And then the next morning they were sold out. And they brought 2 of them back. But the other one, I think it's Flareon, is still out of stock. And, like, you know, they have
You're out of luck, dude, if you want those.
Well, they don't have them yet. Once they do, they will definitely go out. But, like, they have a regular Zora of this, which is out of stock. They have, like, a Shaman, which went out of stock. I might get the Mimikyu. I got
a fuzzy Mimikyu instead. Like, I have a different Mimikyu I brought back from Japan.
I think the Turtwig went out of stock. I'm just gonna sit here and rub this like the autistic person I am.
I'll grab your other ones from your room.
Yeah, I have Turtwig and Piplup are downstairs, so I've been sleeping with them. But you can.
Gimper should be up here.
Yeah, well, the Evolutions are up here too. But I got those immediately. That was like one of those purchases that I'm like, yep, $90 for 3 of them, done. Get them to my house now. Like, this is the one where I got when I got one the first time, I was like, wow, this is like the best thing ever. It's like nice and firm, but it's also very soft. I'm just gonna sit here and pet it. But I wanted to get the Quagsire one a lot. I think they're gonna come out with a Clawdzire one soon. They had a Toxel. I would have loved to get the Toxel because I do like Toxel a lot. That's why as soon as they have a new one, I generally try and get it. There's some that I haven't gotten just because I know they're not going to go outside. Like, I haven't gotten, Mousehold. I haven't gotten, like, Squavit. Like, you know, the ones that are, like, the derpy ones. I might get the Bidoof one soon. But then, like, again, these new ones came out, so I was like, oh, I want these ones instead. But, they had, Mabostiff came out. I don't really like the face on that one, though. The teeth are weird. But, like, trying to think what other ones they have. Most of it's like, you know, whatever the normal type is of the generation. Something that lends itself well to big and fluffy. Like, yeah, I wish I had the Quagsire one. I don't have the Zoro one. You know, I could look it up, but... Oh yeah, Mally's got the other ones.
So we've got Yamper.
So, these are actually a different series. They're, they were like the prototype series to this one. These are like the Snuggle Friends or something like that.
And Eevee.
So, these were my first two I got. And I remember I got this Eevee the first time being like, it was so soft. I slept with it for a while. That's why its ruffle is kind of matted now. But I slept with this for a while. This went on a couple of airplanes. Got Flareon, my favorite, because Flareon makes the... I got so into Flareon because it makes the best plushies. It's so big and plush and soft.
Vaporeon.
Vaporeon, obviously. Big, nice frill. I mean, these are sizable. I got these for like $35. Like, they're sizable. They're really nice.
Jolteon.
Jolteon, obviously.
People will scalp you for these like crazy.
Oh, yeah. Like, I just happened to be on a Reddit forum that said they had dropped, so I literally, it was like 1 a.m. I got on my phone, I got them, I put them in my cart, and I bought them.
This is not a comfy friend, but it's what I got from Japan. It's the same fur, but it's got more beans.
So, like,
these are like specifically.
this one's more expensive, but it is also bigger, so
Yeah,
that's kind of fair.
This little one is specifically a sitting and standing version.
I should work on something, but I just kind of want to sit here and hug my plushies
Just
now.
sit there and hug your plushies.
Well, hand me my computer
"This is
so I can
only
at least sit here and
Glaceon
hug my
one we
plushies
have."
and this. Welcome to our sensory stream.
Honestly, I changed the title to say we're just being cozy. So I did change the title to just cozy girls, you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
So they know that we are just being
We're just
cozy gals.
Two cozy girls, just being cozy.
girls being cozy.
Just being cozy girls.
Yeah, feels like we do have a lot of stuff in our room, and it's nice. I like to do room tours, but also you know it's a kind of a thing where a lot of rejection sensitive stuff. So it's like a lot of times I also you gotta like pretty fully vet someone before I let them in our room, just because I know it overwhelms most people, and then I'm like, then I'm sad.
Yeah, well, it makes you. I have felt that so much because through a lot of, especially growing up, was like, you go and like your way of like trying to let someone in and show them that you care and show them that like you trust them is showing them your stuff, and then when they like, they're like, oh,
that's weird. Okay,
they're like,
well,
actually on second thought, put that back in the box, and you're like, oh, all right.
Got it.
I guess I can never take off the mask around you. Got it.
What color are Raichu's eyes?
So we show you our stuff. It's our way of saying that we deeply, deeply trust you.
Heart emoji.
Yeah, many heart emojis, but it's a sensitive thing because, like, again, like, that's why
I'm excited to show a lot of people our room, and luckily...
That sounds like Meredith's song.
I'll go let her. You want to go let her in? I'll let her in.
Okay.
I was like, luckily, I was just going to say, Meredith, when she came up to our room, was like, I love your room. So that was
We're
really
like,
nice.
and that is why we were friends.
She's like our only
We're about to have a guest star.
video.
We're about to have a guest star. But, like, yeah, if we go and show stuff, it's usually a matter of, like, hey, this is deeply personal. Like, I only just realized this about, like, a year or two ago, so I'm still kind of coming to grips with it myself, but essentially the idea is, like, if you have, like, an autistic person and they go and share their special interest with you, it's, like, a deep thing, because they're trying to bring you into their world, and being like, hey, this is my way to try and, like, I'm giving you this thing, I'm giving you this very delicate glass sculpture, essentially, in your hands. And I'm trusting that you will not drop it or break it or crack it or anything like that, is when we share our special interest, is being like, I'm giving this to you because I trust that you're going to treat it well. And then this will deepen our relationship. And man, that's what makes it hard getting friendships going up, is that you, especially as a kid, you go and do that, and there's a lot of people who just don't get that sometimes. So, like, they might not mean anything ill by it, but they might be like, oh, like Mally says. Mally and I have both had before. We're like, oh, that's nice, kind of. And then you're like, okay, yeah, I get it. Put it back in the box, tape it back up. We're not, clearly that's not the right time for it.
Guest
Welcome
star.
to our sensory area.
Hell yeah. Sorry, it's right behind the big box light, but it's...
Yeah.
All
Fi-
the grays.
Wherever you would like to find a spot, we kind of just
Yeah, the
grew
bandias.
the area.
Yeah. I was like, how can you
So
Probably
if
The
you
lap disc
if
is,
you would like a
Yeah.
yeah, I know, right?
Lights.
We got guest star.
I was like, come on in. We're just vibing and hanging.
Yeah.
We're just being girls. Girls being dudes.
Girls being dudes.
Got,
Talk about muscle mommies. I got my Carlac shirt on.
There you
Mercy gave it to me.
go.
I was like, she and Evie are geeking over their plushies right now.
Oh
Yes.
I think it's very cool.
And this,
They're so
this is my new one I
soft.
got.
Look
It's,
at that.
So soft.
Wow.
but I just want to sit and stroke it
Yeah.
because it's so soft.
Don't clip that.
Oh.
Hey, the only thing that we've ever gotten clipped is Ixie does stuff rarely, and it's usually if Malin saying something in a weird voice.
Something
These-
I don't know how to do that. So
I don't either, nor I just figured out how to get us a Discord, so I'm feeling like patting myself on the back for that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't
Malin, did you see the clip that Ixie did?
No, I never actually ended up watching it.
It's only like 10 seconds, but it's so funny because it's very you. It's you reacting to something in FNAF,
Oh, probably.
and you're just like, go away, go away, go away. I'm talking about something normal, and then you just kind of break in and be like, help. It's a very us moment. cheap viewers on stream. There you go.
What?
So we got the bot.
Oh yeah. I saw the bot pop in. I saw there was one a different bot that popped in like very briefly earlier. Just in the middle of like.
They sensed that I was asking for viewers.
Yeah. They're like, excuse me.
Actually, here, if you will just pay us money.
I'd love to give you money.
I get a lot of those on Instagram. I'd be like, can I post this on my page?
No.
And then, like,
I get
actually
funny
$12.
like
I'll post it to the 8,300 people or 83,000 people I have, and then it's just like every interaction gets like 2 likes. And
Sure.
yeah.
Very real, buddy.
strangest thing for me when I first started posting things was on being the realizing that like as I got more into crochet community, apparently it's a very regular thing for the people to go and ask for orders to scam you, and I was like, great.
Oh, interesting.
I ran into so many of those in the beginning. And then you just have to realize, oh, all right, cool. I'm gonna put you down for a moment because I need to finish my PowerPoint.
This is so funny.
Oh, isn't that so funny? I want to make that one so bad. I just have the right size frame.
That is so funny.
It will happen. If Malin can make a meme out of something, she's going to.
I ran out of 5x7s, so I was gonna pick something bigger and just give it like a really big background. I just haven't done it yet. That's one that I want to save for me.
Yeah.
Malin does have a handful of those like
Me
ones that are just like, this is my stuff.
Yeah, that's absolutely a me thing. No, that's what it is. It's crafted. We're body doubling.
Yeah. Luckily, as of right now, I have 7 sets that I need to do,
Yeah.
but this one is almost complete. It didn't require anything crazy.
That's a plus. Can I have 10,000 things with my name in gold? Well, actually.
Also, I messaged you earlier about the 3D printing. So like,
Oh, I
she
see.
wants some specific stuff in this dice.
What kind of stuff are you doing printed?
Like just like little like a sword inclusion. That's a little tiny thing.
Yeah.
Something I have already found the STL for.
Yeah.
I did it printed.
Oh, I can probably do those. I haven't looked at my I've had it in craft mode, which means it's in do not disturb.
Yeah.
So I actually have not seen any. You've already sent me the file. I haven't seen any.
I haven't.
Oh, okay,
I'm
so
like,
I haven't
no, I
seen
just sent
any
you the message
messages.
being like, do you have time to do this?
Oh, I haven't even. I didn't even see that. Probably.
We went to Joann's and Malin can show you the picture. I
No.
got a lot more 4-weight yarn to make like different dice bags. So I told Mal, I'm like, I actually only have like 5 colors
Yeah.
in the thinner yarn. So I'm like, so I just got a bunch of them and I said like, what do you think we should do for dice bags? And I think she only put back like 3. And she's like, okay, now we should get the rest of them. I'm like, all right.
Oh yeah.
But Malin took a picture of it. It's me with because they didn't have the big bags.
So just give us a trash bag.
So like we can give you like 6 tiny bags or we can give you 1 trash bag. And I'm like, I'll take the giant trash bag. I look like Santa.
Oh, it's really funny.
And
thanks for chatting with us. It was nice to have some. So thanks for keeping the chat going, making us look like we're very popular streamers. We had a good time with you. Love you.
Bye. The
Melon's seeing how many different hand symbols she can do that show love.
It's hard.
But Melon, you were going to show me the picture, or at the very least, send me the picture of me with the trash bag.
Oh.
I couldn't take a picture of myself.
Yeah, just give me a second. Sorry, I really have not been on the phone all day, so I have to.
The alpaca farm up the road has spools or skeins of the alpaca yarn.
Yeah, they're
Really, really nice. They're really small skeins, but they're
they are.
really nice.
I have I've heard of them. I've never used it myself, but I have definitely heard people refer to it in patterns.
Yeah.
So
It's like very thin, but it's not scratchy, which is nice.
yes, it is
Nice.
supposed to be a soft yarn.
Yeah.
But
If my throat wasn't so sore, I'd be telling you guys the entire lore of the right now.
I was kind of coming in and out because I'm like, I gotta finish this PowerPoint because I was challenged to make a PowerPoint, so now I am.
Well, I think it helps. Like it's like making like a pro-con list situation. Like you gotta list it all out, and then if you start vibing with one better than the other while you're like writing, you're like, oh, we'll put a little star on this one.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I have to do.
well, I did originally start with 6, so that fact that we're down to 4 is actually getting somewhere.
Yeah. I mean,
Like-
you still have time, but it's fun to get things going.
Well, I went through them and I'm like, okay, we got this many, and I'm like, cool, I crossed 2 off. And then like in the middle of the night, I'm like, now I got another one.
Yeah.
So we're back to 4. But the problem is I go write for them and be like, man, I really like this one, and I'll don't sit on it for a day, and then I'll go and like update the, and I'll go and write the next entry. I'm like, man, I really like this one. Then you get to the 4th one and be like, all right, I think that actually made it worse because now I think all of them are great.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at like reference art for this because I was like, I have a good idea. It feels like it has to be a man. Like, I think it's great. And then I look at one picture of a woman in armor on like Pinterest, and I'm like, I'm gonna scrap the whole thing and I'm just gonna play.
Exactly.
Girl.
See, you're stronger than I am because my thing is literally like, okay, yeah, I'll add another one in there. So, let's see. I have to also keep going, referring back to the sheets immediately. Okay, what was that one again?
I did also start doing stats the other day, but I was doing it while I was at my hair appointment, so I was doing it with online dice, and I was like, nope, I gotta scrap the whole thing because I rolled 4 9s. It's like, statistically, that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
I was like, I will go do it with my actual dice,
Yes.
not my online dice.
Even though you feel like it's not a big thing, for some reason,
Yeah, I don't know.
when you do the actual dice,
It
you
feels
it feels more fair.
better. It feels
even
like
if you still
it
get, like, a 4.
belongs, you know?
Like you can pull a 4 on a regular dice and get an 18 on the like other dice, but you're like, now I feel like this is fair. I feel like I'm more.
If I roll a 4, I'm dumping decks. I'm gonna be a brick wall. You guys have to carry me everywhere.
I think I roll different stats for each of these characters, just because I like rolling dice.
Yeah.
But one of them does have like a 4 in a stat. And
Oh my god.
like most of the rest of them are above board. I think only one others has like an 8. But like most of them, the rest of them are like 11 and higher.
Yeah.
My next character, I'm gonna dump string.
Yeah.
Just to see what happens.
Well, it's like me. Just to get like full. That's what. Every time I start a new character, I'm like, let me try to get it as opposite as the one that I'm currently doing.
Well, this one I'm looking at right now that I'm gonna present on is like, I wanted to have all the face stats, so I'm like having like 0s or negatives in all the martial stats, and I'm gonna be like, I'm not gonna be able to take a hit, I'm not gonna be able to dodge a hit, I'm not gonna be able to lift anything, but thematically this makes more sense for the character.
Yeah.
It's like, sometimes you go and sit there and be like, I have to fight the instinct to want to put more into my decks, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I have to fight the instinct because I know this. I could be putting one of my. I don't like. It's hard to put like stats into like any of the like face stats if you don't need it for spellcasting.
What's a
but you're-
face stat?
So intelligence, wisdom, charisma, the
Like
things.
things you use to talk to people.
Yeah.
Find
That's what I was
information.
thinking, but I just want to check.
So like, normally you're only gonna need one of those, and that's usually if you're like a spellcaster. But I'm like, I was kind of being like, but I don't want them to have low wisdom or intelligence because that makes more sense for this character than having high strength or having high dexterity. Like, so I'm kind of like, fight against this. This is technically useless, but I also really think it fits. That's the thing I was discussing when we were talking on here a little earlier, was the idea of like between like, I always go in with the idea of this is my character fantasy of like what I ideally want this character to do, and then the way I will probably determine which one I'm going to use is which one of those is actually achievable with the party makeup.
Yeah.
Like, I have some that are a little bit more cheerful, I have some that are a little bit more dour, but it's like, what is feasibly possible? What would actually help, or which one am I going to go into that and then feel like dead weight?
Yeah. I don't know anything about the other guy's character. I haven't asked Eric. And Danny hasn't done anything with his other than Rogue. So.
Yeah, that's why I assumed. Yeah, that's why I was like, I marked off like there's the one I was looking at. I was like looking for alternatives that are like sneaky and like stuff like that. But I'm like, but not Rogue because Danny's doing Rogue. Don't know what he's doing with Rogue, but I know he's doing Rogue.
I think he said he was gonna do like a real classic Rogue, like a assassin or a thief or something.
Assassin's Creed.
Honestly, it would be funny if he went like, just went like full like Dishonored or something, and be like, and I'm just gonna knife people.
Yeah.
Maybe occasionally we'll go like a little crazy and like 2 knives, but we're just gonna knife someone. I'm like,
Start at level 3. Don't get ahead of yourself.
But
Level 3's crazy.
I know it's so hard to go down to a level 3 character. I'm playing 2 high level characters right now. Are you kidding? Well, I guess you're saying Melly's not really a high level character. She's a very lateral character.
Yeah,
but
she
has a lot of power in the stuff that she can do.
well,
Because she can do a lot of stuff.
and that's the other thing is that like I only have one of these that's multi-class because I really wanted it for what I'm trying to do with the character, which I'll talk about in this presentation. But
I'm not going to multi-class this time. I'm going to really, really fight the desire to do so because we're playing
well, like
we're
the
gonna
thing,
play to a high level.
yeah. Well, the reason I did it for this one was particularly like is that I'm like, this person needs to be super skilled, and I want a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
So it's like it's literally
Yeah.
it's not thematic at all for taking
Yeah.
2 levels of bards, but I really wanted that skill.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is going to be a multi-class.
Good to have.
He can stand to not have 2 levels of his main class, but I'm like,
That's just a dip.
Yeah, I'm like,
less
just
than
want-
3 levels is a dip.
because originally I did it, I was like, oh, I'll go all in this one. But then as I was like reading some more like ideas online, I'm like, I really want jack of all trades. That really makes so much more sense for this character.
Are you doing them off of the 2024 version or the 5e?
Both.
Okay.
Keeping it flexible. I literally have, because Eric's not said one or the other, so I'm like, that's why I've like filled in their sheets, but I've also made sure that they could still function in the other rules.
Okay.
Like the biggest one that's going to be a change for, honestly, would be the multi-class one because all subclasses happen at level 3. So then
Yeah.
I would have to talk to Eric and be like,
Yeah.
how could I hypothetically make this work? But and then also one of the options I have is Druid, and Druid's wild shape does look significantly different.
Yeah.
So I'd be open for either option, but I'm not leaning in either camp until I know for sure. So everything I've kind of been doing is very character conceptualized and getting the vibe, the theme, like they're all spellcasters in one way or the other, so like with the exception of the barbarian one. And so like I chose things, but it's also like it was very light, loose,
Yeah,
more.
Danny said he's doing no magic.
That's cool. Again, magic for this one is like, I'm going more off of the character idea, so like, magic's kind of like, with the exception of one of them, all the rest of them are kind of like, magic is a happy accident along with the class, which
Yeah.
is what I'm actually looking for as the class features. Like, only one of them is like, no, magic was an important thing to have in this character. The rest of them are just like, no, I needed this vibe and flavor, so I had to choose this class. So, some of this serve fairly similar roles, but, fine.
I think my next character I will be Draco Malfoy, but he will be a druid, so then he can wild shape into the ferret, or he can
Oh
be
my
a snake.
gosh.
Either he's gonna be the snake person and be called If you're gonna fight, I'll form him around that. Or he's gonna be
See, that
shapeshifter. Who
that'd probably be better in the 2024 rules because they give you more wild shapes there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better for utility wild shaping. Not for combat wild shaping, but it's better for utility.
And that's my
wild
favorite
shaping.
type of wild shape.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I left like the one option that I have as a druid. I'm like, it can work either way. Like, if it's going to be combat focused, that's fine. I'll go with that thing. But I'm like, it also will work perfectly fine if it's utility because then also I have a lot of ideas for utility.
Yeah, because I guess also depends on the group. Because I also want to be not useful in battle. But then
Honestly,
if I'm in a group that's
the harder
very
thing
not
is to be
useful in
the
battle,
other
so I'm
hard.
like,
The thing that's hard to be is useful in battle because like when I played
So right now I feel like Bing
I think I
Bong's
learned-
only use is in
you're
battle.
being called.
It's my sister one. It's not even talking to my sister. It's talking to my nephew.
Oh.
So
Yeah, that's fair. But the one I'll like think about is that I figured out when I played briefly. I played like PC version of the Black Conductor and I played Leander both. I'm like I like the idea of doing a support role. You have to know the party layout before that though, because you have to make sure you have people to support.
That's the only thing I
And
would need to know.
that was the one thing that I'm like, if I did Leander again, I would change his subclass because he works. His idea will work better if we had a martial person, but we didn't. We were all long range,
yep.
so there wasn't really a whole lot I could do to like support in that regard. So I
we
was
were
like,
very efficient.
I was good. I was talking. I was good when I was talking.
We were very good at like sweep the room before there was even a problem.
I did like the I did like when we killed a bunch of goblins. That was fun. We did it was actually very much a sort of thing, Malin, where you just talk to everyone until like there's no one left in the room.
Yeah, distract while you fireball everybody.
Exactly. I was like, because
Well,
now.
I put them all to sleep, and the one guy who didn't resist, she like shot through the head, so
Now.
there were no witnesses.
That's actually really funny. I was like, right now I am useful in battle, but I play him as if he's not useful in battle. So I was like, it's gonna.
Oh, you're incredibly
we also
useful in
just
power.
don't battle, so.
Yeah.
Which largely has to do with how
I was
long
just
battle
like,
takes.
I was
If
like,
we have a
realistically,
short
he's
session, I
good-
can't really do that because I know them. Like
Well,
we're gonna
he's
get
good
hit.
at battle, but I also just, unfortunately, as a person, like to talk my way out of battles because I just think it's more fun.
Well, and also your
And I was like,
character
I
in
should- I
particular
should
has a
play it
lot of
differently.
damage dice to roll. So even when you're going at max speed, you still have to roll like 6 dice in order to hit attack.
I do. I roll at least 4 realistically, so 6 might not be far off depending on how.
Yeah.
'Cause I
Well,
have to roll.
to hit,
D12 at least
damage,
2
and then like your
sixes.
like 2 extra like damage things you have alongside it.
Yeah.
And that's assuming you don't use any of your other abilities or you don't have something weird going on with your wild magic.
Yeah, and I did my best to not take any magic, and then I was like, magic is forced upon you. No, it's so hard. I don't
Well,
want to learn how to cast spells. It makes me read so much.
you don't cast spells. You literally just exist and magic happens.
I know, but I have the telepathy spell, which is when I have to actually.
Would you haven't
Like,
even
you force me to cast, but I actually have to like figure out how to cast.
So difficult.
You-
One spell.
It's hard. I'm a big baby.
You could talk to anyone like walkie-talkie like for a while away. You could get like inside people's head and just be like walk behind someone and just like say whatever they're doing as you're walking behind them.
I keep forgetting that I have it realistically.
That's the other thing. Like, where does the character end and the player begin?
Watching ball. It's the same guy. I think everyone's aware of that. I actually modeled him off of Danny DeVito.
Yeah, we know. That's why like we were all talking about like what actors would like characters be, and we're like, oh, well, we don't even need to ask on Bing Bong because we know exactly where.
He's Danny DeVito.
Use that one clip you had of him on the trash man. That's why I always pictured Bing Bong for a while until you started sending on different art.
Well, all the art is like just whatever. The most accurate one is Danny DeVito in that little like wrestling.
Yeah.
That's exactly Bing Bong.
100%.
It's like that's literally 100. That's exactly what he was inspired by. Evie, what color are Raichu's eyes? Brown, probably.
I think so. I can check.
Nothing you knew off the top of your head.
That's what I think. Yeah, they're brown. Technically black, depending on which generation you're doing.
Should we? I don't know. Whatever is your favorite. I can do sparkly brown, or I mean sparkly black, or I can do brown.
Probably stick to brown. There's not much reason to switch colors if you don't need to.
What are you doing for your birthday, Madeline?
Oh. I guess it is coming up.
Yeah. Very soon. Willow picked you out a nice birthday present.
I kind of tell Mallory, I'm just like,
No, I don't
I think I've gotten you like 5 things within the last 2 months.
Well, that's when we're looking for like Christmas.
I'm just
shopping
like,
and stuff,
just-
too. I'm like, I have nothing because it's been the kind of year where as soon as I find out, I'm just like, here you go. Hey,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got you the shoes.
Yeah.
The Jengar Crocs. And then like 3 plushies, so.
Yeah. And then I got you the Haunted Mansion Crocs.
Yeah.
It's like, here you go, gift. Here it is.
Gift.
So it's just kind of been like that. No, I don't have any plans. I don't even know what day it is. I think it's a weekend.
It's a Saturday. No, Sunday. Yeah, it's a Sunday.
Yeah. I honestly haven't even looked that far ahead in the calendar. My goal is just to get to today.
Oh no. It's stuck. Yeah, my brain's like plagued with Thursday and Friday this week, Thanksgiving, and then immediately wedding. So
Yeah, it's gonna be,
Oh well, that's
it
where our
is.
mom is right now. Is that
I know I was talking to her earlier.
like, seems like a good time of year for that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where they're there this until tomorrow night for the open earring. Like great time of year. Gulf was nice and slushy and rainy. Super scenic. Oh, I guess the dogs will be getting hungry.
Yeah, we'll go down in a few minutes. We also fed them later, so
Yeah.
we also let them out later. So.
I know. I just heard one of them weeping.
Because I didn't pet them.
The Piper was like, "Please, come back, please."
Well, they've actually had to be in the crate a lot because if I'm the only one here, the girls have to stay separated with their cones. So the most I can do is let the boys out at once, or I can take one girl out, or the other girl in. If I only take one of them, the other one freaks out.
Is it a continuous problem or just something that happened recently?
Oh, it continues.
It is a continuous problem, but right now it's for medical reasons.
Yeah.
I don't know if you...
So the cone's a shame.
Yeah, well, Piper's got her giant
They have to have
stitching
them
along her
for-
cheek, and then Freya had it along her thing. Like,
They
they
have
had to
them
do
for 14
anesthesia, stitches, antibiotic
They got
medicine.
into it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
Most of
a,
these dogs get into it a lot.
they do it all the time, but it was a bad one just because and the funny thing is that they were grooming each
Inside,
other.
actually.
Yeah, they were grooming
It was,
each
like, behind
other.
the sofa in the living room.
Piper was grooming Freya, and they were doing fine. But then, my mom was trying to get through. My dad was trying to go the opposite way. They just pinned the girls together. They bumped into each other, and then they snapped.
Wow.
Just
Yeah,
they wouldn't let go of
crazy.
each other. So she has this giant skin flap on her face, which
It was so
which she
nasty.
didn't even really notice. Then Freya's got this, big thing on her
They
ankle.
said, luckily, they missed it, but they thought that Piper might have gone to the bone on Freya.
Ooh.
And luckily, they said she didn't.
Because we couldn't get them to let go of each other.
Yeah.
My mom was whacking them with Mally's rifle.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Because they're like
Not a
girls, like
real
human
rifle.
girls fighting.
Yeah, not the real gun.
You don't want to get between them.
Yeah,
But
'cause
so
they- I mean, they
we
fought
have to keep them
before.
separate. They have to be completely isolated for 3 days, and even after that, they have to wear the cone for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'm like, honestly, we might just keep them isolated until then too, because I don't want, under any circumstances, them fighting with
Yeah,
anyone.
Reopening
And
things.
well, Gus gets excited, and as much as they do like each other, because like they do sleep close to each other in the crate, and they do try. And like as soon as we brought them home, they were trying to check on each other, but it's like we're
It's
like,
just- Piper's really, really jealous.
They're real
Which is
siblings.
fair.
They are.
Exactly. I was like, and Freya essentially was someone who got to go hang out and get all the solo time, and then she gets dropped back in. So she's really now being like, oh, well, well, I'm like a step kid now. Because it's like, Pepper and Gus are really close, and then she's learning her way. She's getting back acquainted. So the vets are like, yep, it's just gonna take time. And thousands of dollars.
Yeah. I gotta take the kitty cat back to the vet tomorrow for a follow-up visit because she got into it with the neighborhood cat.
There's something in the air, dog. There's something going on. Cause like it's been just crazy pants between work and the animals. Something in the water.
Fighting spirit.
Really? It's like, okay, guys, chill. Like the phases of the moon are lining up right, I guess. Because the kids at school are all fighting, not physically, luckily.
Yeah.
They're all fighting with each other, just being cranky. Honestly, at some point I would prefer to be physically at this point, because I'm kind of like, he didn't say sorry. Well, did you ask? No. Okay, well, go try. Like one kid, he was like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, let it go. And then his mom comes out of the hallway because she's the mystery reader, and I was like, oopsies.
Yeah, well, James.
Yeah, he's being a...
You know it's us and like maybe Danny, right?
I know, but still.
Yeah, who's in this?
You don't know, Evie. Yes, you do.
We do know, actually.
I know, but just for confidentiality, I'm not supposed to do that.
Just in case.
You know, you could have just kept talking, probably no one would notice, and now they're just like, oh.
I know, but you need to. I'm just making you aware in the future because I do have to sign a lot of clauses.
Yeah.
For that stuff. And I don't know his specific release. I'd have to go look that. My history would be nuts.
Just we didn't have to sign anything. It was like allowed to take pictures.
Yeah. We definitely have a lot of those. We have a lot of non-picture, non-photographing clauses.
Yeah.
We have in my class, but we do a private group sharing. So like most of them, when they see that it's private, then they like rescind their non-photograph order for just that, and then like obviously no publicly. Girl, you think I got time to post your kids publicly?
I guess it's like on like the Facebook pages because like that's what they did for Willow's fall concert, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah. Like we just call it Song Fest.
Songfest. That's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably whatever other like Halloween-y, fall-y thing.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. It's okay. I haven't even posted. I mean, I have like 4 pictures of these kids. I haven't even posted them to their private home, their homeroom yet. I just forget.
How long do you have to nanny tomorrow?
Until 4:30. They're just like, it's a normal day.
Yeah. Okay.
I forgot that I didn't have the day off.
Lame.
You know, I thought I did, and then I was like, not that freak. But look, they should be okay. They're gonna be probably crazy because it's Thanksgiving break, but it's okay. 2 is better than 10. I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially because one's a 2-year-old and she's pretty good. It's a 5-year-old that sometimes gets himself just all worked up. But he's okay too. I had him all last year, so I know most of his like tells and triggers and whatnot. Overall, it's much easier than last year. Mostly because I just don't have him every day.
Yeah.
Which is a plus.
Maybe how many slides is your PowerPoint?
Right now 18.
Nice.
Girl,
Trying to keep it really, really bare.
girl, cut and paste.
If I cut and paste it, it would be a lot longer, so that's why I'm having to cut down what I originally wrote into something more approachable.
Really did not. Why? That's great.
still gonna try to play D&D this weekend.
This upcoming weekend?
Yeah. We originally scheduled for Sunday, but then Dana and I couldn't do it. But if you guys could, so you put in the chat.
I haven't even looked at it.
We just kind of forgot that it lined up with like wedding stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't have a conflict, so it's up to you.
It's gonna depend on who's there. And realistic.
What? It says Holly over for Thanksgiving at the Lubacks. Since when? I don't want her over on
maybe now
Thanksgiving.
then.
Oh, is that?
I'm
Elliott's
just looking on the
girlfriend?
calendar now. It says Ellie's going over there for Thanksgiving, and then it says Holly over for Thanksgiving. They're not married yet.
But some people think they are.
You can have them over for, like, you have
You've
Secret
had-
Gallows over for Thanksgiving.
We had her
They
over
can't,
all
but
day
if they
yesterday
ask.
and the day before that
Oh,
and the
But
day before
I was like,
that.
she's like our
This is the
sixth
first day.
housemate. That's the difference.
This is the first
Yeah.
day we've actually had the
Oh.
place to ourselves. So
This is probably, yeah, I was the first day last week or
I
something.
thought they were like gonna get their own place or something.
Holly has her own place.
Oh, okay. I think I just misunderstood.
Elliot just went back to work Friday morning for the first time in like 3 months.
Does she?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So he's like going back to work now.
Did they give him just full time off for that? Or, I mean, I guess it's she.
No,
probably
he just
don't
like
care.
changed his schedule so that he never had availability, and so then they stopped scheduling him. And he was like, I can't get, they won't schedule me again. I don't know why. So he had to like call him or whatever and fix it because they didn't like fire him, but they like kind of shadow banned him.
Yeah.
Vibes.
I mean, a lot of places do that so that they don't have to like fully like rehire somebody, but
Yeah, and also they wouldn't have to like pay him or whatever.
yeah.
I just wish he would have asked first, because sometimes I like to do family stuff with just my Bailey because Holly's here. She's fine. I just wish that they weren't here all the time.
mm-hmm.
Do y'all do like just your family? Because I know a lot of your family's out of town.
Yeah, so normally we do
We've tried
just
to
our
invite them
family
here.
because,
It's normally a big affair, but no one ever wants to come down.
yeah, it's like up north, they all used to get together at the same house.
Yeah.
So you
Then
have
after my
like
grandpa
30 some
died,
people in one house, and the
there was
house
no one to
is
really do
small.
the cooking because that was always his passion, and no one really took it over. So it's been kind of a floppy mess ever since. That just kind of causes my grandma more pain every year.
Aw.
Yeah, so it's
Because
not.
no one will bother
So we're
stepping
trying to
up
get
where
her
they
to come
complain
down
about having to
here.
do it or having to
But-
open up their house.
I was like, if I don't know if she knows Holly. I was like, we're trying to get her to come down here, but if we have like any guests at all, I don't think she'll do it because she's very resistant to coming down.
And we're just like, we will gladly keep you here.
I was just like, we host her, we do whatever.
This is like a
You're fighting an
senior
old person.
resort practically.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I gotta take care of the dogs, but once they're used to you, they just want to follow you around. I don't know if they're ever gonna do that to you, because for some reason they just are sure you're going to blow the house up or something, but
Perry thinks that I'm gonna like murder everybody here.
yeah.
He does that when we get home, though.
Perry has
But like,
done that same.
no, I say it for
bark at
her
me since
because
high school.
Ever,
literally
yeah,
she
forever.
can come in and he won't recognize her and he won't make a sound, but the moment he recognizes who you are, then he starts barking.
Yeah.
So
I can sit
clearly
there
it's-
for like an
clearly
hour,
it's personal.
and then he sees me, and then it's like, oh, no,
It's on, dude.
Very
Yeah.
much it's personal.
Oh,
I
like, okay,
do
but-
not understand.
I don't know, he's obviously very mad that he's in his crate right now.
But
He's
it's
been
tough
pouting.
luck.
Anything.
Yeah, he has been pouting when I've been letting him out.
Because we're trying to get to the point where they don't fight as much, and we're like, the only way we can do that is we just can't show special treatment to any of them. So we're like,
Yeah.
sorry, bro, you gotta sleep in the crate.
It's like these youngsters are getting me in trouble.
It's so funny
That's
because
the problem. Like sometimes he starts it. He'll growl and snarl,
Yeah,
and we'll be
I
like, you cannot be protective of
I can
us.
see that.
Because that's the reason the puppies do it then. Because they think that's the way they're supposed to act.
it's very funny.
He's not a great.
I would be like,
He's really not a great role model. But what are you gonna do?
I got this new dice build and it's crazy the amount of work I was doing beforehand.
Mm.
Because now it's like all I have to do is just trim off the excess like resin off the low faces, and I don't even have to like shine it or anything. But before I was like an hour to do a set. I'd have to just sit there and shine it. And
Yeah.
like, oh wow, you know that's why you're supposed to get new molds after 10 to 15 sets, which is still pushing it.
That's way more often than I would have thought.
Yep. I don't do that because I would rather just put the effort into doing it versus ordering new ones. But I'm gonna get masters and start making my own because
That's smart.
I'm making them at a higher like rate of frequency now,
Yeah.
and I just need to be able to make my own molds or to have more than 2 at a time.
Mhm. That makes sense.
Pork, pork, who is home? Pork, pork.
I went to Holly's apartment yesterday after rehearsing because I needed to stay there for a couple minutes. So I was carpooling with someone, and her apartment is really nice. They live in like a townhome.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a nice place. That's why I'm surprised they're always here because they gotta share with all the rest of us.
Townhome, big ass house with food. I'm a little understanding on that side.
But I'm just saying. Nice apartment where they can make out to themselves.
That's
This
also
place
true.
where I follow them around and make fun of them all the time.
Good point.
Because every time they do any sort of physical contact in the house, I'm always like, ew! Ew, you're touching? Gross!
That's the tax for being home.
Yeah, just because I think it's really funny. I was like, well, when we're married, you're gonna have to do that. Yeah. And every time I see
And
you,
I'll still do
I'll
it.
still do it because it's still funny to me. I can do whatever I want, and I think it's funny.
It's the sibling way.
It is. I was like, it's the true sibling first. Because she's got a little brother, so she gets it. I'm like, girl, and she said she does the same thing with her little brother. There you go. There's your answer, girl. I'll put this ditto on and I'll feed the dogs. Tastes like purple.
I saw Alex Brightman going to GalaxyCon this year, and I about peed my pants.
That's awesome. I remember seeing that. That'd be really cool. He's in so much stuff.
Yeah.
Cause I actually want to like look in advance and like plan to get him voice actor lines. After seeing that, I was like, ugh, there were so many people that I was like I want to bring like for the one in January, I want to bring something and then I'll just send Evie to go get it signed while I'm in the booth. I'll be like, Evie, go wait in line for 6 hours. I'll man the booth. Cause I want signatures. Especially because a lot of them are like you know, people like Master where they do like multiple characters that I really like. That's what I want.
Well, you need to do it because it'll be like last time where you just walk up and they just give you a poster.
Well, I bought the poster, but then he
Yeah,
signed
he
it
signed
for
it,
free, and I was
yeah.
like, that was so nice. You did not have to do that. Like, that was so nice of you, dude. He was very cool, so I would definitely go meet him again. It was
I mean,
very
probably any of them. Most of them would do that anyway. Cause
cool. I just wanted to
like,
buy the poster because I like the poster, and I was just going to just be like, hey, buddy.
Nice to meet you, yeah.
What's up, pal? He's like, oh, let me sign it.
That's the
for you."
thing. You'll have to get
I
it
was
because
like, oh, yeah,
I'll
thank
go
you.
up to them and I'll just freeze and be like,
You're so cool. I think you're really cool. I think you're a really cool guy. Me.
yeah, that's my only ever time like meeting up with something and then feeling like very like shy and embarrassed
Yeah.
about it afterwards was when we did the virtual meet and greet with Stitch.
LOL.
Well,
My dad teased me about it so much afterwards. She's like, you didn't say anything. You just stood there. I'm like,
I was in shock.
like, what did you want me to do?
My problem is I
wasn't
I
ready.
want to meet these people, and then I was like, I don't have anything to say to them, and nothing I say would matter.
I just fucking be like, hi. Do the
I guess-
line. I feel like I
Oh my
should
God.
like bring and be like, can you please read these lines for me? Be like,
That's what they have. Like you can do like
your best hits.
a video instead of like.
Well,
an
I don't even
autograph.
need the video. I just want to hear their sweet buttery voices
Oh.
in my ears.
Yeah.
Whisper to me.
Do it.
Do it. I was like, cause so many of them, like New Vallette's voice actor was there last summer. I was like, I gotta see him. Dang. He was his other character, so it's him. And then Max Middleman was there, but he was sick. I was like, no,
Who's
I love him.
Who's that?
He does Leo. He does Ryuji. He
He does a ton of people.
Okay, yeah,
I love him.
I would know them based on their voices, but like.
And then also at their booths, they had like merch of their characters. That's where I got that really cool Catchy poster, the holographic one. And it was $60 for that. With I was like, that's actually really not that bad. I think it was that with the signature, or no, I think that with the signature was $60, and I didn't.
Yeah.
$40 maybe for the poster. It was something where it's like something, and then the signature was extra dollars, and I was like, I don't have that money, and he was like, anyways, and I was like, oh yeah, thank you so much. It was very
Apparently, I do have it.
cool. It was very cool. Throw this over to you.
Sounds like spa music.
I think it's like cafe, maybe. Maybe what does this one say?
Ghibli Cafe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Have you seen the Ghibli movies?
Me?
Yeah.
I've seen a good amount of them.
I think everyone's seen at least once at some
Yeah.
point, because if you are even vaguely anime adjacent, someone's going to drag you to watch it.
Yeah. No, I think one day I was just like, I was like, I've heard of these. Let me just turn them on. I just watched like 4 of them in a row.
I've heard of these.
Yeah, I was like, you know what?
Time.
They're all on Netflix when they were all on Netflix.
Yeah, I think Olivia did the same thing because like she's like, yeah, now I've seen like all of them.
Yeah.
It's like, dang, because some of them are like kind of intense emotionally from what I've heard.
Yeah, and I watched Kiki's Delivery Service.
They're very human
and-
because they are very good at showing flawed characters.
Yeah. I did Totoro. I know those in the same day.
Yeah, because like I
Mm.
know, the author like he says he likes to like contrast the beautiful world and art style with like really heavy topics.
Yeah,
Like,
that's-
to explore like
that's
Howl's
Gothic
Moving Castle
for
is
you.
about like war and stuff. It's
That's
like,
literally how
that's
the
the only one I've seen. I've only seen Howl's Moving Castle.
It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
That's
It's
probably one of the only ones where, like, the popular ones right now that I have
It's-
not seen.
it's
I want to.
it's
It's
practically
really good,
just
and I'm in love with Hal Forever.
it's really just colorful Gothic because that's literally how it
It
works.
is. I think it's
Yeah.
very. I definitely think I needed to watch it again now that I'm like an adult.
If it was in an
So as
all
a kid, I
black
didn't
color
really
scheme,
get it.
people would immediately label that way.
Yeah.
What you said?
If it was in an all black or like red and gold color scheme, people would immediately see it like it's just colorful
It was
Gothic.
kind of red and gold.
But it's like it's
definitely,
about yeah
It's one of the easier ones to
human
understand.
frailty and such.
Yeah, but it's another one where when I watch it, I'm like, okay, now I have to like lay down for a little bit. It made me feel so many emotions. I need to go. I go lay over here.
I've listened to the whole soundtrack because it's really good. I just haven't watched it because last I heard it was on Netflix and I don't have that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where. It might still be on Netflix. Because I've never seen it with the Japanese voices, but in English voices, Christian Bale is actually Howard.
What?
I was like, no way.
That's actually he's very a very diverse actor.
He is.
What I've seen.
I watched
Mhm.
a YouTube video on that. He's like just super dedicated because like that's how he got his roles by being like super willing to do super crazy things.
Yeah.
I was like, well, good for you, dude. I think this is one of his earlier roles, maybe, because it's like in the early 2000s. I think is when it came out. Sound quote me on that. It's something. I like the aesthetic of it, but I just haven't watched it all.
Yeah. I do see a lot of like cardigans and stuff that are
Yes.
house
Super,
themed, and I'm like, oh, that is really cute.
super cute. And my friend, I think 2 of them got tattoos from like the Star Children from the Movie Castle.
Mm-hmm.
So like I know at least 2 of my friends are really into it. Cause then they all got Ghibli tattoos except me. They got Haku from Spirited Away, Kiki with like the lanterns,
Away.
2 star things, and then one of like the little like bird guys. I don't know what movie that one was from. There's a bird that kind of looks like a cross, like a paper bird. I don't know what movie that one's from.
Which one?
It's like a little bird, but it looks like a cross.
Yeah, that's from Haku.
It's from Haku. I've never seen any of those, so I don't know exactly.
Those are the things that'll try and kill him.
Oh, okay. For all I know, I was like, it's just, I felt like it was such a shame when I was in the Ghibli Museum there, because it's a gorgeous museum, but I just didn't know anything. I took it more as like a cool trip to see how like movie making is more like a filmmaking perspective. But I was like, I felt like Olivia would have really appreciated it as like a gift. Like all my friends were like, "What? This is amazing!" Blah blah blah. And so like my one friend was crying, and I was like, I feel bad because I don't know. I just don't get it. But then I made them go to every Pokemon Center with me, so and also they didn't get that, and I was like, "Hey, look, he's so big." So it was kind of like there's an eco mix, but I just felt like I couldn't appreciate his work fully when I was there because I just haven't seen a lot of it.
It's one of those things that's kind of like The Last of Us with me, where I can appreciate this as an art form, and it's very like deep, and it's doing some things really impressive. It's never been something that I've been like, wow. It's kind of also how I feel like Harry Potter or Star Wars, where I'm like, really can appreciate the cultural impact and the artistry of it.
That's also how I feel about Star Wars.
But
I also have a group of Star Trek kids, so.
But like I'm it's never been something I've been like inherently drawn to.
For me, I watched House Moving Castle, and it was when I was young, and it was very impactful on me because I thought, like, just the story of romance was like, wow, that's amazing. But also, I was like, this is a lot of feelings, so I'm never gonna watch this movie ever again. And I haven't watched any other movies because, like, I don't need to feel big feelings. I'm okay. So
I'm playing like little points with the idea that I'll expand upon each of the points.
Yeah, that's how the presentation works.
Believe it or not, that's very difficult for me to do in a PowerPoint.
That's so funny. I think that's
Maybe
how
I'll
that
let
works.
you.
That does not come naturally to me, which is why I struggle with this form.
Speaking in college?
Yes.
You know
I
what both did.
I had to like go in like 15 minutes before class. I would have to go into the room adjacent and then do my speech ahead of time.
Oh yeah.
And then, you know, like, so I could hopefully hit the cadence right, and I would literally time myself with a timer and make sure I was within the time thing, and then I would go and present it, completely black out for the whole experience, and then only know I was done when I left the podium.
I quit school before I had to take a class, speaking class.
I luckily could take interpersonal or public speaking, so I took.
Well, I think it probably worked better for someone who
And that
doesn't
one
have such
was-
intense social anxiety.
It was the one where she like gave everyone B's on purpose because it was supposed to be an easy communication class everyone had to take. I was like, okay, well, that's just a little mean. She's like, yeah, nobody gets an A in this class on purpose. So I'm the teacher and I can give you whatever I want. Mind your PA, please.
No, my teacher gave me like really high because everyone is public speaking, everyone has to take it, so no one ever tried. But because I was so stressed about everything and knowing I tended to ramble on, I went like to the tutoring sessions. I was always asking for feedback, so I got like 100% on every single assignment just because I was trying.
I would have actually, like, I would have D'd out of that class. I would see all
I
that.
would.
Like,
Yeah.
she
I would've
was
absolutely been
so nice to me because I
would've
actually
done
tried.
the severe bare minimum. Because,
Well, because I
I
was
not.
so afraid of not doing it right and looking dumb
See,
in front of
I
a
would
class.
I would be afraid of it, so I'd avoid it. I'm a very avoidant. I'd be like, oh, that's hard. I
Yeah.
don't want to do that. So therefore,
Well,
I'm gonna show up to class 10 minutes late.
I
and
was
this thing
borderline going into panic whenever I did it, so
was grind out.
I don't even know if
girl,
I
know
could.
you.
I probably could count it as being panic because like I don't really remember anything. I would go in, I would do my cards, I would speak in front of the group, but then like
Well,
you
the
know
difference is also,
my eye.
I don't know. Our group was like 300 people,
Yeah,
Oof.
so I don't know how big just William Peace's size. If it was like 30.
they
to
generally
50
tend to
maybe.
be between 15 and 30. So
That's what I figured. I was like, it would be like.
for a class
a
like
very
that,
brief-
especially was larger.
Versus ours, they're like, here's a huge lecture hall. Let's fill it to the brim with people. I was like, well, this is dumb. Because when are you realistically at this age talking to a group of this many people? You know, like it should be something where like around 100. I feel like is more reasonable. I thought it was dumb. So it's like, I feel like there's no way you're gonna efficiently learn in a room full of 300 people. There's just no, you know, it's just very, I feel like an inefficient way to teach. And it's funny because Olivia's least favorite professor right now is her only professor that also teaches at NC State. She's like, this professor's so hard, and she does all these awful things, and she also works at the state. And I was like, oh. You mean like every professor I ever had? All of a sudden my college just doesn't seem that easy anymore, does it, Olivia? Interesting. Olivia public speaking. She's like you, Ivy. She really liked it.
I didn't like it, but I definitely learned a lot about it. That was also when I did the petition to get the bus pass. It's for that class,
Yeah.
and it worked. So.
Yeah, good deal, dude.
Get a bus pass for what?
William Peace for some reason was the only school in the Raleigh area that did not offer a bus pass for students.
Oh, yeah, weird.
Yeah, it was weird. That's why, like, when I did the research on it, and then I went and did the research on other things, and I actually went and got a petition and a lot of signatures. Because you had to do it for part of the class. Then I turned it in, and then the next semester, everyone had bus passes. Which I only knew because my professor came back and be like, "Hey, good job," and I'm like, "What?" And then he goes and shows me like, "Oh, I enacted change. Great."
Wow.
I enacted change.
Can that count towards my community service hours? Did y'all have to do that?
Yippee. Community
Yeah,
service hours.
Yeah.
but
That's crazy.
mine lined
Can't
up.
do that at Meredith.
Mine lined up with my
awful.
internship, so I just counted
I
them
didn't
both.
do it.
No one really
Luckily,
cared.
As a public school, we didn't have to do community
Apparently, they
service.
try
It's
harder
awful.
to like track you with internships now, but back then I was like, yeah, I did
Yeah.
some for like 3 hours. I'm like, how am I supposed to make more hours? And the lady's just cheat.
Make it
Just
all.
say you're here for more often than you are. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
like fudge your hours. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I was gonna get official like clearance to do that. Nice.
I love this teacher.
Should I? Don't care.
They were good. They were good cause. I like working with nonprofits because they always are like very passionate about what they're doing. The problem then is when you're like that very rarely extends to their like work ethic. So usually they'll be like, yeah, we have all this like goodwill and stuff like that, but also your stuff sucks and now we don't like you. And I'm like, all right.
What the freak? You know.
So my job with 4-H when it's like, yeah, you know, I really like the people, but at the same time I can't do all this stuff, especially not for the hours and pay I'm getting. And they got an intern to do it anyway for free, so I just became irrelevant. I enjoyed it for what it was. I enjoyed working with people and filming people and meeting people because they were all very nice and they all been through like a lot of stuff. So like they were very welcoming and accepting people, but they didn't necessarily extend to the people I worked for.
Yeah.
They were. It's like the preschool in a lot of ways, man, where you have some people that are very like what do you call it, type A people who are like this has to be the way it goes,
Well,
and
in
if
general, teachers are. Just in
and so
general.
like eventually you come to the point where you're just like, oh well. I guess I've outlived my usefulness. It's like, oh, all right, cool. That lasted. And also, like in hindsight, my dad's like, yeah, they were like when they started nitpicking your stuff, and I just felt like I was always walking on eggs. So I'm like, yeah, they were planning to fire you for a while. They were just
Yeah.
looking for a good reason to. I'm like, that's so mean.
Because then they just
That
abolish
happens a
the role
lot.
entirely. I'm like,
But that's so
freaky.
horrible.
They try to like get you to quit so they don't have to like do severance or whatever.
Well, I didn't get anything because I was a temp employee. It was at state, which means you're essentially a glorified intern.
Yeah.
And you only had a
You don't get
12-month
anything.
Contract anyways. It's whether they're going to renew your contract.
Yeah, yeah.
As a full-time employee. And they're like, fine, well, we can get students for free.
Well, that's the thing, is that because it was, like, weird circumstances because COVID, it wasn't like, you know, they didn't renew it. It's like, no, I did get fired.
No, I was like, I thought it was something where they were like,
No,
you
because
technically could be hired on, but instead they just decided to not renew. And
No,
let
it
you
was,
go.
yeah.
They looked in your eyes and said, you're fired!
Yeah, well, it was the words were like, we're gonna have to let you go, but they'd be like, I've done all these things, but you didn't do this thing. I'm like,
This one exact thing. And
Yeah.
because of that, you suck.
and it was like, it was one of those things where like, it was like, I never could feel like I could please them, so I just kept feeling worse and worse all the time, so.
You should go to Costco and get cookies.
We could go to Costco and get cookies. This,
How late is Costco? And I might go get us some cookies.
7:30. It's like a weird time.
Yeah. it's like,
well, we're not on a Sunday, so that means it's not 6.
Dang, it closes at 8:30.
8:30. Huh?
We kind of
I
have
think
like
Costco.
If you
a lot
went
of
and got,
time to go get some cookies.
if you did go and get cookies, that would be pretty impressive.
I will
Do you
Venmo
need-
you to get me my own box for Danny if you go. Because that man loves some Costco cookies.
Those cookies are pretty. The licorice. But I do need my laptop back. So we saw you'll have to cut off the music. Not this exact moment, but in a couple minutes so I can be able to look at my
Reference.
my colors. Because this is off of a picture, so I need to see what a Snorlax looks like IRL to match colors.
Oh, I do.
I mean, like a teal, green, and
Yeah, I was like, I know vaguely, but I just need to want
White.
to look at it. I want to see the shadings.
Mhm.
Like, I like to match the colors to the shades, because a lot of times I make them all too...
well, I only have like
bright.
another slide to go, and then we'll be ready for my full-on presentation.
You do that. I'm going to feed the dogs really quick while you do that. I'll
Alright.
be right back up.
Yeah, you don't even have to let them out. Just put food in their
Yeah,
bowls.
I'm just going to put it in their bowls, and I'm just going to let them... It's dark out, so they're going to sleep. I also wanted to snoop and see what Ellie was doing, because it says he's home.
Yeah, she's home. I went downstairs to get her. I was not well right before you got out of here. I went back up before you did arrive, but I saw him and he's just been laying in bed. I'm like, I guess he's been here this whole day.
Oh, I wanted to snoop, because I heard the garage door open like 2 different times.
You've not
At
seen
some
him
point
at
you left.
all today.
Oh, God.
Like
Me
at
is-
all.
My hips don't look.
And those are, I mean, those are low to the ground.
They are.
We've had comments many times from many different people being like, what the freak?
No, I love them. They're so comfy, but...
They're really hard to get out.
They are very hard to get out of. That's why our grandma just doesn't say them anymore.
Them
She's like,
30s
you're
are
gonna have to pull.
creeping up.
She's like, you.
Don't even Excuse me. You guys can't turn 30. You'll be old.
I feel old.
A sticker. A tape.
Just looking at everything.
You guys have brush cleaner or just well, I don't know what. specifically
Yes, I
clean.
don't know where it is.
Okay. I'll ask her when she comes back. Hold on. I'll do a quick rinse just to make sure. Which stuff is it? that acrylic paints actually come out really well from brushes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I use a lot of mini paints, and they build up when you paint with them. Came out super nice. Like a drow rogue. They got like shinies.
Oh, it's nice.
And they're color changing, where if you put them in UV,
know what?
they get a dark
You
purple.
know what this also kind of reminds me of?
Hmm.
Like Static.
Yeah. They're saying that she had like very silvery whatever hair. And I was like, ooh, I got the perfect thing to put in there. Is it real shiny with them over here? I love them. They said, bark bark. That laugh freaked me out. I was like, what is that?
Like, all right. Honestly, that's why I listen to music. I honestly am more like thrown off when they put voice lines in something. I'll be like, all right, that was weird.
This is like the only one that I've heard so far, and I was like, this isn't a video call. Which Willow think it is a lot of times. She's like, why are they not talking to me?
Why they talk?
It's
Well, the
so
thing is,
cute.
like, if you comment back fast enough, it will be like, yeah,
know.
we can totally hear you. Hey.
A lot of times I can't because my phone's like on the counter and I'm holding a child and there's another one screaming.
Yeah, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there must be someone else here. I wonder if Holly's here.
I heard another female voice downstairs, so I figured who it was. Wait to turn off the stream because I need to complain.
I just finished my PowerPoint.
You can come whisper to my ear.
But be right back, Scree. We gotta take a brief recess so I can.
Mallory needs a moment.
I can complain.
You have to turn on. Well,
But I
also
wanna
you would
be
have to
mean a
put in the-
little bit.
You also would have to put in the effort.
Oh,
in
I
it
should have
yourself.
just like muted it and been like, hee hee hee. Watch their faces not react. I'll leave your calming music. I'm gonna sit over here.
You want to sit in there and I'll do my presentation?
Oh, I got my drawstrings in.
What happened to your drawstrings?
Oh, they came out in the laundry.
Oh, alright.
I don't. None
I
of you
don't
guys kiss me. I don't want to infect you.
No promises.
No promises. No smooching on me, please. Well, if I would have known that he was sick. Oh, these are cool.
Yeah.
These are nice.
It's sparkly.
The taste on the side is nice. National ice. Alright, Evie, give us your Prizzy.
It's not Prezi. It's... See?
Wow. Very nice.
What do you think, Malin? Does it look official enough?
Can you put it?
That's nice.
Probably not because it's a different computer. Never mind. I was
She
like,
might
if
be
you
able
would
to-
blast it to there, but I.
Well, no, we probably can put it to here and then take it into there.
Yeah, we probably could do that, yes.
I'm
It's
gonna-
just an
Show
H-
everybody.
It's just an
Call
HMI.
Eric. Why aren't you in?
You can go. You can go. You can go.
Like,
Bull-
well, I was here 10
I'll
hours ago
text
when you
him.
guys
go.
freaking
You
started.
can go bully him.
I was like, okay, how do I HDMI?
Okay, so
There's a
you
lot of HDMI cords.
so
I'm trying
yeah.
to figure out which one.
yeah. So pull the one that's coming in the PS5. No, the one. Yeah, you have to get it out of the PS5.
Where's your HDMI port? My laptop, actually, funnily enough, does not have an HDMI port. It's too skinny. She's skinny. She doesn't have HDMI.
Yeah, I had to have adapters
It's kind of annoying.
with my old laptop, and yeah, it was not fun. Hey, easy! Look at that. Hold on, let me text her.
I gotta choose the camera. Right now you're just looking at my,
No, I like it. Now you can go over there and be.
Let me get the...
We got multiple things, and this is very basic, still in the kind of the brainstorming stage.
Is this too loud?
No, I'm fine.
Let me put on some gothic music. I have some, just give me a second. Royalty-free gothic music.
Royalty free comic
Okay,
music.
the camera isn't great, but it's better than nothing.
I'll put this in. No, this.
I don't know how to make the
Daily
chat
chat.
disappear. It just is what it is.
Is Eric in this one already?
Should be, yeah.
Okay.
Should be. If not, you can invite him.
There he is.
Copyright-free goth. How's that sound? It's royalty-free post-punk, witch house, sad synth, goth, dark wave. Copyright-free, copyright-free. It's got two O's. Copyright-free goth, synthwave, cyberpunk, dark techno,
While you're looking for that, I want to bathroom
witch
before we get started.
tripper.
Yeah.
This one's got vampire music.
I did it. I needed momentum that time. I learned.
That's really all you need sometimes.
Yeah.
It's kind of spooky.
Creepy. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
What the freak? After you got your music set up too.
No, because you were saying it very music. So just give me a second.
Wow. Dice time. Dice reveal.
Like every surface on the way out.
Sorry,
That's a
Evie.
spa. And then, like, you put them in UV light, then they turn like a dark purpley gray color.
Yee! Squeaking doves.
I don't know if I have any.
UV lights. We can try the other lights and see if they have UV content to them.
It's good. I've tested them out.
I was like, my UV lights in the basement.
I just like how they sparkle in the regular light because of the shinies I put them in.
Yeah, I like the little, like the.
Angelina fibers.
There it is. That's what it's called. It's like the whatever. I wanted to say twill, but that's definitely not what that is. I think I was thinking twine. I love it. How do you see anything over here? You can't, dog.
Yeah.
Our stuff's always
I was
broken.
like, Jesus, I can't see nothing.
That's because I sit like 1 inch away from the
Yeah.
screen. like, I don't even know if the music's on through. It's just up there. I like how she signed it by Evie Lubeck. That's really funny.
They're her brain children.
Yeah.
Yo, I tried to get tickets. I was looking to get tickets to go see Wicked, and for like the next week and a half, every single showing is like booked except for the crappy seats.
Ugh, boo. It's probably because the movie just came out.
Yeah.
So everyone's like, wow, this is all of a sudden really interesting.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I'll go casually see it at like 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
No.
Booked?
Booked.
That's crazy.
And I looked at like 3 different theaters.
Yeah. I wonder if people are like getting out of work or out of school and stuff to go.
I think, yeah, it's probably just a bad week to do it because people have off.
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to have a date night.
I was just trying to have a good time. I was just trying to have fun.
I was trying to go to a showing there where it was pretty much guaranteed that people weren't going to sing. I don't think it's possible.
No, everyone, you're gonna have sing-alongs at every single one.
Yeah.
Especially
Really?
because of the movie.
I will throw popcorn at somebody.
Yeah. Knock it
100%.
off! Knock it off! I was like, it's so fresh. I've seen so many TikToks of people like making fun of like their cast things. I guess.
Oh my
they're all
gosh, there's
with like they're doing like a lot of like.
they're ridiculous. They are just tippity top theater kids. Like,
Yeah.
it's like
Everyone's like, are they okay? And then
It's
people are
just
like,
real
they are
hard.
literally just theater
it's
kids.
just hard to watch.
Yeah.
It's just that's all it is. It's just they're having their moment and that's fine. But it is really hard to watch.
It is, which I think is so funny. Because it makes sense why Ariana Grande went with the SpongeBob guy.
Yeah.
So I was like, that's such a theater couple. And everyone's like, she used to be so cool. No, she was always a theater kid.
And they're trying to like really soft launch it again, because like
Gross.
they've been like posting more pictures together and like trying to like they have like
That's
a little bit more PDA at
ew.
the 400 million like red carpets they've had for this thing.
Literally, I was like, again.
Yeah.
And they're always dressed in. I was like, can't you switch it up and dress as each other's character? Like, she doesn't have to be in pink. You don't have to be in green. Switch it up. Just thoughts.
Well, they did, but then they also dressed as, or they put on dresses that were in homage to just a different dress that Kristen Chenoweth and Idina Menzel wore in a performance.
They're doing a lot.
Yeah.
They're doing too much. Because I've also seen stuff about how they're both, like, skeleton people. And they're like, well, they're theater kids. They're probably exhausted.
Yeah.
So it's like, no wonder they're being, like, super, super emotional. It's like, yeah, dude. I'd be interested to see how they act, like, 3 months from now when they've had, like, a couple days off.
I'm very curious. Actually, the reason that I looked up to get tickets, because I was like, okay. I wasn't originally going to, because I've seen the actual Wicked, like, Broadway show.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I know what it is. It's not. I can listen to the cast recording and probably get what I'm going to get from it.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw that the movie was 2 hours and 40 minutes long. But they're only doing the first act. The movie's in... Yeah, Wicked is in part 1 and 2.
That's so dumb!
Yeah,
That's so
you're not getting
dumb.
the whole... Yeah, you're not getting the whole story. So
That's...
I was like, I gotta see what... Because the actual production is nearly that long. I think it's a smidgen longer than that.
I hate that they're doing part 1 to part 2,
Like, what's in it?
Just make it one movie.
Yeah.
I did not know. I have not
Yeah.
really kept up with it in general because I just don't really care that much.
I lost
about,
a lot of interest a year or so back whenever they announced that it was part 1 and part 2. I was like,
I did not even know
I can't
that.
stand... I'm a hater. I can't stand part 1 and 2s of anything.
No, that drives me. I just hate when movies do that. Just make it a separate thing. Make it 2 separate movies. Don't make it part 1, part 2.
Well, from what I've heard, it's they filmed both of them sequentially.
Yeah.
So they have the ability to have made it
One
one movie.
Zack Snyder cut 5-hour movie. What
Yeah.
could they possibly have to say?
Theater kids will eat that up.
Yeah, they would. Be like, this is the... I feel like if they released it and were like, here you go, special screening for 1 month only, like,
Yeah.
all those would be booked, like, if it was a super 5-hour mega movie.
Yeah. They have like sing-alongs booked for like late December, and I know that
That's-
those tickets are gonna go so fast if they haven't already.
That's such a cringe fest. I was in theater.
I
I did theater.
I am such a big musical theater fan without being a theater kid
Yeah.
in general.
I was a theater kid
yeah.
in high school. I mean, like, I wasn't a hardcore theater kid because I did guards instead. But I
Yeah.
was in a musical,
Yeah.
and I took a couple theater classes.
But even then, I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
brother, what are
I
you
guess-
doing?
I'm a music kid. Yeah, I was a band kid who likes musicals.
Yeah, I like music.
Strong difference, and I will stand by that.
Yeah, proud band kid.
Band kids also cringe, but a different flavor of cringe.
Yeah, I'm not theater kid cringe. I've seen so many just like, you know, like the ones in IHOP where they're like singing and stuff. I'm like, whoa, uh-oh.
No, not how. A
Yikes.
Denny's. Specifically a Denny's. Because nowhere
Yeah.
else allows them to go.
I was like, oh, why did you? I remember going with the senior cast because I had to drive Olivia after their musical, and they
Yeah.
got rejected from like a bunch of places.
Yeah.
And they let my cousin and I in,
Yeah.
and we're like, oh, well, we're gonna eat here then, I guess. See
Yeah,
you guys
they're
when
like,
you're done.
You're not with them? Sweet.
They did. 'Cause we were like, Olivia's like, stop. I was like, you need a ride home. You're too much of a baby to ask your friends, so I have to follow you. Because I have to take you home. Trust me, I don't want to be doing this either. It's like midnight. We're tired. I did makeup for their musical, so I was like, buddy, I've been here since like 3 p.m. I want to go home. But I had to take her little dumb butt. It's because they did The Little Mermaid. It was really cute, I will say. But their Scuttle, he would sweat his makeup off. So they're like, we need a professional. I was like, that's not me. And then they said, we need you because you're free. And I was like, oh.
I got primer and hairspray.
Literally. I was like, okay, first of all, we're going to prime this bad boy. Second of all, we are going to spray between layers.
Yeah.
And we are going to layer this guy. We were powdering and spraying. And it did last through the show, which was good. But homie, he was sweaty. I was like, dang, what the freak? And also Olivia had a crush on him, so I was like, alright, Olivia.
Yeah, put her on blast.
Alright, Olivia. I was like, alright, I will give you the supplies, but you need to be touching his face and all that stuff. Get him all in his business. I was like, here you go. Hee hee hee.
Very
Hee hee hee. They were very cute. And he went to the Navy. Womp womp. Like, I'm like, Evie's gonna be pooping for the next 10 hours! It's like, Olivia, Evie, you're such a pain. I almost said Olivia. Evie, please. Change the camera.
Yeah, just change it back.
Hi. It's us.
Whoop, whoop.
Change it to this one. Evie's pooping. I think. I'm waiting for her to come back. Hi.
Has your TikTok been infected by Starlight Express like mine has?
No, but you know what? I have seen a lot of YouTube videos on that. Mine is by Wicked specifically, and it was something else. I got a lot of ads.
I was gonna send it to you because I was like, I forgot that musical existed.
yeah, it's
'Cause
really
I
funny.
listened to it in high school. Because again, I was just undercover, like, not theater kid, but music. I've always loved musicals.
Yeah.
But I heard it and it triggered something in my brain. I was like,
That's like
whoa,
that's old.
sleeper agent.
Yeah, I was like, that's like old time. That's your like Winter Soldier code.
Yeah.
Wakes you up and you become Winter Soldier.
But it's so for Evie.
Yeah, hello. It's so
I was gonna
trained.
text you and be
It's
like,
very funny because it's so weird. It's a very weird musical.
It's just.
It's very Andrew Lloyd Webber core.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
like I feel like
it's
a lot
just
of his stuff is like super weird.
sexy for no reason.
Yeah,
is
you're
the
like,
answer.
why is it this? Why are we doing this?
Cats, but sexy.
I was like, I think
Trains, but sexy.
the only one that's not like that is Phantom of the Opera. Otherwise, every other one, when you really look at it, it
Gross
is better.
guy, but sexy.
Hell yeah. Put that man in a mask.
Yeah.
Let's get going. I personally think my favorite Phantom of the Opera is the 2004 movie version, because that's the first one I saw, and apparently that's like the worst version.
Hey, you know what?
And I'm like,
as far as musical movie adaptation, it slaps, and I will stand by it.
We went to the Outer Banks one time when we were kids, and we watched that movie 3 times in a row. It's the only movie we had. So whether I liked it or not when we started, I liked it when we came back, because we watched it so many times. And that one, really, Masquerade in that one, it, like, for the longest time I wanted to go into theater and be, like, a costume, like, assistant. My dad was like, that's a stupid idea, so I never did. But watching Masquerade is what really inspired that, because I was like, just the costume pieces in that are just so fun. And I was like, just, like, the grandeur of it. I freaking love it. Because there's one song on, we were playing Diva X yesterday, the Vocaloid one, and there's one, it's like kind of like a Broadway song almost, where they do like a whole like kick line and it's very theatrical. I was like, something about just musical theater, just like the whole ensemble moment
Something about that just gets me like riled up. I'm like,
Yeah.
ooh, I love that. That's exciting.
Ditches my brain. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, but it has to be good because sometimes I see stuff and I'm like, interesting choice. But some of them I'm like, yee. Like I was watching a Mean Girls movie musical.
I didn't like the
Comparison.
movie.
I haven't watched the
I
movie.
liked
but I was watching
everybody
comparison.
pretty much individually, but I just preferred the musical in general. I think
Yeah.
it was one of those that they were trying to bring in too many different audiences, but at the same time did not advertise that it was a musical.
Yeah, and I think from what I haven't seen it myself, but from what the clips I've seen, the lead was just horribly miscast.
She made if it was going to be just the movie, I think would have been great.
Yeah.
But her vocals didn't match up with the like level of everybody else's.
Because they were like, everyone else was like an actual trained singer,
With,
and then
like,
she was
Broadway
like,
people basically.
la la la. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
girl,
I do
yikes.
think they made some good choices.
That's good.
Like I think some of the like cinematography they did and like the choreography they did for some of the songs rocked. But in all, I was like, this is not one that I would like rewatch again. I'd rather just listen to the sound, the like actual Broadway soundtrack, which I do, and I did today.
And she said, click, put it in my ears. I'd like to look more into like the Beetlejuice soundtrack because I know one song
So
from it,
good.
and I'm like, oh my god, that girl's got pipes. That girl, like,
Yeah.
Lydia, whoever. I was like, dang girl, okay, sing it. Okay, girl, sing.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hi, Eric's here. I was waiting for you to freaking poop for 10 hours.
Hell yeah.
I couldn't take it so much longer than that. You know that.
Well, come on over. Come on.
You guys have squatty potties?
Yes.
I'll be getting, if they not, you're getting them for Christmas.
I got a squatty potty and a bidet in our bathroom, girl. I love to.
I just did the bidet. Very nice.
We do have
freaking
both.
new.
It's more a matter of figuring out whatever's wrong with my digestive system.
If I put a bidet in our house, our walls would just constantly be wet
Covered in
because
water.
the kids would just turn them on.
Yes, so
That's
true.
why I'd be like, this is fine.
It's
This
getting
is
closer
a
because I
toy.
can't see anything.
You can move Jack out of that one.
It was actually really. We put it on the big screen too.
Yeah, so you can like kick all that stuff away.
Yeah, I already started this process.
Yeah, it's like that's normally the other. thing.
Welcome to my TED Talk.
Nice.
Anyway, so
I couldn't even see that he was here because I was sitting too far away, but now
Yeah.
I can read.
I went and made a PowerPoint based on my character ideas. These are in the rough right now without really any consideration for which rule set we're going to do 5e or 2024. But I hope they eventually change that to 5.5e or something.
I know. I don't
because
like saying I don't like saying 2024.
It's just
Lame.
well, it's a mouthful and it's not telling you anything. So I have like 4 different character ideas, which was we've gone through 7 at this point, so these 4 are still standing. There might be more before we actually get there. Who knows? But
Don't make more. Make less. This is the point of this. We're narrowing down.
well, I'm at the very least. The point of this was also that you guys to do it, so I did
Yeah.
because I was why not? So they have number 1. See,
Say that name out loud.
I'll see you in Demistrica.
Demistrica.
Yeah.
Alcina, if you will.
So obviously based off Lady
Yeah.
Dimitrescu. I think that's obvious. We were playing. The first one was me making it in pit crew, and the second one's just obviously.
This is a good picker.
Thanks. I used it for most of them. I only didn't do it for one of them because I
Yeah.
couldn't find the face effects. I
Dog, look
wanted.
how freaking she's got like age lines. Like that's such good character design.
Yeah.
I just love her design.
Yeah.
I just love that model.
So the first one's obviously very clearly based off of Lady Dimitrescu. So that's the vibe, appearances, and stuff like that. Okay, come on. Here we go. So stat stuff first.
Okay.
Don't do the
So
story
that
stuff.
makes sense.
Stat stuff. So obviously Goliath. Thank you. That's 1 of 4. So obviously Goliath's the tallest race I could think of to
Yeah.
have. It also gives you good strength things, good carrying things.
Are we feeling like 7 feet? 6'9". What's the?
Oh, the max is 8, so I'm going all the way up to the
Jesus.
max. So I'm going to the max.
You're gonna make Strahd look like a pipsqueak, my guy.
So I was going as high as that. Obviously, noble background. I was looking at like the 2024 like backgrounds as far as like they actually put your stats with your background and they gave you a feat with the background. So I'm using that version of that. Again, it will depend on which rule set we did, but I was doing that just because I felt it gave me a little more character things to work with because it does make more sense for your stats to come from your background. So No background, so oddly enough has a lot of skills, even though like most of her stats are going to be in the physical thing. So like Grizzly is trying to
Absolutely.
and so strength, constitution, obviously the biggest stats on this one. The ideal is damage dealer. Beast Barbarian, it was the way I was thinking I could get claws and occasionally, but I thought Dampier for a little while, but I'm like, but I do want the abilities that Goliath has.
You can
so I'm like,
cross that bridge when we get into
yeah, exactly.
Barovia.
I'm like, we're gonna fight a vampire. There's still a chance for me to become a vampire at some point. But so Beast Barbarian lets me get claws. It can also let me get a bite attack. And also just like I honestly don't know what other classes we have, so I don't know if there's any other damage dealers on the physical side of this party yet. So really it was just the idea of like big, strong lady can throw things around, but she's going to be very. I won't go into this in there. Next one is the characters one, so obviously based off Lady Dimitrescu. Idea, I kind of brought this up in our thing earlier. So she was found as a young girl by, like a high elf queen, was just taken in, she just was lost in the woods, torn dress and stuff like that, and then was raised, the queen didn't have any offspring of her own yet, so she was raised in the court as one of their own. Obviously she did eventually have her own kids, and then quickly outpaced them, just because they're like, oh, this one's growing a lot faster than the other ones. So, but was raised as a noble, was raised as a lady, so has etiquette, speaks very well, wants is the heir apparent to the throne, except for like obviously she's not same bloodlines as the rest of them. If there's anything else we're usually known for is being snobby. So she leaves to go and essentially prove like, hey, I can do this. I'm going to go out. I'm going to make more connections. I'm going to prove that I'm just as much as noble as everyone else. And the way that the Beast Barbarian comes is that she originally came from a different dread domain. I don't remember which name of it. There's like one that's like based on like potential Lycan Blood Hunter locked in, so potentially 2 pairs of claws in this party. Yeah, this is one of 4 options too.
Who's a blood hunter?
I think he said one of his friends was.
Oh, I forgot there's another person. I was like, we got a peace cleric, a rogue, and a wizard.
And there was
nice.
There was one others. So,
Blood hunter was my backup, so I'm glad I didn't pick that.
Yeah, you did tell me that because I did say like which do we have?
Yeah.
So the idea is that like she's going out to do like diplomatic things. I just like the idea of her being like a nice dress, very proper and stuff like that. And then like once battle gets on, she's like more reluctant to do it until it's like essentially as soon as she loses her temper on something is when like the claws come out, so to speak. But like she in general is more concerned about getting bloodstains on her dress than anything else. And so originally from one of the dread domains, I can't remember which one, but there is one that's like based on like lycanthropy curses and stuff like that. So not necessarily a lycanthrope, but like I'm imagining to kind of do kind of the same mutation thing that you have for Lady Dimitrescu. She had some sort of curse that is what gives her like the Beast Barbarian powers, and she has managed to escape thanks to the mists out of the dread domains, ended up in the material plane, and that's how she got found. So going back to a place like Barovia would be kind of like going back into that setting and then kind of unlocking that that kind of repressed memory sort of thing and figuring out how that goes. And so it lets her like mutate into different forms. That was the closest thing I could get to that kind of vibe. Because this build has arguably the least amount of like build up backstory, because it was literally how can I make Lady Dimitrescu into a D&D character? And
5 players is a optimal number of players in my opinion. 4 is also really, really good, but I think having the odd number always makes it more interesting.
You guys got 5 right now?
Yeah, as you said.
That's good.
Yeah. And I think he said there was one other one he was thinking potentially doing it. So anyway, that's the main gist of that one. So the idea is like, damage dealer could take some damage, chance to be posh, stuff like that. Chance to be a really large lady. Never played a really large character before, so that's the thing for that one. So this one, next one's Final Requiem, which is the one I came up with a couple days ago.
That's the first last name. Final.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of sick. I did like that.
And I'll explain it anyway. This is the character. I was trying to find a pit crew that got the thing. I could not find anything that has like the cracks on the skin, believe it or not, that looked in the right way. Like they would do it like as like a blood thing.
I've seen.
But I couldn't find ones that are like, because the idea is like, so I'm going to go into this in a minute, but he's essentially like a clockwork creation that is mimicking life. But I couldn't find that. And anyway, so this is from Vocaloid, but I love this outfit. And I was just like, what if I made this into a thing? So I'll explain what the thing on the side is in a minute. Okay. So the idea is that this is, I agree, Danny has about 5 for some reason. Like, I think
It's
that
because he really likes the table of 4.
5 works. I think the 6 and up is when you're starting to,
So yeah, once you get 6, it's harder.
because then you're getting a little bit more. I think that having
don't know
5
if
is
we
fine, because then you can have a tiebreaker in any decision.
That's really though I like. That's really why I like having the
We had that
combat of having an odd number.
We had that trouble in Mally's class when we were trying to make decisions. Like, you
I
have
had
an even
10
number.
kids and it was 5. I was like, do you want extra recess or long centers? And it was 5 and 5.
We're like, come on.
Yeah.
How did you kids
kidding
split yourself
me?
down the middle?
Yeah.
So, the idea of this is taking the reborn lineage for a siren. Because the
Oh,
idea
okay.
of this is that, because again, this is based on a Vocaloid, so those are like, singers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I was like, how can I do that with, I wanted to do Bard. So I was like, how do I make a, how do I make like a siren in like the way a siren would normally work, as far as someone who uses their voice to like lure you to their death. But I'm like, how can I make that mechanically work? Because putting the reborn race on it, which I wanted it to be reborn, above all else, I saw the reborn origin. One of the origin ideas is you awaken an abandoned lab surrounded by clockwork organs. And so I'm like, I want to use that. I want to use that idea. I want to use. That was the springboard for the story, but I'm like, I also want to get the siren ability in there, so I have that in there. And so it doesn't get like the racial abilities of the siren race, but like I want to
Just
still
the
have
flavor.
them. So
Glamour Bard rocks. That's what I'm playing right now.
yeah,
And
so
it is.
but that's the way I'm doing it, is where because I was originally considering doing like maybe a lore bar or something like that, but I'm like, I want to go glamour bar because the idea is that everything is like drawn in by like his voice. And so, kind of, I'm thinking like status control inflictor. All this is the one I was telling Mary about before, where it has all the face stats, but like none of the martial stats. So like he has a negative strength and just 0 in like dex and constitution. So not going to want to get anywhere near combat. But like I managed to max out charisma, and then like wisdom's still really high, intelligence is pretty high, and like essentially all about like interactions and stuff like that. But I was like doing a little kind of twist on Bard too, so. Sirens also have like a flight speed that comes. The only thing you can keep with their with Reborn is extra speeds. I was between that and choosing one that had like swim speed, but I realistically, even if that fit for the water version of sirens, can be like harpies or they can be like mermaids. But I'm like, realistically, I'm probably never going to use that. We're not overwater.
Yeah.
Fine.
Honestly, yeah, that's what the build is. Well, I'm not gonna take a bunch of. I haven't rolled my stats yet, but I will be taking dex. I'm just letting you know that will be my lowest one.
Yeah. So, because that was the thing I was like looking at, I'm like, for a bard, I really want to have more dex or at least more constitution. But like, it makes more sense for because that's the idea. He's like a porcelain doll, so it's like it doesn't make sense for him to be very good with using his like with any sort of dexterity. Like he's still kind of figuring out how the controls work, and it doesn't make sense for him to be able to take a hit.
But that's what the fun part is.
Is that
you poke him and he's like, ugh!
Yeah, so that's why I took this. I wanted to try and get an idea. So the idea is that like there's parts of him that have been recreated, and how he was made. So like that's why I have like this picture of the clockwork wings like there. Yeah. So like it's meant to be mimicking essentially. I was thinking like ears like a clockwork angel survives. So like has this singing voice that can like enthrall people or can even hurt them, and he's like. He is, like, feels the compulsion to sing and just enjoys doing that, but doesn't like the fact that it tends to hurt people or lead them to very bad consequences, so it's kind of like cursed voice sort of thing. But, awakes in an abandoned lab. I actually wrote, like, a little story excerpt when I was coming up with this character, because I was just in a vibe, so I tried to take the main ideas and make it into bullet points, but I wrote, like, a little mini-story for his origin. And so the idea is that, like, he wakes in an abandoned lab, surrounded by blueprints and different prototypes, has no memories whatsoever, doesn't know where he is, doesn't even remember how all the controls work until, like, knowledge comes back slowly as he interacts with things. So the main thing he's driven by is usually curiosity of, like, sometimes, like, the reason he remembers how to, like, read is he looks at a book and like, oh, I remember language.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, I remember how to walk because I stood up and then I remembered how everything works with that, so it's, like, constantly looking for new experiences to be like, hey, this, because it's all
have I done
reborn.
This before?
It's all reborn notes. The knowledge is there. It's just been blocked out by something else. So the name Final Requiem comes from. That's what the project was called. And he saw blueprints that look a lot like he does. So he's like, "That's what I am then." Clearly, I don't know that's not a name until he goes and interacts with other people and be like, "Oh, that's not a name. All right, call me what you need to, but that's what I am going by. I don't have any other thing to do it." and that's the other thing, is that he's dressed like that too when he wakes up. He's like in an old, like, dark, underground, dank cave that looks like it's been, like, abandoned in a hurry. But he's like, I'm all dressed up like this, so he's not like a Frankenstein's monster. He's like, I was clearly meant for something.
Yeah.
I was meant for a purpose. I was not meant to be like, you know, like he's dressed up like he's like a prince or something like that. He's like, I was clearly meant to do something, and that purpose was never fulfilled, and I don't even remember what that is. So he has like one like thing he has as a lead is that he has like a notebook that's like written in ciphers because whoever was doing this was clearly on something, and so he's like, maybe you can decipher that at some point. And like the biggest thing is he has like one like dream essentially whenever he like goes into essentially standby mode. It's like he has this one dream of like, which is, this is all based off of Vocaloid's songs, so I'm pulling a lot of stuff there. So if you're not missed to it, Eric, I sent you the link in my document. I would definitely look at it. That's where a lot of the vibes from him came from. But he has like this dream of like this like ancient castle, like a blood red sky kind of Castlevania vibes, and then like, you know, a woman dancing atop a music box. And so he's like, these are the only things that are stuck still in my head. So clearly they're important somehow because he doesn't dream otherwise. It's just those images. He doesn't really understand how dreaming works. And so he's like, he might be looking for his creator, might just be looking for the reason he exists. He might just be looking to see if he remembers anything. But he's like kind of a blank slate in a lot of ways. So he just kind of gains things as he goes into it, so this will be like...
Gives room for trauma.
Exactly. But like, that's the thing, like, if this was one I chose, I would definitely be like, this would be one to have to work with the DM and be like, okay, let's talk about, no, that's a different one. That one I did shelf for later because I need to knock something out of it. So yeah, not using the whistles barred. I might use that one later. But I had to shelf something because I had 7 options, so something had to be like, I can wait to use that one later. I'm trying to use ones that would fit in the setting the best. Yeah. I've been getting a lot of ideas.
Yeah, flavor-wise, this one will be closer. Not, it's very different to mine. I'm playing what is going to be mechanically a Warforged.
Mm-hmm. I did think about
looking Cyborg, basically.
Because I did think about looking at Warforged too, but I'm like, this isn't really a robot though. Yeah. This is like, that's why I'm saying it's like, it's by all intents and purposes he's fleshy, but he's like clockwork created. Like something about him that is not, and that's the thing I like about the Reborn background is like, you were brought back to life, but something went wrong. You're not properly made. Yeah. So like, so yeah, that's his biggest thing. So that would be a thing I would like work with DM to be like, what sort of things is going to happen to him while he's there? Clearly going to this location. I'm trying to tie it into a little bit like, he's probably going to find the things he's looking for, or at least the things he's dreaming about. How is that going to show up in our location, wherever that is? He doesn't remember anything, because he doesn't remember anything at all, so it's like... Yeah. That's my way of skirting, like, no one knows about where we're going. Like, he doesn't know anything. Yeah. For all I know, he could have literally, like, before the campaign started, he could have literally been, like...
Yeah, a golem with gear parts.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
I guess it's smarter.
Yeah.
More sentient, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, that's the other thing, is that I'm like, he's not stupid. Or he's not, he has actually pretty good intelligence and wisdom, and I gave, like, the biggest thing for Bard I wanted to choose is, like, I wanted to get as many skills as possible on it. Yeah. So he can do a lot of stuff, it's just more a matter of, like, he's lacking the motivation as to why to do these things. So, like, literally, the way he probably would have found the party is, like, literally just would come above ground and been like, hey, look, humanoids. Mm-hmm. And then we've just started following them around.
So, like, what he said about you find something, be like, oh, actually, that sucks, and I hate this.
Yes.
Which was way funnier to me.
Yes. And be like, that, some kind of twist for this character. Write it down. We're halfway through, so write that down. Potential for later. This is the one I came up with most recently, just like a couple days ago. This is why I knocked out the other Bard idea I had, because I was like, because I'm like, I like this one better, or more like, I like it for this setting better. Yeah. So he could, and also I think this one's an interesting one to play with, just because, like Madeline said, this is the one that has the least amount of backstory and the least amount of stuff, so she's like, well, if you leave it open, then you don't have to stress about as much stuff. I'm like, well, fair. I do love a good, well-written story, but maybe if I did less, that might give me more room to grow with it. So... that's that character.
Continue. I need to see more.
So. So this one's. This is my lighthearted character in case we're all playing brooding people.
I'm not.
Well, on the off chance everyone was playing brooding people, I didn't. Yeah. I don't know what the other players were like. I knew Danny was going to be doing a rogue.
I couldn't give you another brooding character.
So this was on the off chance that I was going to do that. I came up with like more fun Winslow character. This is probably my second favorite one. So he's based on this.
he has this he's like a character from Halloween Town. So the picture on the side.
Oh yeah, I heard you talking about that.
So that's the one I made. He was the first one I made. He's I'll go into the next one, but he's a furbolg actually. So, but he actually has that outfit, so that's why I have that. Like that's what his
like
outfit would
Jack
definitely look
Skellington,
like.
Kinda.
But like he has that sort of.
That's supposed to be like a human Jack Skellington.
Sort of. He's from
Okay.
Twisted Wonderland, if you know what that is.
Yeah. I've heard of. I don't.
So
know
he's
of,
like
but...
he's like Jack Skellington's biggest fan, essentially.
Okay.
But so he's like I said before, he's a furbolg because I was looking through I was trying to be like I always choose like the humanoid races because I like to keep I just like my characters like that. Unless I have a particular vibe in mind, usually I generally try to make it so like the species is like less important compared to everything else. But like I was looking through this. Oh yeah, you're right. Because I did show you. This was the first guy I showed you. So he's still in the running. He was the first one I came up with, and he's still in the running, even though I've made a lot of other things. And he's still really high up there. Because he's gonna be he would be a blighted druid, and because I've never done druid before.
Yeah.
I always wanted. I did it briefly when I played Crucible, and I really enjoyed doing that.
I don't know. I still keep thinking he's a cleric. I don't know.
He's a wildfire druid. Because he likes to feed people and heal people, so he does all of that. Well, that's the thing is that like that's why I went furbolg of it because I like the version that kind of looks like the more like almost kind of bestial kind of face to it because some people interpret them differently depending on like which version you're looking at, but like I like the one that has a little bit more like beast vibe, so I'm like leaning into like the more like sort of cuddly bear sort of vibe, so he's a little bit more on that side. But the idea is that I was looking through different ones that were like, you know, because I was looking through all the druid like circles and be like, okay, these are all fine. I did originally make him as a land druid, which I could still do, but then I found like I was looking into like, you know, the ones that are kind of like the like sub, like their official versions of Kroos, but they're like. Yeah, in a way, yeah, pretty much. Not very far off. So I was looking for ones that are like, you know, they're Wizards of the Coast, but they're not as often used, or like the ones like the Matt Mercer made and stuff like that. And so I found one that was the Blighted Druid, which I actually thought worked really well
good.
for the idea I had for him, because it's the idea is that essentially you are like you have land powers, you have nature powers, but something corrupted them. And so, like, now when you make things like they like, you have power over corruptions, like, when you make plants, they instantly are blackened and dead, or, like, you know, when you do your wild shape, you have, like, these, like, protrusions. I imagine that as being, like, that could be, like, a skeleton armor on it or something like that.
That's sick, yeah.
And so, like, I just like the abilities. I'm like, this is perfectly creepy, because I wanted something, because the idea is that he's like a Halloween Town character, so I wanted to be creepy, but I also wanted to be helpful. It's like, this is, I didn't want it to be, like, damaging or dark, or, like, some, like, shadow sorcerer or something like that. I'm like, I want this to be something that is helpful, because it's like, I'm looking at control, buff caster type of thing, maybe a little healing, but generally battlefield control, helping the others up. And then obviously, wild shape, do spooky creatures like, because he's the type of thing that would like pranks, would like to have like, you know, the sort of jovial Halloween spirit about things, be like, I'm going to turn into a spider, because people are afraid of spiders. I'm going to turn into a snake, people turn into snakes. I'm going to turn a wolf because I want to howl at the moon, sort of thing. Like, the idea is that, like, he'd be helpful. Like, I have one of it, like, I thought of all different things. Like, for, like, Good Berry, he'd be, like, handing out candy to people and stuff like that. Yeah. So, like, I looked at all of his spells and be like, how can I make these Halloween themed? Yeah. So I had a lot of fun doing that. This was,
that was my first thought when you said Circle of Land. I was like, oh, would that, like, immensely, like, change the flavor of the character once you landed in Barovia?
Yeah.
Because it'd be like, oh, this is foreign, but also my specialty.
So, and I'll get a little into
We'd
it.
be tracked, dude, if we're already.
So the vibes for this I kind of got into is Halloween Town, you know. I like the idea of, because I came up with this one, obviously, during Halloween. We were watching Night Before Christmas, and I like the whole idea of, like, you know, we scare people, but we're not mean, so that's his vibe, is that he's all about Halloween. And the, also kind of thing is that, like, there's no, like, Halloween-ish thing going on in D&D in terms of world lore. There's not really any gods that go into that sort of area. You have at most, like, harvest people or death things. I'm like, so I kind of came up with this thing with him. So, idea is that he was, as a child, led by the mists to the carnival, which is, I want to use at some point in my campaign, because I like that it's the reverse of the Witchlight Carnival. So if you guys run into the carnival at some point, it might be brief, but I just want to do it because you guys have already met the Witchlight Carnival, so you'll be like, hey, we know where the other one is.
Yeah.
But,
because I was reading through the Dread Domains to get ideas in the Ravenloft book, and I thought, like, that's perfect for this. So he stumbles upon that, really falls in love with the kind of twisted sense of fun and merriment and stuff like that, and is like, this is, you know, like, this is my, like, vibe, I love this, and so he essentially...
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's going real hard. Close your eyes.
So the idea is that, like, he goes and he's like, okay, I'm going to join this place, I'm going to travel, I just need an act. So he goes home that night, and then comes the next morning, the carnival's gone. He's like, darn, I missed my chance. So essentially, from that moment until, like, adulthood, essentially, he's always trying to perfect this perfectly creepy act that will fit in with the carnival. Essentially becomes, like, this, like, spirit of Halloween sort of character along the way, and is trying to insist that this is a holiday, and everyone needs to be enjoying it. And because I don't know if it exists in D&D or not, but I'm like, it'd be funnier actually if it didn't. So like, but he's
Not
always
explicitly.
but he has like this very harvest autumnal like spirit to him. So like, that's also why I chose Sverbolg over like something like an Eldrin, because I'm like, I like if he can talk to creatures. I like the fact that he can just hide in like nature, and like that's why I went really strongly to Druid. The thing I had that was kind of going for is that he doesn't remember it, but like the thing I like about the carnival is they say that there's like several dark entities, mostly dark fae, that follow the carnival around because the leader of the carnival kind of got into an issue with Tasha, so she kind of cursed the place. But such a crazy woman, and so he made a pact of some sort with some entity around there. I don't know what kind it would be. I was looking at like the dark gifts things they had in the Ravensloft, where like he didn't know what it was because like whatever that was taken in return, he doesn't remember because he doesn't have it anymore. But in turn, got these like this connection to, like he wanted this connection to nature, to the spirit of Halloween. It's a little twisted though. That's why he's the blighted circle. It's like it's dark and spooky, which is good for him, but he's also like it's also kind of scary to everyone else. And so he just claims, like, the thing about his mentality, I would say, is, like, he's, like, a cleric in mentality, even though he's a druid, which I think the two classes kind of bump into each other a lot in what they do functionally. So he essentially, like, from his perspective, he's, like, almost like a cleric of Halloween. He claims he gets his magic from the King of Halloween, and that's where he gets, and so he's just spreading the good word, just having fun, showing people that it's not so scary to be at night. There's actually a lot of fun things to be had here. Good and bright because yeah, exactly. That's what his version of it is. Essentially, he's like, this is a good thing. You know, nighttime can be fun. We can go put jack-o'-lanterns out, and we can go and spook people, and it's okay. So like going to somewhere like Barovia would be like a little bit of a culture shock for him, where he'd be like, everyone's legitimately scared of things. He's like, hey, it's not that bad. But then seeing that like this is like a sinister version of spooky.
If you don't make the King of Halloween Tim Curry as Frankenfurter, I will quit.
Yeah, but
you also have to do the voice and makeup and corset.
But yeah, so there's some very strong like Jack Skellington vibes in this character, where essentially like that's the biggest thing is like he's a little bit of a doofus sometimes, but like, you know, he wants to go and essentially be like, hey, like, you know, you can light up the night in different ways. So there's a way to do this. Like, I like, you know, the creepy and the spooky. I prefer it being nighttime, and I prefer like, you know, dead things in the ground and stuff like that. But it's not in a mean way. So coming into contact with something like Barovia, like Strahd, and being like, this is like spooky but in a malicious way. Yeah. I want to destroy that because that's not right.
You're ruining the spirit of
exactly.
Halloween,
So that's how this one goes. So I still really like this one just because I'm like I don't ever play lighthearted characters.
This one is winning me over. I'm not gonna lie.
And I've never done Druid. So and then we got this last one. I'm not sure on the name yet right now, but right now he's called Lucius Austere. So I haven't decided on entirely, but that's what he's really at. So anyway, this is my last one. So,
okay. Yeah. So many different, I did the picture in general. It's like, you got the pentacle, the pentagram, and then Stardift.
Exactly. I really wish they had something else that was better for that.
I know that's fully on the picture. I just think it's hilarious.
Exactly. So I was just kind of like,
those are 3 different symbols.
Exactly. You think that they would have the same one of each, but I'm like I couldn't find one that was like consistently across, so I just tried to find that one that looked the same. So anyway, so this is our this is my last one I have here.
Spooky boy.
So this one right now is so variant tiefling. So like Source Coast one where you can get mostly human, but like you'll get the things like you don't cast a shadow, you don't you forked tongue, cat eyes, smell like brimstone, stuff like that. Because the idea is that
birds.
exactly. Idea is that this guy is a demon who's stuck in the material plane. And I'm going to get more to that in the next slide, but the idea for right now is Bard, Fiend, Warlock. And I kind of explained to Eric how I would picture this. Is the idea is that so Bard is literally to just get jack of all trades, get skills because he can do a bit of everything.
Yeah.
So because right now he's essentially trapped as a butler. So like I was reading Black Butler, I got some ideas. That's how I got this. So the idea, that's the whole reason he has Bard. There's not really anything otherwise. If he's doing inspiration, it's going to be just talking person, be like, okay, here's how you do it. Now go do it. It's delegating tasks. That's how it'd be like. The bigger thing is like he's only going to have the dip for that for those abilities. Maybe one more if I really feel like I want expertise. But like the whole thing is Fiend Warlock, because I originally went back and forth between different kinds of things like Shadow Sorcerer, Hexblade Warlock, or Shadow Monk. But I'm like, I went Fiend Warlock just because going for the demonic vibes. And fire abilities. I want to get Fireball. That'd be fun. I've never played a class that has Fireball. And so I want to do that.
I did take Wizard. Almost. I took Divination Wizard for Portent.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to unintentionally make you very mad with that. Ask Danny, because I did it before. But the second reason was for Fireball.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea of this one being more of a blaster caster sort of thing with, Warlock gets like, the lesser spell slots. That's the other reason to get Bard is that I get more spells to play with for utility stuff. Because like a lot of his things is like right now he's very utility, so he has a lot of like things that are like cantrips. He has like prestidigitation, keep things clean, mending to make sure the clothes are sewn up, and like unseen servant because he needs to have someone else to help him do the chores. Like and I was trying to get as many skills as possible to get as many proficiencies as possible, just so he's kind of a bit good in all these different things. It's potentially clashing with Danny's rogue because this is also skill monkeys, well, like I said, kind of inspired by that. So the idea is that he's a demon that was summoned from the Nine Hells by a blood ritual. However, something went wrong in the process. Either the spell was interrupted, the person didn't go through with it, or like something was guessed. So he only got halfway. He ends up in the material plane, not where his summoner is. However, the pact's still in effect, so he's essentially stuck in this mortal form on the material plane, cannot leave and go home until he
This is
can...
so a dating simulator.
And who you dating? Me.
Me.
So he's stuck here until the conditions of the pact have been fulfilled. And honestly, this is a really embarrassing situation for him. Because, demons are supposed to come, you go, you steal the guy's soul, you go back home. So it's like, he's like, man, everyone's gonna laugh at me when I go back home. Because I'm stuck here in this weak little form. And I'm compelled to serve people. And because he was summoned as a butler, so he's compelled to do that. Like, he can't really not do that. If someone has, dirty shirt or something like that, he'd be like, get it off, I need to wash it now.
Get naked.
He's compelled to do that. So the way that his, pack will work for a war, he will recognize them on sight, but he never saw them. So he won't know until he sees them. He has, some sort of token that tells him he's getting close, but it's not reacted to anything. And he also has the entirety of the material plane, or even another plane. He doesn't know where he was supposed to be going. He just knows he ends up here. So, his person could be in Barovia or could not. I would leave it up to GM's discretion. But, he doesn't know. And until he finds that person, he's stuck here with a quarter of his normal power. That's why in Warlock Patron, I went this is essentially like a reverse Patron where he is the demon. He has the fiend power. But it's currently locked behind the fact that, the person who summoned him here, in typical summoning pattern, has him under his control. So as, time going on, he's essentially slowly pulling that power back to himself. So as he increases in Warlock levels, instead of getting more power from his patron, it's more like he's slowly wrestling his own power back so he can get more and more of his demonic nature back.
He said, I'm going home.
Exactly. So he just wants to, finish the pack, collect the soul, go home. This is honestly an embarrassing thing for him to happen. And so he's, for the most part, that's where I wanted him to start with the Skill Monkey skills. He's not going to stay that way. So Danny wanted to go more to that. That's fine. It's more like the fact that like he can do a little bit of everything, or very proficient in a lot of things. But like as it goes on, as he gets more, he's starting right now in essentially in his most human state. And as levels go on, as he gets more things, as like more abilities, I'm planning to get one like the tiefling traits, like the racial traits. Essentially, be like he's getting more and more back of his like natural demon powers, his natural demon form. So the idea is eventually either to find the pack maker, or if he never finds them, to just be like get strong enough to just break the pack and be done with this. So that's the vibe that he actually went through like 3 different class changes until I'm like, you know what, let's keep it simple. Fire stuff, and Alfred vibes. So that's the whole idea for that character, is try and do demon things. But I just like the idea of someone who's like very sinister, definitely trying to if he can pick up another soul or two along the way to help him get out of this pact, then he'll be happy to do that. But like, so he might be trying to get stuff from other people, from even the other parties. Maybe the reason he's with the party is because he's like, I could maybe get their souls at some point. In the meanwhile, I'll do their laundry.
We have them.
If you have them, yeah. In the meanwhile, I'll do their laundry and I'll make them 3-course meals, and like, he has to care for them because that's what he's essentially compelled to do.
Sounds good to me.
So, like, that could be a fun thing. That's the thing I also enjoyed when I was doing, like, Crucible, being, like, the fact that, like, they have to go and, like, they're like, I'm gonna do all these things for you right now. Whether you want them or not, you're getting them. I'm tucking you in bed, whether you want this or not. So, that sort of thing. Thank you for my presentation.
Company name.
Company name. I didn't believe that one. So that's the my 4 ideas. I like all of them, honestly. Yeah. I can see all of them working aggressively. I'm glad I was aggressive with my helpfulness.
Yeah.
This is actually the miniature version. You're gonna get the full version that has like all the notes. I made you a Word doc so that you can check back on that later. I have like a full version for you and your viewing pleasure later. But this was me paring it down for a PowerPoint. So those are the 4 ideas. There used to be 7, so we're actually getting somewhere.
Yeah, this sounds so much better.
So, but I really like all of them. I like all the options here. I think any of them will be fun to happen in the characters. Oh yeah, I already have a Google Doc. Don't worry. I've been writing up their stories. I have all the details. This was just this is the easy presentation version, but you'll get a full Google Doc. It has all the details and stories and stuff like that. So, like any of them could work in the thing. That's what I'm kind of laying a little bit to see. Is like what other characters we're going to be playing, like what sort of personalities, what sort of classes. We kind of know, but even then, classes don't tell you a lot. You kind of have to know what the like core fantasy is of this. That's what these ones are. It's like each of them has like a core fantasy behind like what I would want to play in them. Like whether I can achieve it or not is another matter, but like I have like an idea in mind for what all of them could do, and I'd be happy to play any of them. I think any of them would arguably be probably a good inclusion to the group. There might be some overlap with some of them, but I'm trying to be like, what's a thing that's like an interesting role that I've not played before? So I tried to go for classes that I've not really done anything with. Like I've played a little bit with Bard, but I've never played it past level 3, so that's why I had some Bards in here, but like, background payoffs, yeah. So, yeah, that's what was your thought, Malin?
What?
What was your thought? Just say 1 through 4.
3.
Okay.
I think flavor-wise,
No, I messed up.
favorite is probably maybe 4. I just think that's a very funny idea. Of just being stuck. Like, you guys are ruining my life, but also I have to help you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eric
Mechanically, I really
says
like
hi,
Skelly.
Malin.
Hmm?
Eric says hi, Malin.
She's
Hi.
painting.
We had a camera on her earlier, actually.
I think mechanically, I really like the druid.
Mm-hmm.
a lot. I think it's just in general a good use of that subclass. And then, but my overall favorite is just Lady Dimitrescu. Like it's
That's the
big lady in party with me.
Yes, that's the thing.
That
That's
is-
the thing I struggle because, like, story-wise, I love like Requiem the most. I like the potential of a story the most,
Yeah.
and the potential of like building it and what I can do with it. Like, class-wise and mechanically-wise, I like Skelly the most.
Yeah.
I think that's fun.
I think that's the strongest build that you have for the party that we have.
And then like Lady Dimitrescu, I'm like yes, because I could be a large lady
Yeah.
that could hit things, and that would just be fun. And then, like, you know, last one, like you said, the demon one is just, like, the idea of, like, being just constantly annoyed with the party, but
Yeah.
being like, I'm stuck with you anyway. And
Yeah,
I can
that's
be
what I agree about.
sinister.
I was gonna say the same thing about the blood versus like having the blood hunter. Because blood hunter, sick ass class, but you do have to sacrifice yourself in some essences to get those bigger abilities.
Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I like all of them, unfortunately. I can see a lot of potential in any of them. So I'm kind of like, that's what we got for now. See how it goes as we go along.
I really think we should get a really big wheel and just.
Mallion told me, like, you choose it from the hat. I'm like,
Yeah.
then I'm going to be disappointed with whoever I choose.
But here's the thing: if you do it from the draw from the hat and you pull one and you go, then you know you don't want to do that one, so you pull until you get the one that we're like, this is it.
I can find a way to get you something to pull from. I have lots of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so
I have
that's...
a little pumpkin right here. So where's my pumpkin?
Yeah, well, we'll sit on it for now, because I did just
No,
present the whole thing.
Choose
but
it right now.
I'll think about it for now, but,
You don't
like...
sit on it.
I also want Eric to think about it, too. Thank you for attending
Yeah.
my 10 talk. Maybe make cards and then do a drawing for tarot card to decide your character.
Yeah. Also, yeah, I think a lot of it has to do, whatever Eric has, either like good ideas or like what would fit, or
Because that's the
cause
other thing.
he's got the most character knowledge of everybody since we're just sending him all of our stuff.
Because that's the biggest thing that, again, is what leaves all these characters kind of in the running, is that I don't know what other people are playing, so I don't know what personalities we're dealing with in the party, and none at the moment. But, I also don't
Stress
know...
her out.
Draw.
I also don't know
Because she doesn't
what...
have to stick with it. That's why I want to make her do it.
I also don't know what Eric has planned. I don't know what the
Yeah.
campaign has planned. I
Tell
don't know
us
how many of these are
100%.
feasible to happen within the campaign's setting, or which one of them are going to be, like, counterintuitive, or, like, they're going to pull against. So it's like,
Well, that's a good question though. How much are you leaning towards doing straight module versus adding in background? Because that determines how much I give you.
Yeah.
Like 100%, because I could write pages. They won't be good. They won't be well written, but they will be pages. Or it used to be like a Melly. He's here,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Yeah. Give us all the information now. Just kidding. You can always just message.
Yeah, I've been messaging him a lot. So I was just like, good thing you're mentioning this now, because this gives me, like, time to
Yeah.
overthink everything.
Because when does it start? January?
Just whenever. Whenever we get all the stuff and
Whenever
can
we
schedule
finish
it.
Arc
Yeah.
3.
There's no rush to start it.
Just the knowledge that it will happen.
Yeah.
So, focus on module most of it, but I'm definitely going to try and give everyone their time in the spotlight. Cool. That's why I made everyone very gothic. Because honestly, when I'm going into a gothic setting, I don't want to be the oh no, what strange difference to setting. I'm like, no, I live for this land. I live for the creepiness.
That's why I think that's part of the reason why I really like Big Mommy, is because she will have some sort of like, oh, this is similar.
Mm-hmm.
Let me help navigate a little bit. I always like having someone that can do that, and I don't like it to be me.
I was going to say, is your character named Big Mommy? Because that's really funny.
Nope. Just thinking about hers. I forgot the actual name, and so
I thought that, I was like,
8
that's
foot mom. Yeah.
such a funny character name.
Big Mama.
Like being called Big Mommy.
Big Mama.
You have never...
I feel
if
like I
she
played
pick-
that, that's why
If
I've
you
been
don't
called.
use Lady Dimitrescu, I'm using that build, and I'm naming her Big Mommy.
The character is too respectful to say that
Awesome.
to your face.
Hey, Big Mommy.
They're not respectful enough to say it to everybody else.
So funny.
So like I have like. So like Strahd is like the BBG, but there will be many quests to help the individual characters unlock along the way to resolve background stories and the like. Yeah. That's what I like doing too. I like, like inserting the stories into it for as much as you have. Because not everyone also wants to do like a big backstory thing, but I like that, having like little moments.
I got middle ground, easy, straightforward backstory for you, so I will send.
Yeah, so
Once I figure out fully what I'm doing.
So I'm gonna assume that like because I discussed most of these with you at some point. Probably the newest one is Requiem I came up with not too long ago, and I did revise Austere a little bit. But so he's a little different than he was originally when I showed him to you. But I have basic sheets that are based in like the 5e rules. So like my hat taking a session racing stuff for one person. Yeah. So I have like they're in 5e rules right now. They could go to the 2024 rules fairly easily, but so I was trying not to get too statistically about it. I was trying to get more in vibes, and roll scores and stuff like that, and figure out where skills go and that sort of thing. But yeah, I guess think on those. Think on if you think any of those are like ones that you're like, oh, I could do a lot with this one, or I could do less with this one. You can go ahead and tell me that, because I might still choose that character, but at least that gives me some ideas of, like, where you're leaning at. Like, not every DM wants to go and put a lot of thought into making something for a character. So, like, kind of like what Meredith was saying, like, I can give you a lot, or I can give you a little. My version of a little is some people's lots, so, keep that also in mind, but those are my ideas. So, so we got.
Very cool.
You want to look at the art, Malin?
I was gonna ask if you want to go Costco.
I will, but I was just gonna. I would love.
going to
We are.
close.
Yeah. So, this one's the first one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the second one.
I know what that one was gonna be.
Third one.
That's cool.
Fourth one.
Oh, that's Dubs. Yeah. That one. Wait, go back. Who is that guy?
Wait.
Who's this? I like his collar.
Who's the guy from Black Butler?
I like his collar. This gives me more like
given-
Gravity Falls vibes. I like this one.
Well, they were all
Nice
made in the
vibe.
same pit crew, because I was trying to find
Yeah.
something that would be I could use for all of them.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to search endlessly for multiple pit crews. So
I like
yes.
this portion a lot. The collar tie combo. Big fan of that.
I think if you just lengthen the hair, it's Elias.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Not even probably. It just is. Amazing. Without the Raven, because
Yeah.
we don't mess with the Raven Queen.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
So
There you go. I'm a fan of all of them. I also agree. I love gothic stuff. That's why I'd love to, like, if you guys would stream the sessions, I'd love to watch them.
watch us being
That'd
gothic.
be really hard to do at my house, actually. Until I can get that TV mounted on the wall like I want to.
Are you guys doing it at your house?
I think so. I think we talked about doing it in the tavern.
Yeah.
Well, technically you wouldn't need a TV to do it. You would just need a camera.
Okay.
Just stream it exclusively to Malay.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
just
that's
turn it
fine.
on and then I will watch.
That's just starting a Discord call.
Exactly.
Pretty much. It's like
It's funny.
matter like Google Meets or whatever
Okay.
we do.
Exactly.
Just
So-
I feel like I love
That's
that.
right. I could probably mount the camera on the shelves we have on there.
Yeah. Just so I could like do what I'm doing now, like I'll paint and I'll listen.
I just really like the tap room. Well, yeah, we can still do that. We're
Yeah.
just saying that we wouldn't need to put a TV in
I
there.
like
we just
that
need
you
it.
like the tavern. That's what it's used for. Like
Every
when
time I
we
go to a market, I always see something I'm like, that would look great in her tavern.
We
For
did.
me, I actively look for stuff when I'm going places, and I have to like stop myself from buying a million little things because I want it to be like specifically curated, but
Yeah.
at the same time,
I see I'll
Danny
see
doesn't like maximalism, so if I put too many things on the wall, he gets flustered, and I don't want to do that to him as the DM for
Yeah.
okay.
I go and see things and think that would look great.
Yeah.
Like a broken thing,
But I
like
agree,
an
we're
old
also
book,
big
a
maximalists
dragon,
here.
a skull. I'm like, this would look great.
We got a lot of little dragons in there now because Danny got me another mystery box for our
Nice.
anniversary,
Yeah.
and so it came from Fortune Fantasy, so I got little guys. There's some 3D printed ones too.
No
So I
worries.
hope I gave you some ideas, Eric. I don't know which one of these I'm using. Inevitably, I will have to choose one. But right now, I'm too excited about all of them, honestly. I can see so much things I could do with any of them. I did get it down to 4, though. So, did knock a couple off the table.
That's good.
We'll try and see if I can get any more
Yeah.
off, but...
Just don't make more. Is the point.
Yes.
If you start having another idea, just throw some water in your face and no more.
Well, that's why I
No
made
more.
this, so now if I have other ideas, I'll just be like, I already made the
Yeah,
thing. We
stick to
have
the
it.
PowerPoint.
We have it recording. I'm sticking to the PowerPoint. I will build up these ones, and maybe as I do more with them, or like build more story things, I might come to like or dislike or whatever them more often. And time might just go on, like as we go into different seasons and stuff like that, because a lot of these were made in spooky season. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I obviously have to choose one of those. So hope you liked it. Hope that gave you some ideas. If you have any that you're like, I'm really excited for like the idea of doing a story with this character, then tell me that, because then I'll be like, okay, that makes it easy for me. We're doing that character then. But like, you let me know. I'll continue to Discord message you at random inopportune times of the day, as I do with everyone. Thank you everyone for your feedback, your TED Talk.
Yeah.
We're now at like 7 hours 40 minutes.
Yeah. So now it's
Good
time
job. We've
for
down.
us to say goodbye.
Yes.
Going on. I have to pee.
I have to go rescue Danny probably.
From Charlottetown.
Yeah.
Like,
I
gotta
should.
pee.
You should
I'm
tell
trying
him
to
to
get
watch. You could have given his feed in.
No, he's probably busy with.
Yeah, and I've been
Those
getting a bunch of
squirrels.
Snapchats, which means that they're just like doing all the filters and being silly.
I love
Yeah,
doing that.
there'll be an in-depth analysis for this later. This was just kind of me speaking them, and I'll get that doc to you soon-ish. I'm a grammar person, so I'm gonna read through it like 4 times to make sure it's all the way I want it to be presented. But that will come to you soon, probably some point this week. I do have a full Google Doc for you. Have no concerns on that front.
I've started making a playlist, which is my main way of finding vibes for my character.
I think all of them would be really similar if I made a playlist for this. It'd probably be
Sweet
like, there'd probably like
Pinterest
some
board,
slight
Evie.
changes, but like all of it'd be like spooky music.
Mood board. You gotta get on Pinterest.
I have my Pinterest. I still can't find like the exact reference I want to be able to send to somebody because I will be getting actual art. Big surprise.
Yeah. I want to get some stuff done too. The thing is, I want to get characters that aren't mine, so it's like, it's kind of a-
Hey, the beautiful
Great
thing about
area.
what you do is you can do art trades.
I should do that. I want art, but I didn't.
I do a lot of art trades.
So bad. I might rock some of that. That's why I'm excited to not have a job anymore. Then I can do that all the time.
Yeah.
Also,
Then you can just hang out with me during the week.
freaking go!
I have a job, but it's just making sure my children stay
I
alive.
was gonna say your job is
I mean, that
Full-time
honestly is, like,
childcare, dude.
Like, that's doctor, PhD, psychologist,
yeah.
chef.
Stay-at-home mom is a long job, dude. Long hours.
That's why I'm always like, I can teach kids. I don't know if I could have kids.
Yeah, but if I had to sit at a desk, I'd
I would come with
kill myself.
Thank,
Yeah.
thank you for staying that long. He's like, we're gonna head out too. My phone feels like it's about to melt. Thank you for
Don't-
staying for that long.
Yeah.
You Mal.
Thank you for staying to the end of the TED Talk.
Thank you.
That's all I really needed. I don't need you anymore.
LOL.
Leave.
What the heck? I don't need you anymore.
That's all I hope
That's
it
so
was
funny.
informative at least.
You need
That's where my head's
exit?
at right now.
Yeah, I'll come turn it off.
Yeah.
Freeman lady, thanks for watching, guys. Very cool. See you. Actually, never. Bye.